as a currency in the traditional sense, right? Probably not a single goddamn person.
Well, you know, they're working on DeFi or whatever.
Okay.
Not that I really know what that means.
I just cannot. I just don't get it.
Well, I gotta get Sun Tzu's Art of War going. Hold on a second. Hold on. Sun Tzu's Art of War. Read some 3 or 4.
He didn't steal all my money and said, "Oh, I got lost in transit."
Oh yeah, is it there yet?
Oh, I got lost. It's gone.
The check's in the mail.
People stole my money. Rick, they just shut down fucking TikTok.
Yeah, can you believe it?
Great.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
What?
Hello?
Oh, Greg.
What?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Not very well.
Hold on.
In the shower or something?
Hold on.
Other people's money. This is how proverbs work. Proverbs gather.
Chapter 1 of Unfinished Readings and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox report. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.
Hi, Julia, there?
Read by Larry Wilson.
Are you there?
Unfinished
Yeah.
Readings and
Oh,
Other Essays by George Wilkins.
All right.
Unfinished Readings.
I'm back.
The window was only a fragment.
Time to get to start. With your feet.
Had the sunlight been
The
the
huns.
atmosphere with its golden gilt, the arch would have spanned the entire heavens. This is the reason why, in hours of sorrow,
Is this melted?
the fullness of God's promise. We permit the denser clouds of doubt and faithlessness to keep the light of God from shining through our fears. Or with a little faith, we get a gleam of light that gives us back.
Yes, these dogs are cozy.
While all the
Yes, these dogs are cozy. Yes, these dogs, they are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are cozy. They are so cozy.
While the things that matter are subject to the ravages of and destruction of contending elements, the things of God are always faithful and secure. The most permanent products of man's activity are soon swept away. But the things that
Yes, these dogs are cozy.
faithful and working
Anyway, did it go through yet?
we store in the power to convince martyrs to be
It did?
knowing that God's roads
You have it?
Wow, what?
Did it go through?
Yeah, but the theorem can drop to 0. It's all gone.
Oh, well, I guess we knew that was a possibility. Yes, these dogs are cozy. They are
Why
so
did you buy Ethereum at like 6 a.m.?
cozy. Well, I think if we bought Ethereum at 6 a.m., we probably would have also wanted to have bought the Shiba Classic at 6 a.m. then too. Because the thing of that is that it was less than.
Oh, TikTok shut it off.
TikTok's what?
They just turned it off.
Yeah, it's kind of bogus, isn't it?
Like, I knew the band was funny, but damn. I didn't realize it was just gonna be like, yeah, okay, it's off.
Yeah, I remember people saying like, well, it's likely they just won't update it, da 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 da.
Yeah, like, you know, the servers they say,
They're like,
sorry,
think so.
we're closed.
Think so.
Wow. That's like brutal.
They're like, think so.
Anyways, you should go Challenge 2.
So we actually know how to pronounce it?
Yeah, you know, you can call it now. or, you know, a red book or whatever.
Assurances of God's presence and
It's like American or something.
if we do not see them,
Just American things.
God's fault. The light of His faithfulness transfixes every thought.
Yes, these dogs are cozy. They are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are cozy. They are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are cozy. Yes, they are cozy. Yes, they are so 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 cozy. Yes, these dogs are cozy. Yes, they are so cozy. Who are you? Are you there?
What?
Did it go through? Did you buy sheet of plastic? Did it work?
It's gone. Every last minute. No, it didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work?
I haven't received jack or shit
Oh, from Robin Hood yet?
from Robin Hood. Oh, I thought you sent it directly to my name.
Yeah, I sent it to your wallet from my Robin Hood.
It's called such a message of hope and inspiration to your soul. That you smile in the face of a person.
Yes, these dogs, they are so cozy.
You've never seen the beauty of those words before.
Yes, they are so cozy.
You now centered upon God. There were the dark clouds of misplaced.
These
I
dogs.
haven't received jack or shit, Greg.
Alright, we'll tell it to hurry up.
Say that.
Are cozy. These dogs are cozy. What's Sheba Classic up to right now?
163. That dollar is there.
Yes, these dogs are so cozy. Yes, these dogs, they are so cozy. Yes, they are.
63.
They are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
Someone tell me what food means, please.
Someone tells you what means?
Someone asked it.
What we really
Why don't
need.
we just gonna fucking move to China?
What we really need are people to like get excited about it, buy in, put like $10,000 in it, and then panic sell because it drops to 95. Boom, that's just $500 that just entered the system.
And as comforting as they are, this clear light of goodness has always been making battle against the darkness of sin's mists and lies. He is never satisfied until his love has intercepted the shattering fire, so that when you behold the streaming banners of the globe, that always
Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
know that you
Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
like fighters.
Yes, these dogs are cozy. Yes, these dogs are so cozy. Yes, they are so cozy. Yes, they are so cozy. Yes, they are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are so cozy. Yes, they are. They're so cozy.
That to angelic vision it is nestled in the center of a perfectly rounded ball of brilliant hue. The rainbow can never be destroyed, for the light of Christ the faith, ever about the throne of God in perfect service.
Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
God's faithfulness through all time and all eternity.
Yes, these dogs are cozy. Yes, these dogs are so 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 cozy. Yes, these dogs, they are so cozy. Yes, these dogs. Hold on, we got Doggy. Jade says hi. Doggy, 4 votes for Sheba Classic in the poll. We got 75% voting yes. 45% voting no.
Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays by George Wood Anderson. Gathering Sunsets. The sunset is
Yes, these dogs, they are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
weary with toil and worn with watching, we do not see the riches of today. Or, stirred by some new ambition, our eyes become so fixed upon the future that today's golden is trampled under foot and loss. Instead of facing the morrows who only rich and treasures, we greet it with empty hands. We are not
What's that?
householders seeking strong will governance and broad, extended
Say that again.
but are careless and wandering aimlessly from day to day.
What's it gonna what?
Having all things within our hands, we possess nothing.
No, I can't hear you at all. I don't know what you're doing.
Hello?
That's way better. Yeah, do that. Talk like that. Oh, well, what do you know? Way better.
Now I don't know what the fuck is this back on the table.
Well, you probably moved it. Anyway, what are you saying? Well,
I'm watching this guy make dumplings.
Jet.
For what king are the banners waving? For what worthy cause are all even signs thrown upon the wind? What history is recorded here? Yet the
Come on,
subject
Greg, can you just steal my $100?
trampled over careless
No, I added.
to decay.
Hold
The
on.
other gathering sun, the grasping
These dogs, they are. Listen.
Just steal my $100.
Yeah, when that $100 turns into $10 billion, you'll be thanking me.
Yeah, I would fucking do anything.
Yeah, you pay that dollar back. I bet.
Like, that and then some. Fucking say the word and I'm there. Like, literally anything. You make me $1 billion, I would, it's pretty much nothing I have to do for it.
Dealing acid was just the beginning. Trump's been bothering me today. Take care of him. Take care of his laundry shit. I'm online.
Take care of it in Minecraft. You gotta have that little in Minecraft at the end.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, it still says it's in transit.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's not even to the processing.
It is this that the inspired writer must have had in mind when he wrote that the pathway of the just is as a shining light, that shineth more and more until
Okay, so here's what it is. It's 96.96 of Ethereum with a 3.71 market fee, based on a market rate of 3375.14. So if Ethereum goes up, if Ethereum's price is greater than 3375, you'll be grateful for the time it took to process. And right now it is higher than that. It's at 3399. You hear that, Julie?
What?
you got your Ethereum, you got $96.96 of Ethereum heading your way as of a market rate of 3375. Right now it's at 3397.
Wait, how much? Ethereum? $96?
$96.96 worth of Ethereum on a market rate of 3375. Right now the market rate is 3394.
You're really taking a punt, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Our time's up, Greg.
yeah, well, evidently you gotta pay for the networking.
It's what? Do you need a loan or something, Greg? Is that why you're just taking a little on the top?
Listen, it's coming, okay? The money's fucking coming.
Yeah, like $96 worth of it.
Well, hopefully, if Ethereum, $96.96.
Interesting. It's $3.34 shy.
Well, that's...
You know what? I really want to get some, like a Coke and a donut on my way to work tomorrow, so I'm just gonna take a little break checks.
Little break tax. Remember, I added $1.
Okay, have it in your pocket.
These dogs are so cozy. We just really need this to go off. We don't understand. I need this. We need Billy in on this. Because once Billy's in on it, then you know it's like, okay, this is mainstream as fuck.
Yeah. How actually dependent are you on this working out?
I don't know. Sure would help. That's for sure. Sure would help. Yes, these dogs, they are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are so cozy. Yes, these, no, you can't eat this. He's trying to eat a dishwasher pod. That's not even a Tide Pod.
Let the dog do the Tide Pod challenge.
I feel like that's like the trashy version of the Tide Pod challenge is to use the dishwasher pods.
You got ready trash.
Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
So in the developing of the soul, we must not lose one single hour of prayer or inspiration of a noble purpose. Both building and growing are alike in this. They are processes of adding to. Brick added to brick and timber added to timber means a stately building. Cell added to cell means growth of body and increase in stature. But handling brick is not enough. They must be placed with a purpose and kept firmly fixed in the place desired.
Yes, these dogs, they are so cozy.
Physical growth depends on the cell.
Well, yes, you are so cozy.
Christian living is similar. We build a character and grow a soul, but the process is the same with both character and soul. We gain by adding to. Therefore, we must not permit any of our sunsets to fade away. All that we have gained through prayer and Christian service must be held to brighten each new morn.
Yes, these dogs are cozy. Yes, these dogs are so.
Spiritual illumination as we read the Bible. All these are priceless experiences upon which to have the newer conquests of today. We must not permit the disease of sin to sacrifice.
Timber, can you chill?
We must guard our soul and health and we may grow.
He's just harassing Willa and Jet.
Come on, let me good job.
The culture of the soul is an internal process.
No, you don't understand, okay? So Jet slid down the stairs because he fell, like he lost his footing, alright? But like that's so then he's like at a crumpled heap at the bottom of the stair. But that happened so quick and it startled Simba. So Simba jumped off the couch and ran and batted at him with his claw.
Yeah, fuck yeah, yeah. Good boy, good boy.
Like Jet just slid down the fucking stairs. And Simba's like, yeah!
Yeah, fuck you, don't fucking slide down my stairs.
Poor Jet.
Oh, Simba's such a good boy.
Yeah, he was. Where's the other?
Give him a good snuggle for me.
Okay, it's still in transit.
You should be here like instantaneously.
No, not quite.
How does it take time?
It's a good fucking question. I do not know.
What, does it have to fucking post it through the mail?
Your transfer will process over a blockchain network.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
Oh, that's what. Oh no, that's how they do it. That's what mining is, like Bitcoin mining. They're doing the calculations. You know.
But you are a cozy kitty.
Ready?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Gee, what's up?
I'll tell you how much Ethereum you have. It's 0.029826 Ethereum is on the way.
Wait, how much Ethereum?
Wait, no, hold on. That might be right.
In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the cripple did not have time to wait or to debate, for the warm hand clasp and the strong arm of the enthusiastic servant of Christ was lifting him to his feet and teaching him the gospel
I don't know. Some Ethereum is coming your way.
and sing the praises of God. Peter and John felt that they could not enter the temple to pray until they had proven arrived to worship. Practically needing much of the part of the global social needs changed. But their influence was misinterpreted by those who should. Overzealous religionists usually mistake the form for the spirit of worship. But the two benefactors arrested, accused of violating the law concerning the observance of the Sabbath day. After a night spent on the cold, damp stones of the inner prison, the two disciples were brought before the learned magistrate to explain. There is nothing more interesting than these unfriendly, scholarly investigations of religious phenomena conducted for the purpose of securing a rational, psychological explanation. The high priest, the scribes, the rulers of city and province were seated in state when the two humble followers of the social Christ, with common garb and net calloused hands, stood at the judgment
What the
bar
fuck is
and the
moods?
question, but what power
Oh, is that just another crypto token?
more modern phraseology of the
No idea.
question would be, state to the court, what is the psychological explanation of this purported miracle? It was a critical moment to these judges, for scholarship, with much ado, was studying and analyzing ignorance. But the Peter of Pentecost was not to be dismayed. He knew that the service of Christ was not formal, but practical, and that his conduct in curing a lame beggar was more important to God than the observing of 1,000 man-made forms and ceremonies. He knew from his former experience that ignorance would have no fear of the scholar's snare or the scholar's questioning when once the heart has been fully consecrated to the service of God.
What's that? What in your what?
Seek in my bed.
Yes, these dogs, they are so cozy.
Mad with power and wild, excessive sin, a mighty nation needed restraint. God stepped over the royal houses as though they were playthings upon the nursery floor, and lifted Daniel, an exile, to become the condemning conscience for them who had slain their consciences, and to become a radiant hope for those who were enslaved and had lost all courage. When the time had fully come for the kingdom of Christ to be preached to the cultured and aristocratic, he chose these two men of the fisher craft, who, though ignorant and unlearned, made the scholars and statesmen dumb with wonderment, while the crowned power of the age was humiliated, unable to cope successfully against the burden of fame. Christianity, while not encouraging ignorance, recognizes what the world often overlooks. The learning in itself has woeful limitations. When rightly employed, mental training multiplies one's power and talents, as the circle moves with strength and swiftness to the rising tide. But misapplied book learning has little value. In the crisis of life, the general information gleaned from books counts for but barely. The knowledge that water when reduced in temperature to 30 degrees or less freezes, so that a dangerous river is changed into a solid highway over which one can walk in safety, is of little value to a man who is drowning in the summertime, and very few drowning men offer a thermometer to take the temperature of the water in which they are sinking. Standing beneath a falling wall, no man is going to begin to calculate the specific gravity of the falling elements, or estimate the force impact upon his head. All learning is good, and nothing in the line of information should be ignored, for along the more or less narrow line of its own application, each truth is of inestimable value. Each added truth that one learns pulls up the tent stakes of the horizon and widens the world just so much that no man can save himself with one. Success depends not upon scholarship, but upon a spotless love for God and a boundless love for man. Herein is the wisdom of life, and the weakest man will only necessity. All men may not become one, but all men will become great and enthusiastic lovers of their fellow man. The little child that bends its arms in fervent hugs to show the measure of its affection, the struggling youth that stops to help a wounded companion, the widow fighting against poverty and dependence, the old man patiently looking for the coming day. All these men possess the secret of the royal effect. The world will be saved, not by the scholar as a scholar, but by the loving heart, not by platitude, but by kindly deeds. Goodness is such an easy thing to acquire, as it is within the reach of all. A little London newsboy seemed daily follow an unknown man from many rocks. When asked by an observer why he did so, he responded, "When he buys a paper for me, he always smiles and calls me his boy. He's the only one who ever called me that, and I just love to see him." Here was a life brightened and perhaps redeemed because a busy man of God took time to say what any one of us is able to say each day. When King Humbert would have lost his nation, he saved it, not by scholarly exhortations or startling state papers, but by visiting the hospitals of Naples and ministering with genuine affection a plague smitten people. It was a task of love that the weakest person might be able to perform, that it saved a nation for a king. The world will be saved. Righteousness shall ultimately prevail. The kingdoms of this world shall become the kingdom of our Christ. There are no failures in God's mighty plans. We may vary in our beliefs and differ greatly as to the process by which He shall accomplish His wise designs. But this is true. When this world is brought ultimately to the feet of Christ, it will have been accomplished, not by prayer alone, but by word and prayer, not by the scholar as a scholar, but by men, learned or unlearned, who have discovered the compelling and transforming power of boundless undone. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 4 of Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays by George Wood Anderson. Chapter 4, Tilling the Sky. The man that must till the soil for the building of his body must also till the sky for the growing of his soul. This was the thought of a little woman among the Ozarks who had given a long and beautiful life in training her people of the hills. It was commencement day in the college she had founded. Gathered about her were the young men and young women from the humble homes of those rugged hills. They were now leaving her sheltering care to commence life. She was such a tiny bit of a woman, but through the lens of tears in those students' eyes, she was greater and more stately than any queen. Her eyes gleamed with a love-lighted moisture. Her lips trembled with great emotions as she rose to offer her last words of counsel. She knew that very soon they would be beyond the reach of her voice, and her desire was to write just one more message upon the pages of their memories, a message that should never be erased. Breathlessly we awaited her words, which were these: My children, whatever you do, or wherever you go, this one task I place before you. Continue your study of astronomy, for there is nothing that so uplifts and widens one's life as a study of the sky. These were not the words of a mere dreamer, but of a very practical woman, and were words of wisdom uttered to young men and young women who were practical students, yearning to make their lives count. These students were trained observers who would travel that they might see things as they are. They were scholars who would study in order to make discoveries. They were to enter the strain and struggle of competition. They were to match their brawn and brain against honest rivalry and unscrupulous dishonesty. They were not entering paradise yet, amid it all. The one who yearned most for their unmeasured success and honor urged them to cast their plowshare deep into the wide expanse of overarching blue, whose owner is God, but whose harvests belong to the reaper. The little woman was very practical, for a man must not permit the narrowing influences of earthly endeavor to cramp and destroy the soul. This is the tendency of most of our daily duties, even those of the most fascinating and absorbing scientific character. A man may follow the footsteps of Luther Burbank and devote his life to the study of plants, and through his magic touch may bring beauty of form and richness of flavor to bud and blossom, vegetable and fruit, and yet the very fascination of the work may bind him into a narrow world of just buds and blossom, vegetables and fruits. He may, like Edison or Steinmetz, choose the fairyland of electricity, or, like Madame Curie, enter the enchanted realm of radioactivity, or, like Morse and Bell and Davenport, become wizards in the world of invention and find a joy that is as perilous as it is unutterable. nature or invention absorbs and fascinates as clover blossoms claim to be. He who studies will find that a lifetime is too short to fathom the unmeasured depths of an atom or explore the mysteries of one drop of dew. But the very fascination of these things is their peril, for the tendency of any line of endeavor is to narrow and to restrict one's life. One need not yield to this tendency, but the chances are that he will. Darwin reports spending several delightful years studying fish worms, but while engaged in this absorbing task, he lost all his taste for music. Ericsson had a similar experience. Planning, with steel armor, to remake the navies of the world, he refused his soul all sound of blended tones, endeavoring to feed his whole nature on armor plate. It was not until Old Bull, against Ericsson's desire, entered his factory and began playing his violin that the great inventor became a weeping, willing captive, kneeling at the shrine of music, tearfully confessing that he had then found that which he had lost, and for which his soul had been craving. When a man, through the microscope, begins a life study of the infinitesimal, he is apt to get his own ego into the field of vision and magnify himself. On the other hand, considering only his own achievements in art or architecture, one is apt to exaggerate his own importance, saying, "Is not this great Babylon, which I have builded?" However, when he begins to study the stars and comprehend something of the vastness of the plan upon which God has made heaven and the earth, he will see his own littleness and exclaim with the psalmist, "When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars, which thou hast ordained, what is man?" No earth-made ceiling is high enough for a growing brain. Each individual must have a God-made sky in which to lift his head and think the thoughts of the Almighty. The earthly thing upon which we set our affection and which we think so essential may mean the wreck and ruin of the soul. It is easy to neglect the brain and direct all one's energies toward gaining earthly possessions, not for the opportunities afforded for benevolence, but that one may dress in style and enjoy a social life, not knowing that it is far better to be a great thinker than to be the best dressed man in Paris. Poverty may be infinitely better than wealth when the individual has a familiar sky above his head and a good book in his hand. How insignificant are Earth's greatest obstacles compared with the immensities of stellar space. Nothing can hinder the man who is accustomed to measure the distances between stars. With his eyes on the distant suns, poverty becomes a molehill, poor health but a breath of mist, and success is within easy reach. It is good for one to till the sky until he learns the vastness of his Creator's thoughts. One of the richest harvests garnered from the sky is a revelation of the accuracy with which God works. The stars do not dwell in a land of hit or miss, and eclipses are not accidental happenings. No ship cuts the waves of the sea with half the accuracy as star and planet move in their appointed courses. There are no swervings nor deviations from the plan of God, so that an astronomer can calculate the exact second when a comet will return from its long journey through unseen realms, as well as foretell the conjunction of planets 1,000 years from now. God has appointed an exact second for the rising of the sun, and another exact second for its setting, and man knows what both of them are 1,000 years before the day rise. Then let us till the sky until we learn that he who planned the high-arched blue and marked orbits for stars and planets is also the designer of our own lives, and has set for us a divine purpose somewhat like the vastness of the sky, yielding ourselves to God as the heavenly constellations yield themselves to their controlling powers. Each one has a greater life to live and a more sublime destiny to attain than his fondest dreams. How foolish it is to till the soil for money and miss the very essence of life by failing to utilize the sky that yields such tender ministries with so little effort. It is well to look upward and learn a lesson of patience. The open sky teaches that the plans of God are not worked out in a day, The journey from stardust to harvest-laden planet peopled by a happy family of contented men requires many millions of years, yet from the beginning it was in the mind of God. He has never altered his plan, but with divine accuracy the work has passed from stage to stage of development with perfect progression. With such an example, we must learn patience and not become discouraged when we cannot see the end from the beginning. A child can make a shelf full of mud pies in one summer's afternoon, and they will last no longer than the first rain. Hasty work means wasted effort. Life that endures must be planned of God, fulfilled with astronomical accuracy, and most patiently developed. How wonderful the brain that is molded after something of the vastness of the open sky, and how thrilling to walk until the fields of heavenly blue. We were meant for those heights. It does not require a very great elevation in the pure atmosphere of a western state to push back the horizon 40 and 50 miles. This planet is not the objective of life. It is only the hilltop where God has placed us for a little while, that we may catch a vision as wide as the universe and as high as his own white throne. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays by George Wood Anderson. Unquarried Statues. Michelangelo, with his statues of David and Moses, proved that Phidias and Praxiteles had not exhausted the marvelous possibilities of the art of sculpture. Rodin, with his Thinker, has shown, while Phidias and Praxiteles demonstrated the possibility of giving immortality to the unsurpassed beauty of Grecian form, and while Michelangelo revealed the power of expressing grace, as in David, and commanding leadership, as in Moses, that the achievements of these two schools of art were the pillars of Hercules, not marking the limit of art, of the open gateway to uncharted seas and undiscovered realms in the art of reshaping marble. There is not a lofty sentiment of the soul, a struggling aspiration toward goodness, or form of idealism that cannot be made to live in marble and exert undying influence. There is more than an angel in the block of marble. There are all the hopes and fears, joys and sorrows, laughter and tears, longings and aspirations, desires and despairs. There is all that is manly, noble, and heroic, lying in any block of marble awaiting the coming of the liberating chisel. What inspiration to the young artist of today, and what joy to all lovers of the beautiful. The depths of earth are stored with a wealth of unquarried statues. The progress of civilization is oft-times hindered because youth, in thinking of statues, consider the pedestals upon which they rest rather than the depth in which they were quarried. They very often do not care to begin life at the right place, because they covet praise and enjoy the warm, congenial atmosphere of appreciation. They shun the depths, hours of loneliness, the unrequited toil of preparation, and the laborious efforts of beginning. Modeling clay is an important part of the achievement, but getting the proper marble is one of the first essentials. The experience of Michelangelo is common to all men of real achievement. He found that the marketplace does not offer marble blocks of sufficient size for him to work out his divine conception. Hucksters and makers of money in the marketplace seldom understand ambitious youth that asks for larger blocks than they are capable of handling. Their idea of a great thought is an ornament for the mantelpiece. But men of achievement will not be daunted. Locking his studio, Angelo went to superintend the breaking of blocks in the mountain of Carrara. And when the sluggish-minded people of the mountains refused to do his bidding, he opened new quarries in Serravares. Before he could carve his statue, he knew that he must quarry a block of marble sufficiently large. He knew also that the block of marble could be had for the digging. He found what he needed, but did not exhaust the treasury. The world still has the material richer than that which made Angelo and Ronan famous, awaiting the youth of ambition to undertake great things, and the willingness, at any cost, to superintend the breaking of the marble blocks from the buried storehouses. The pleasure of nature is to store her raw material in seemingly inaccessible strongholds. She does not willingly yield them to men lacking vision and great conceptions. If they were of easy access, common men would crush them to make roads for donkeys to tramp over. Nature's treasures are too valuable for ignorance to destroy, so she locks them in secret depths or inaccessible heights, awaiting the coming of the man of genius. If only a man yields himself to the divine leadings and catches a vision of a statue like Moses, or a facade for the church of San Lorenzo, or for a mausoleum for the Medici, no mountainside is too steep to chisel a roadway through the jagged rocks. No morass so yielding but that a solid highway may be erected. No water so troubled but that boats may safely transport the precious marble. He will not depend upon hirelings nor lean upon borrowed strength. The dream of beauty must be wrought in marble. The unquarried statue must be lifted from obscurity and made to live in some public place. Therefore, he will personally attend to the breaking of the blocks. It is not an easy matter to live out a divine idea and make it a thing tangible and real for a critical world to examine and criticize and afterwards love and venerate. Sluggards and lovers of ease cannot do it. To them, an unquarried statue is only a stone. For centuries, no one has given it any attention. Why should they? They would rather have something to eat and drink. A cushioned chair is far more comfortable to sit on, and a potato is much more substantial food. What they want is something to eat, and a place in which to lounge, and because they do not see the value of great ideas, they can never be forgotten when dead, for they were never known while living.
I think this is going to be...
He lives who forgets to live and concentrates all his powers in bringing to light the vision of his beauty-loving soul. It may be the beauty of art, or the beauty of worthy living. It may be the beauty of perfect workmanship in shop or factory, or the beauty of a wholesome influence flowing from noble character. It may be loveliness of sympathetic serving, or the beauty of aggressive battle for righteousness. It may take any one of many forms of exalted thinking and endeavor, yet its realization comes only when one eats and drinks and bends every energy, not for the sake of living, but for the realization of that which is more than living. How lamentable for a human life to end and find at the final judgment that all its days were of less value to the world than that of a coral polyp. How wonderful for one to be made out of dust, and after a while to crumble back into dust, and yet refusing to grovel in the dust, leave the world richer and better and more beautiful, so that people of another age will breathe his name in reverence as they behold that which he hath wrought. Professor Finson, the inventor of the light cure, was an invalid for many years, yet he labored like a slave in the severest self-denial to bring his invention without compensation to the service of the world's sick and suffering. He had but one dread, and that was the regret of dying and leaving his little 5-year-old boy without any memory of his father. He desired to live long enough to impress his face and life upon the memory of his son, that in the after years the growing man would never forget the one who toiled so earnestly for him. He did not want to be forgotten. How little did he dream of the immortality that was his. He found an unquarried statue in the sunbeam where others had overlooked it. Through ceaseless toil, he brought it within the vision of the world and gained a name that countless ages will not forget. How wonderful to be the son of such a man! And though the image of the father's face be blotted from the memory, the statue that he carved will help and heal the generations. How wonderful to be the son of such a man, but how much more wonderful it is to be the man himself, to fight with optimistic heart against the ravages of disease, to overcome the natural yearnings of a father's heart, to endure the most slavish toil without thought or hope of compensation, to be a sick man fighting for others who were sick, a dying man making battle against disease that others may not taste of death. This is the joy unspeakable, to know that life is not in vain, but everlastingly worthwhile. The visions shall not fade as summer clouds at twilight time, but shall live in that which is as imperishable as marble. Each one can say with deep resolve, men shall behold the beauty of my soul by beholding the beauty of my daily life. Since words are blossoms, I shall with gracious speech show my friends how choice a garden I have planted in my heart. Since every blossom bears a seed, I shall take pleasure in planting them within the hearts of others, that the beauty of my life may live in them. Out of the marble block that it has been mine to break from its hiding place, I shall carve the image I have treasured so long within my heart. To do this is to find a joy unspeakable. Life is not useless, but gloriously worthwhile. Eating and drinking and toiling for that which is far more than life, one can never die. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays by George Wood Anderson. The Ages to Come. No matter how earnestly we may love our life calling and rejoice in our chosen field of activity, there are hours when the easiest task becomes irksome and its daily repetition seems unbearable. However healthy the soul and robust the moral nature, a constant onslaught of sorrow may wound like a poisoned dart, filling the soul with painful forebodings. Beholding the transitoriness of life, and the apparent frailty and uncertainty of those things upon which we place our heaviest dependence, we become depressed and feel that nothing is permanent, and that life's products are but empty shadows. These are common experiences, and their frequent repetition does not lessen their depressive power. Coming upon us today, they are just as hurtful as when they challenged us for the first time. That we may overcome these disagreeable tendencies and live a life victorious, Paul reveals the secret of his own achievements. To him, work never became drudgery, sorrow never festered or left a feverish wound, while even the most commonplace incident was of the deepest significance, because he had learned to acquire and maintain a deep perspective that placed each moment of time in the white light of eternity. He believed that we are not created for the hour, but for the centuries, and that we must work not so much for the present hour as for the years that are yet to be. The one purpose of every word and deed to Paul was to show the ages to come the exceeding riches of God's grace. As the prolific and luxuriant vegetation of the Carboniferous age bordered the lakes with ferns, the rivers with reeds, and the hillsides and valleys with gigantic trees of grotesque form, that in the ages to come man might have the exhaustless culvert to protect him from the cold, as the cold polyps buried beneath the waves love and labor and die, generation after generation, until a coral island lifts its head to receive the kisses of the passing waves and extend the arms of a protecting harbor, that in the ages to come the storm-tossed mariners may find safe shelter against the stormy wind and wave. So you and I are to love and labor and die, not for ourselves, but that the ages to come, through our goodness and fidelity, may behold the riches of God's grace.
Alright, can you tell Billy to
This
go?
does not mean that we are to so bury the present and the future that our lives shall consist of nothing save vague dreams and idle contemplations. It means the opposite. We are to magnify the present and give it increasing value by crowding it within eternal significance. We are not to drop today into the silent ocean of the future and see it fade from sight, but into today we are to crowd tomorrow and all the other tomorrows that shall follow. Instead of losing the drop of water in Niagara, we are to crowd all the dashes.
Hey, what's Dad's phone number?
Niagara into the single
Hold on,
drop of
actually,
water.
type. Hold on,
Instead of
don't tell me
losing
because
the dew
I'm.
in the ocean,
I'm
we
not
crowd
doxing.
the ocean into the dewdrop. Instead of burying the present into the future, we gather all eternity and crowd it into a single lifetime, so that every second of time becomes as precious as 1,000 years of eternity, and the smallest task we have to perform becomes as sacred as the songs of the angels. When one possesses this conception of life that crowds a vast eternity into the compass of a single individual life, no toil can ever become drudgery. Every deed has divine significance. The most ordinary task will be performed carefully, knowing that it must stand the scrutiny and criticisms of the passing centuries. We labor then with the various elements of life, as the artists of Venice toil with their priceless mosaics, willing to spend a lifetime of painstaking endeavor in forming a single feature of a saint, knowing that long after they themselves have ceased to toil, the wisdom of untold centuries shall review their efforts to either praise or blame. Hitherto we have despised the commonplace things that fell to our hands, while we busied ourselves searching for some great theme worthy of our effort, with the result that nothing has been accomplished. Now we find that only is truly great which is commonplace. Divine opportunities are everywhere.
This
In
is
the
like really
low-browed
annoying.
man upon the street, we see the possibility of an
Greg?
ennobled and redeemed humanity.
Hold on.
I'm gonna let you go because that's like really obnoxious.
Okay, I will tell you when it shows out on my end when the
So we learn to study
the thing is gone through. Okay.
Alright, you better.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Divine destinies are dependent upon the perfection with which we toil, adding a charm to every endeavor that never fades with weariness. There can be no drudgery to him who has a perspective eternity long. This conception of life which Paul gives us will carry us unharmed through all the misfortunes of life. It is impossible for us to escape sorrow. By rigid economy, we may save our money only to have it stolen by a deceitful friend. We may build a home only to find it purchased and occupied by another. Loved ones more precious than our own lives have been lured from our side by the hand of death. These hours are naturally darkened of tortuous length, and if it were not for the fact that we have learned to think in terms of eternity, we would die of a broken heart. But we do not die. We pass through them with triumphant tread. The soul sobs but does not bleed. The heart hurts but does not break. We are not living for this world alone. Our horizon has been widened because we have been lifted to a higher level. We can now see two worlds. Our faith sweeps onward as far as God can think. The earthly home for which we planned and toiled has passed into the hands of another, but we rejoice in the knowledge that we have a home not made with toiling, blistered hands of earth, but one eternal in the heavens. Our loved ones no longer greet us at the table or occupy their accustomed places in the family circle, but we have not lost them forever. They have simply passed from time into eternity, and because we also are the children of eternity, they are still our own, and we shall see them once again. Thank God for the transforming power that comes into every life when, by divine aid, one crowds eternal significance into his days and works, not for himself, but for the ages to come. Paul's view of life enables us to find perfect satisfaction in working with the frailties of time, in building that which is immortal in character and service. Possessed with such a purpose, the spider's web becomes a cable, dust becomes slabs of marble, and seconds become decades. There is nothing more fragile than a word, spoken in stammering weakness, but with a trembling desire to be of service. Yet out of one word fitly spoken may be created an influence that sweeps heaven and earth. A faltering word of Christian testimony was spoken by a godly man, made weak by an unconquerable embarrassment, but his utterance proved mighty. Lodging in the heart of Charles Spurgeon, it started him on his wonderful career that is yet shaking all Christendom. The smile of the face is far more delicate than the frailest blossom that opens its soft petals in obedience to the caressing influence of the sun, for its existence is but for the fraction of a second. Yet one kindly, love-illumined look has been the force that has lifted multitudes of mortals out of despondency and uselessness, and made them the creators of mighty moral and religious forces. It was a smile that saved John G. Woolley for the cause of temperance. A smile and a word and the gift of a handkerchief were all that Frances E. Willard used to redeem one of the most notorious characters of Chicago and make her one of God's ministers of light among the fallen. When one learns to live with the light of eternity flooding his pathway, there is not an event in life so small and insignificant that he cannot employ it to create and afterward use it to sustain eternal influences. There is joy now in living for Christ, but let us live, not for that joy alone, but that in the ages to come we may show the exceeding riches of God's grace. Let them, through us, behold what the grace of God can do to save, to keep, to empower, and to make immortal such sin-smitten ones as we have been. This is the secret for making toil pleasant, sorrows helpless, and the humblest effort in enterprise of such character as crowds earth with richer meaning and fills the heavens with newfound joys. Show them that the greatest of all known forces is a Christ-filled life. End of section 6. Chapter 7 of Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unfinished Rainbows and Other Essays by George Wood Anderson. The Unlocked Door of Truth. History has proven that the power of the all-highest warlord is as weak as a baby's arm compared with the power of the humblest individual who has entered into and taken possession of some great truth. 1,000 lords and ladies were gathered within the Babylonian palace, which was ablaze with light and filled with music. All hail to King Belshazzar. His praises were upon every lip. All honor to the royal family that had lifted the hanging gardens above the low-lying plains, who had swung gates of bronze and planned the mightiest city in the world. Every lip praised and every heart feared the power of the daring king. But when the finger of God wrote a message of fire upon the palace walls, it was no longer Belshazzar who was ruler. The fate of king and lord and ladies was in the hand of Daniel. He alone of that great throng had seen and entered into the truth of temperance and self-control. Such was the sustaining power of that possessed truth that when the man-made king trembled and a nation crumbled into oblivion, he alone stood unmoved and triumphant amid the wreck and chaos. Before the throne of ecclesiastical autocracy, the rulers of the nations bowed in weakness and everlasting shame. The autocracy of superstition is the most merciless and deadly known. But when the power of Rome was at the zenith of her unscrupulous reign, Martin Luther, a common man with uncommon sense, discovered and entered into the great truth that the just shall live by faith. Entering into that truth, he found a power before which the claims of the Pope became insignificant, and by his boldness brought religious liberty to the people, thus gaining universal love and immortality.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 100 Proofs that the Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter. A challenge to the Johns Hopkins University. 100 Proofs that the Earth is Not a Globe. Dedicated to Richard A. Proctor, Esquire, the greatest astronomer of the age, by William Carpenter, referee for John Hamden, Esquire, in the celebrated scientific wager in 1870. author of Common Sense on Astronomy, London, 1866, Proctor's Planet Earth, Wallace's Wonderful Water, The Delusion of the Day, etc., etc. Upright, Downright, Straightforward, Baltimore, printed and published by the author, number 71 2 Street, 1885. Introduction. Parallax, the founder of the Zetetic philosophy, is dead, and it now becomes the duty of those, especially who knew him personally, and who labored with him in the cause of truth against error, to begin anew the work which is left in their hands. Dr. Samuel B. Robotham finished his earthly labors in England, the country of his birth, December 23, 1884, at the age of 89. He was, certainly, one of the most gifted of men, and though his labors as a public lecturer were confined within the limits of the British Islands, his published work is known all over the world, and is destined to live and be republished when books on the new popular system of philosophy will be considered no other like than his bundles of waste paper. For several years did Parallax spread a knowledge of the facts which formed the basis of his system without the slightest recognition from the newspaper press until, in January 1849, the people were informed by the Wilts Independent that lectures had been delivered by a gentleman adopting the name of Parallax to prove modern astronomy unreasonable and contradictory, that great skill was shown by the lecturer, and that he proved himself to be thoroughly acquainted with the subject in all its bearings. Such was the beginning. The end will not be so easily described. The truth will always find advocates, men who care not a snap of their fingers for the mere opinion of the world, whatever form it may take, whilst they know that they are the masters of the situation, and that reason is king. In 1867, Parallax was described as a paragon of courtesy, good temper, and masterly skill in debate. The author of the following hastily gotten up pages is proud of having spent many a pleasant hour in the company of Samuel Burley Robotham. A complete sketch of the Zetetic philosophy is impossible in a small pamphlet, and many things necessarily remain unsaid, which, perhaps, should have been touched upon, but which would, to some extent, have interfered with the plan laid down, the bringing together in a concise form 100 proofs that the earth is not a globe. Much may be gathered, indirectly, from the arguments in these pages, as to the real nature of the earth on which we live, and of the heavenly bodies which were created for us. The reader is requested to be patient in this matter, and not expect a whole flood of light to burst in upon him at once, through the dense clouds of opposition and prejudice which hang all around. Old ideas have to be gotten rid of by some people before they can entertain the new, and this will especially be the case in the matter of the sun, about which we are taught by Mr. Proctor as follows. The globe of the sun is so much larger than that of the earth that no less than 1,250,000 globes as large as the earth would be wanted to make up together a globe as large as the sun. Whereas we know that, as it is demonstrated that the sun moves round the earth, its size is proportionally less. We can then easily understand that day and night and the seasons are brought about by his daily circuits round in a course concentric with the north, diminishing in their extent to the end of June and increasing until the end of December, the equatorial region being the area covered by the sun's mean motion. If, then, these pages serve but to arouse the spirit of inquiry, the author will be satisfied. The right hand of fellowship in this good work is extended, in turn, to Mr. J. Lindgren, 90 South First Street, Brooklyn, ED, New York, Mr. M.C. Flanders, lecturer, Kendall, Orleans County, New York, and to Mr. John Hamden, editor of Parallax, a new journal, Cosmos House, Fulham, Surrey, England. 100 proofs that the earth is not a globe. If man uses the senses which God has given him, he gains knowledge. If he uses them not, he remains ignorant. Mr. R.A. Proctor, who has been called the greatest astronomer of the age, says, "The earth on which we live and move seems to be flat." Now, he does not mean that it seems to be flat to the man who shuts his eyes in the face of nature, or who is not in the full possession of his senses. No, but to the average common sense, wide-awake thinking man. He continues, That is, though there are hills and valleys on its surface, yet it seems to extend on all sides in one and the same general level. Again he says, there seems nothing to prevent us from traveling as far as we please in any direction toward the circle all around us, called the horizon, where the sky seems to meet the level of the earth. The level of the earth. Mr. Proctor knows right well what he is talking about, for the book from which we take his words, Lessons in Elementary Astronomy, was written, he tells us, to guard the beginner against the captious objections which have, from time to time, been urged against accepted astronomical theories. The things which are to be defended, then, are these accepted astronomical theories. It is not truth that is to be defended against the assaults of error. Oh no, simply theories, right or wrong, because they have been accepted. Accepted? Why, they have been accepted because it was not thought to be worthwhile to look at them. Sir John Herschel says, we take for granted, from the outset, the Copernican system of the world. He did not care whether it was the right system or a wrong one, or he would not have done that. He would have looked into it. But forsooth, the theories are accepted, and of course, the men who have accepted them are the men who will naturally defend them if they can. So, Richard A. Proctor tries his hand, and we shall see how it fails him. His book was published without any date to it at all, but there is internal evidence which will fix that matter closely enough. We read of the carrying out of the experiments of the celebrated scientist, Alfred R. Wallace, to prove the convexity of the surface of standing water, which experiments were conducted in March 1870 for the purpose of winning £500 from John Hampden, Esquire, of Swindon, England, who had wagered that sum upon the conviction that the said surface is always a level one. Mr. Proctor says, the experiment was lately tried in a very amusing way. In or about the year 1870, then, Mr. Proctor wrote his book, and instead of being ignorant of the details of the experiment, he knew all about them. And whether the amusing part of the business was the fact that Mr. Wallace wrongfully claimed the £500 and got it, or that Mr. Hampden was the victim of the false claim, it is hard to say. The way in which the experiment was carried out is, to all intents and purposes, just the way in which Mr. Proctor states that it can be tried. He says, however, that the distance involved in the experiment should be 3 or 4 miles. Now, Mr. Wallace took up 6 miles in his experiment, and was unable to prove that there is any curvature, though he claimed the money and got it. Surely it would be amusing for anyone to expect to be able to show the curvature of the earth in 3 or 4 miles, as Mr. Proctor suggests. Nay, it is ridiculous. But the greatest astronomer of the age says the thing can be done, and he gives a diagram, showing how the roundness of the earth can be proved by means of 3 boats on a large sheet of water, 3 or 4 miles. But though the accepted astronomical theories be scattered to the winds, we charge Mr. Proctor either that he has never made the experiment with the 3 boats, or that, if he has, the experiment did not prove what he says it will. Accepted theories, indeed! Are they to be bolstered up with absurdity and falsehood? Why, if it were possible to show the 2 ends of a 4-mile stretch of water to be on a level, with the central portion of that water bulged up, the surface of the earth would be a series of 4-mile curves. But, Mr. Proctor says, we can set 3 boats in a line on the water, as at A, B, and C, figure 7. Then, if equal masts are placed in these boats, and we place a telescope, as shown, so that when we look through it, we see the tops of the masts of A and C, we find the top of the mast of B is above the line of sight. Now, here is the point. Mr. Proctor either knows, or he ought to know, that we will not find anything of the sort. If he has ever tried the experiment, he knows that the 3 masts will range in a straight line, just as common sense tells us they will. If he has not tried the experiment, he should have tried it, or have paid attention to the details of experiments by those who have tried similar ones a score of times and again. Mr. Proctor may take either horn of the dilemma he pleases. He is just as wrong as a man can be either way. He mentions no names, but he says a person had written a book in which he said that he had tried such an experiment as the above, and had found that the surface of the water was not curved. That person was Parallax, the founder of the zetetic philosophy. He continues, another person seems to have believed the first, and became so certain that the earth is flat as to wager a large sum of money that if 3 boats were placed as in figure 7, the middle one would not be above the line joining the 2 others. That person was John Hampden. And, says Mr. Proctor, unfortunately for him, someone who had more sense agreed to take his wager, and of course won his money. Now the someone who had more sense was Mr. Wallace. And, says Proctor in continuation, he, Hampden, was rather angry, and it is a strange thing that he was not angry with himself for being so foolish, or with the person who had said he had tried the experiment, and so led him astray, but with the person who had won his money. Here, then, we see that Mr. Proctor knows better than to say the experiments conducted by Parallax were things of the imagination only, or that a wrong account had been given of them. And it would be well if he knew better than to try to make his readers believe that either one or the other of these things is the fact. But there is the old Bedford Canal now, and there are 10,000 places where the experiment may be tried. Who, then, are the foolish people? Those who believe the record of experiments made by searchers after truth? Or those who shut their eyes to them, throw a doubt upon the record, charge the conductors of the experiments with dishonesty, never conduct similar experiments themselves, and declare the results of such experiments to be so and so, when the declaration can be proved to be false by any man with a telescope in 24 hours? Mr. Proctor, the sphericity of the earth cannot be proved in the way in which you tell us it can be. We tell you to take back your words and remodel them on the basis of truth. Such careless misrepresentations of facts are a disgrace to science. They are the disgrace of theoretical science today. Mr. Blackie, in his work on self-culture, says, all flimsy, shallow, and superficial work, in fact, is a lie, of which a man ought to be ashamed. That the earth is an extended plane, stretched out in all directions away from the central north, over which hangs, forever, the North Star, is a fact which all the falsehoods that can be brought to bear upon it with their dead weight will never overthrow. It is God's truth, the face of which, however, man has the power to smirch all over with his unclean hands. Mr. Proctor says, we learn from astronomy that all these ideas, natural though they seem, are mistaken. Man's natural ideas, conclusions, and experimental results, then, are to be overthrown by what? By astronomy? By a thing without a soul? A mere theoretical abstraction? The outcome of the dreamer? Never! The greatest astronomer of the age is not the man, even, who can so much as attempt to manage the business. We find, says Mr. Proctor, that the earth is not flat, but a globe, not fixed, but in very rapid motion, not much larger than the moon, and far smaller than the sun and the greater number of the stars. First, then, Mr. Proctor, tell us how you find that the earth is not flat, but a globe. It does not matter that we find it so put down in that conglomeration of suppositions which you seek to defend. The question is, what is the evidence of it? Where can it be obtained? The earth on which we live and move seems to be flat, you tell us. Where, then, is the mistake? If the earth seemed to be what it is not, how are we to trust our senses? And if it is said that we cannot do so, are we to believe it, and consent to be put down lower than the brutes? No, sir. We challenge you, as we have done many times before, to produce the slightest evidence of the earth's rotundity from the world of facts around you. You have given to us the statement we have quoted, and we have the right to demand
Google Gadget type in poll.
We have before us
No, Google Gadget type.
announcing the absurd dogma as worse
Chat
than
filter,
absurdity, as a fraud, and as a fraud that flies in the face
Google
of
Gadget
divine
type. I don't know how to
revelation.
type.
Well, then, Mr. Proctor, in demanding a proof of the earth's rotundity, or the frank admission of your errors, we are tempted to taunt you as we tell you that it is utterly out of your power to produce one. And we tell you that you do not dare even to lift up your finger to point us to the so-called proofs in the school books of the day, for you know the measure of absurdity of which they are composed, and how disgraceful it is to allow them to remain as false guides of the youthful mind. Mr. Proctor, we charge you that, whilst you teach the theory of the earth's rotundity and mobility, you know that it is a plane. And here is the ground of the charge. On page 7 of your book, you give a diagram of the surface on which we live, and the supposed globe, the supposed hollow globe of the heavens arched over the said surfaces. Now, Mr. Proctor, you picture the surface on which we live in exact accordance with your verbal description. And what is that description? We shall scarcely be believed when we say that we give it just as it stands. The level of the surface on which we live, and that there may be no mistake about the meaning of the word level, we remind you that your diagram proves that the level which you mean is the level of the mechanic, a plane surface, and not the level of the astronomer, which is a convex surface. In short, your description of the Earth is exactly what you say it seems to be, and yet what you say it is not. The very aim of your book being to say so. And we call this the prostitution of the printing press. And it is all the evidence that is necessary to bring the charge home to you, since the words in the diagram are on page 7 of your own book. You know then that Earth is a plane, and so do we. Now for the evidence of this grand fact, that other people may know it as well as you, remembering from first to last that you have not dared to bring forward a single item from the mass of evidence which is to be found in the Zetetic Philosophy by Parallax, a work the influence of which was the avowed object of your own book to crush, except that of the 3 boats, an experiment which you have never tried, and the result of which has never been known by anyone who has tried it to be as you say it is. End of introduction. Recording by Todd.
Section 1 of 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Mack, Tucson, Arizona. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe by William Carpenter. 1. The aeronaut can see for himself that the Earth is a plane. The appearance presented to him, even at the highest elevation he has ever attained, is that of a concave surface. This being exactly what is to be expected of a surface that is truly level, since it is the nature of level surfaces to appear to rise to a level with the eye of the observer. This is ocular demonstration and proof that the Earth is not a globe. 2. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, this surface has always found to be level. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. 3. Surveyors' operation in the construction of railroads, tunnels, or canals are conducted without the slightest allowance being made for curvature, although it is taught that this so-called allowance is absolutely necessary. This is a cutting proof that the Earth is not a globe. 4. There are rivers that flow for hundreds of miles toward the level of the sea without falling more than a few feet. Notably the Nile, which in 1,000 miles falls but a foot. A level expanse of this extent is quite incompatible with the idea of the Earth's convexity. It is therefore a reasonable proof that the Earth is not a globe. 5. The lights which are exhibited in lighthouses are seen by navigators at distances at which, according to the scale of the supposed curvature given by astronomers, they ought to be many hundreds of feet, in some cases down below the line of sight. For instance, the light at Cape Hatteras is seen at such a distance, 40 miles, that according to theory, it ought to be 900 feet higher above the level of the sea than it absolutely is, in order to be visible. This is a conclusive proof that there is no curvature on the surface of the sea. The level of the sea, ridiculous though it is to be under the necessity of proving it at all, is nevertheless a conclusive proof that the Earth is not a globe. 6. If we stand on the sands of the seashore and watch a ship approach us, we shall find that she will apparently rise to the extent of her own height, nothing more. If we stand upon an eminence, the same law operates still. but it is the law of perspective which causes objects as they approach us to appear to increase in size until we see them close to us, the size they are in fact. That there is no other rise than the one spoken of is plain from the fact that no matter how high we ascend above the level of the sea, the horizon rises on and still on as we rise, so that it is always on a level with the eye, though it be 200 miles away, as seen by Mr. J. Gaisher of England from Mr. Coxwell's balloon. So that a ship 5 miles away may be imagined to be coming up the imaginary downward curve of the Earth's surface, but if we merely ascend a hill such as Federal Hill, Baltimore, we may see 25 miles away, on a level with the eye, that is 20 miles level distance beyond the ship that we vainly imagine to be rounding the curve and coming up. This is plain proof that the Earth is not a globe. 7. If we take a trip down the Chesapeake Bay in the daytime, we may see for ourselves the utter fallacy of the idea that when a vessel appears hull down, as it is called, it is because the hull is behind the water. For vessels have been seen and may often be seen again, presenting the appearance spoken of, and far away beyond those vessels, and at the same moment the level shoreline with its accompanying complement of tall trees towering up in perspective over the heads of the hull-down ships. Since then, the idea will not stand its ground when the facts rise up against it, and it is a piece of the popular theory. The theory is a contemptible piece of business, and we may easily raise from it the proof that the Earth is not a globe. 8. If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest thing for the navigator to take to sea with him, but such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 9. As mariners take to sea with them charts constructed as though the sea were a level surface. However, these charts may err as to the true form of this level surface taken as a whole. It is clear, as they find them answer their purpose tolerably well, and only tolerably well, for many ships are wrecked owing to the error of which we speak, that the surface of the sea is taken to be, whether the captain of the ship supposes the Earth to be a globe or anything else. Thus then we draw from the common system of plain sailing a practical proof that the Earth is not a globe. 10. That the mariner's compass points north and south at the same time is a fact as indisputable as that 2 and 2 make 4. But that this would be impossible if the thing were placed on a globe with north and south at the center of the opposite hemispheres is a fact that does not figure in the school books, though very easily seen and requires no lengthy train of reasoning to bring out of it a pointed proof that the Earth is not a globe. 11. As the mariner's compass points north and south at one time, and as the north to which it is attracted is that part of the Earth situate where the North Star is in the zenith, it follows that there is no south point or pole, but that while the center is north, a vast circumference must be south in its whole extent. This is proof that the Earth is not a globe. 12. As we have seen that there is really no south point or pole, but an infinity of points forming together a vast circumference, the boundary of the known world with its battlements of icebergs, which bid defiance to man's onward course in a southerly direction, so there can be no east or west points, just as there is no yesterday and no tomorrow. In fact, as there is one point that is fixed, the north, It is impossible for any other point to be fixed likewise. East and west are therefore merely directions at right angles with a north and south line. And as the south point of the compass shifts round to all parts of the circular boundary, as it may be carried round the central north, so the directions east and west crossing this line continued form a circle at any latitude. A westerly circumnavigation, therefore, is going round with the North Star continually on the right hand, and an easterly circumnavigation is performed only when the reverse condition of things is maintained, the North Star being on the left hand as the journey is made. These facts, taken together, form a beautiful proof that the Earth is not a globe. 13. As the mariner's compass points north and south at one and the same time, and a meridian is a north and south line, it follows that meridians can be no other than straight lines. But since all meridians on a globe are semicircles, it is an incontrovertible proof that the Earth is not a globe. 14. Parallels of latitude only of all imaginary lines on the surface of the Earth are circles, which increase progressively from the northern center to the southern circumference. The mariner's course in the direction of any one of these concentric circles is his longitude, the degrees of which increase to such an extent beyond the equator going southwards that hundreds of vessels have been wrecked because of the false idea created by the untruthfulness of the charts and the globular theory together, causing the sailor to be continually getting out of his reckoning. With a map of the Earth in its true form, all difficulty is done away with, and ships may be conducted anywhere with perfect safety. This, then, is a very important practical proof that the Earth is not a globe. 15. The idea that instead of sailing horizontally around the Earth, ships are taken down one side of a globe, then underneath, and are brought up on the other side to get home again, is, except as a mere dream, impossible and absurd. And since there are neither impossibilities nor absurdities in the simple matter of circumnavigation, it stands without argument a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 16. If the Earth were a globe, the distance round its surface, say 45 degrees south latitude, could not be possibly any greater than it is at the same latitude north. But since it is found by navigators to be twice the distance, to say the least of it, or double the distance it ought to be according to the globular theory, it is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 17. Human beings require a surface on which to live that in its general character shall be level. And since the omniscient Creator must have been perfectly acquainted with the requirements of his creatures, it follows that being an all-wise Creator, he has met them thoroughly. This is a theological proof that the Earth is not a globe. 18. The best possessions of man are his senses, and when he uses them all, he will not be deceived in his survey of nature. It is only when some one faculty or the other is neglected or abused that he is deluded. Every man in full command of his senses knows that a level surface is a flat or horizontal one, but astronomers tell us that the true level is the curved surface of a globe. They know that man requires a level surface on which to live, so they give him one in name which is not one in fact. Since this is best that astronomers, with their theoretical science, can do for their fellow creatures, deceive them. It is clear that things are not as they say they are, and, in short, it is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 19. Every man in his senses goes the most reasonable way to work to do a thing. Now astronomers, one after another, following a leader, while they are telling us that the Earth is a globe, are cutting off the upper half of this supposititious globe in their books, and in this way forming the level surface on which they describe man as living and moving. Now, if the Earth were really a globe, this would be just the most unreasonable and suicidal mode of endeavoring to show it. So that, unless theoretical astronomers are all out of their senses together, it is clearly a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 20. The common sense of man tells him, if nothing else told him, that there is an up and a down in nature, even as regards the heavens and the earth. But the theory of modern astronomers necessitates the conclusion that there is not. Therefore, the theory of the astronomers is opposed to common sense, and yes, to inspiration. And this is a common sense proof that the Earth is not a globe. 21. Man's experience tells him that he is not constructed like the flies that can live and move upon the ceiling of a room with as much safety on the floor. And since the modern theory of a planetary Earth necessitates a crowd of theories to keep company with it, and one of them is that men are really bound to the Earth by a force which fastens them to it, like needles round a spherical lodestone, a theory perfectly outrageous and opposed to all human experience, it follows that unless we can trample upon common sense and ignore the teachings of experience, we have evident proof that the Earth is not a globe. 22. God's truth never, no never, requires a falsehood to keep it along. Mr. Proctor, in his lessons, says men, quote, have been able to go round and round the earth in several directions, close quote. Now, in this case, the word several will imply more than two, unquestionably, whereas it is utterly impossible to circumnavigate the earth in any other than an easterly or westerly direction. And the fact is perfectly consistent and clear in its relation to the earth as a plane. Now, since astronomers would not be so foolish as to damage a good cause by misrepresentation, it is presumptive evidence that their cause is a bad one, and a proof that the earth is not a globe. 23. If astronomical work be searched through and through, there will not be found a single instance of a bold, unhesitating, or manly statement respecting a proof of the Earth's rotundity. Proctor speaks of proofs which serve to show that the Earth is not flat, and says that man, by supposing that the Earth is a globe, and says that people have assured themselves that it is a globe, but he says also that there is a most complete proof that the Earth is a globe, just as though anything in the world could possibly be one but a proof that proves and settles the whole question. This, however, all the money in the United States Treasury would not buy, and unless the astronomers are all so rich that they don't want the cash, it is a sterling proof that the Earth is not a globe. 24. When a man speaks of a most complete thing amongst several other things which claim to be what that thing is, it is evident that they must fall short of something which the most complete thing possesses. And when it is known that the most complete thing is an entire failure, it is plain that the others and all sundry are worthless. Proctor's most complete proof that the Earth is a globe lies in what he calls the fact that distances from place to place agree with calculation. But since the distance round the Earth at 45 degrees south of the equator is twice the distance it would be on a globe, it follows that what is the greatest astronomer of the age calls a fact is not a fact. That his most complete proof is a most complete failure. and that he might as well have told us at once that he has no proof to give us at all. Now, since if the earth be a globe, there would necessarily be piles of proofs of it all around us. It follows that when astronomers with all their ingenuity are utterly unable to point out one, to say nothing about picking one up, but they give us proof that the earth is not a globe. 25. The surveyor's plans in relation to the laying of the first Atlantic telegraph cable show that in 1,665 miles from Valentia, Ireland to St. John's, Newfoundland, the surface of the Atlantic Ocean is a level surface, not the astronomer's level either. The authoritative drawings published at the time are a standing evidence of the fact and form a practical proof that the earth is not a globe. End of section 1. Recording by Tom Mack.
Section 2 of 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe by William Carpenter. 26. If the Earth were a globe, it would, if we take Valentia to be the place of departure, curvate downwards in the 1,665 miles across the Atlantic to Newfoundland, according to the astronomer's own tables, more than 300 miles. But as the surface of the Atlantic does not do so, the fact of its levelness having been clearly demonstrated by telegraph cable surveyors, it follows that we have a grand proof that Earth is not a globe. 27. Astronomers, in their consideration of the supposed curvature of the Earth, have carefully avoided the taking of that view of the question which, if anything were needed to do so, would show its utter absurdity. It is this. If, instead of taking our ideal point of departure to be at Valentia, we consider ourselves at St. John's, the 1,665 miles of water between us and Valentia would just as well curvate downwards as it did in the other case. Now, since the direction in which the Earth is said to curvate is interchangeable, depending indeed upon the position occupied by a man upon its surface, the thing is utterly absurd, and it follows that the theory is an outrage and that the Earth does not curvate at all, an evident proof that the Earth is not a globe. 28. Astronomers are in the habit of considering 2 points on the Earth's surface, without, it seems, any limit as to the distance that lies between them as being on a level, and the intervening section, even though it be an ocean, as a vast hill of water. The Atlantic Ocean, in taking this view of the matter, would form a hill of water more than 100 miles high. The idea is simply monstrous and could only be entertained by scientists whose whole business is made up of materials of the same description, and it certainly requires no argument to deduce from such a science as this a satisfactory proof that the Earth is not a globe. If the Earth were a globe, it would unquestionably have the same general characteristics, no matter its size, as a small globe that may be stood upon the table. As the small globe has top, bottom and sides, so must also the large one, no matter how large it be. But as the Earth, which is supposed to be a large globe, has no sides or bottom as the small globe has, the conclusion is irresistible that it is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 30. If the Earth were a globe, an observer who should ascend above its surface would have to look downwards at the horizon. if it be possible to conceive of a horizon at all under such circumstances. Even as astronomical diagrams indicated, at angles varying from 10 to nearly 50 degrees below the horizontal line of sight. It is just as absurd as it would be to be taught that when we look at a man full in the face, we are looking down at his feet. But as no observer in the clouds or upon any eminence on the earth has ever had to do so, it follows that the diagrams spoken of are imaginary and false, that the theory which requires such things to prop it up is equally airy and untruth, and that we have a substantial proof that Earth is not a globe. 31. If the Earth were a globe, it would certainly have to be as large as it is said to be, 25,000 miles in circumference. Now, the thing which is called a proof of the Earth's roundness, and which is presented to children at school, is that if we stand on the seashore, we may see the ships, as they approach us, absolutely coming up, and that, as we are able to see the highest parts of these ships first, it is because the lower parts are behind the Earth's curve. Now, since if this were the case, that is, if the lower parts of these ships were behind a hill of water at all, the size of the Earth, indicated by such a curve as this, would be so small that it would only be big enough to hold the people of a parish, if they could get all round it, instead of the nations of the world. It follows that the idea is preposterous, that the appearance is due to another and to some reasonable cause, and that instead of being a proof of the globular form of the Earth, it is a proof that Earth is not a globe. 32. It is often said that if the Earth were flat, we could see all over it. This is the result of ignorance. If we stand on the level surface of a plain or a prairie and take notice, we shall find that the horizon is formed at about 3 miles all around us. That is, the ground appears to rise up, until at that distance it seems on a level with the eye line or line of sight. Consequently, objects no higher than we stand, say 6 feet, and which are at that distance, 3 miles, have reached the vanishing point, and are beyond the sphere of our unaided vision. This is the reason why the hull of a ship disappears in going away from us before the sails, and instead of there being about it the faintest shadow of evidence of the Earth's rotundity, it is a clear proof that Earth is not a globe. 33. If the Earth were a globe, people, except those on the top, would certainly have to be fastened to its surface by some means or other, whether by the attraction of astronomers or by some other undiscovered and undiscoverable process. But as we know that we simply walk on its surface without any other aid than that which is necessary for locomotion on a plane, it follows that we have herein a conclusive proof that Earth is not a globe. 34. If the Earth were a globe, there certainly would be, if we could imagine the thing to be peopled all round, antipodes. People who, says the dictionary, living exactly on the opposite side of the globe to ourselves, have their feet opposite to ours. People who are hanging heads downwards whilst we are standing heads up. But since the theory allows us to travel to those parts of the Earth where the people are said to be heads downwards, and still to fancy ourselves to be heads upwards, and our friends whom we have left behind us to be heads downwards, it follows that the whole thing is a myth, a dream, a delusion, and a snare. And instead of there being any evidence at all in this direction to substantiate the popular theory, it is a plain proof that the Earth is not a globe. 35. If we examine a true picture of the distant horizon, or the thing itself, we shall find that it coincides exactly with a perfectly straight and level line. Now, since there could be nothing of the kind on a globe, and we find it to be the case all over the Earth, it is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 36. If we take a journey down the Chesapeake Bay by night, we shall see the light exhibited at Sharp's Island for an hour before the steamer gets to it. We may take up a position on the deck so that the rail of the vessel's side will be in a line with the light and in the line of sight, and we shall find that in the whole journey the light will not vary in the slightest degree in its apparent elevation. But say that a distance of 13 miles has been traversed, the astronomer's theory of curvature demands a difference, one way or the other, in the apparent elevation of the light of 112 feet 8 inches. Since, however, there is not a difference of 112 hair's breadths, we have a plain proof that the water of the Chesapeake Bay is not curved, which is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 37. If the Earth were a globe, there would very likely be, for nobody knows, 6 months day and 6 months night at the Arctic and Antarctic regions, as astronomers dare to assert there is, for their theory demands it. But, as this fact, the 6 months day and 6 months night, is nowhere found but in the Arctic regions, it agrees perfectly with everything else that we know about the Earth as a plane, and whilst it overthrows the accepted theory, it furnishes a striking proof that Earth is not a globe. 38. When the Sun crosses the equator in March and begins to circle round the heavens in north latitude, the inhabitants of high northern latitudes see him skimming round their horizon and forming the break of their long day in a horizontal course, not disappearing again for 6 months, as he rises higher and higher in the heavens, whilst he makes his 24-hour circle until June, when he begins to descend and goes on until he disappears beyond the horizon in September. Thus, in the northern regions, they have that which the traveller calls the midnight sun, as he sees that luminary at a time when, in his more southern latitude, it is always midnight. If then, for 1/2 the year, we may see for ourselves the sun making horizontal circles round the heavens, it is presumptive evidence that for the other half year he is doing the same, although beyond the boundary of our vision. This, being a proof that Earth is a plane, is therefore a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 39. We have abundance of evidence that the sun moves daily round and over the Earth in circles concentric with the northern region, over which hangs the North Star. But since the theory of the Earth being a globe is necessarily connected with the theory of its motion round the sun in a yearly orbit, it falls to the ground when we bring forward the evidence of which we speak, and in so doing forms a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 40. The Suez Canal, which joins the Red Sea with the Mediterranean, is about 100 miles long. It forms a straight and level surface of water from one end to the other, and no allowance for any supposed curvature was made in its construction. It is a clear proof that the Earth is not a globe. 41. When astronomers assert that it is necessary to make allowance for curvature in canal construction, it is of course in order that in their idea a level cutting may be had for the water. How flagrantly then do they contradict themselves when they say that the curved surface of the Earth is a true level? What more can they want for a canal than a true level? Since they contradict themselves in such an elementary point as this, it is an evidence that the whole thing is a delusion, and we have a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 42. It is certain that the theory of the Earth's rotundity and that of its mobility must stand or fall together. A proof, then, of its immobility is virtually a proof of its non-rotundity. Now, that the Earth does not move, either on an axis or in an orbit around the Sun or anything else, is easily proven. If the Earth went through space at the rate of 1100 miles in a minute of time, as astronomers teach us, in a particular direction, there would unquestionably be a difference in the result of firing off a projectile in that direction and in a direction the opposite of that one. But as in fact there is not the slightest difference in any such case, it is clear that any alleged motion of the Earth is disproved, and that therefore we have a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 43. The circumstances which attend bodies which are caused merely to fall from a great height prove nothing as to the motion or stability of the Earth, since the object, if it be on a thing that is in motion, will participate in that motion. But if an object be thrown upwards from a body at rest, and again from a body in motion, the circumstances attending its descent will be very different. In the former case, it will fall, if thrown vertically upwards, at the place from whence it was projected. In the latter case, it will fall behind. The moving body from which it is thrown will leave it in the rear. Now, fix a gun, muzzle upwards, accurately in the ground. Fire off a projectile, and it will fall by the gun. If the Earth travelled 1100 miles a minute, the projectile would fall behind the gun in the opposite direction to that of the supposed motion. Since then this is not the case, in fact, the Earth's fancied motion is negatived, and we have a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 44. It is in evidence that if a projectile be fired from a rapidly moving body in an opposite direction to that in which the body is going, it will fall short of the distance at which it would reach the ground if fired in the direction of motion. Now, since the Earth is said to move at the rate of 19 miles in a second of time, from west to east, it would make all the difference imaginable if the gun were fired in an opposite direction. But as, in practice, there is not the slightest difference, whichever way the thing may be done, we have a forcible overthrow of all fancies relative to the motion of the Earth, and a striking proof that the Earth is not a globe. 45. The Astronomer Royal of England, George B. Airy, in his celebrated work on astronomy, the Ipswich Lectures, says, Jupiter is a large planet that turns on his axis. And why do not we turn? Of course, the common sense reply is, because the Earth is not a planet. When, therefore, an Astronomer Royal puts words into our mouth wherewith we may overthrow the supposed planetary nature of the Earth, we have not far to go to pick up a proof that Earth is not a globe. End of section 2. Recording by Jane Bennett.
Section 3 of 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe by William Carpenter. 46. It has been shown that an easterly or westerly motion is necessarily a circular course round the central north. The only north point or center of motion of the heavenly bodies known to man is that formed by the North Star, which is over the central portion of the outstretched earth. When therefore astronomers tell us of a planet taking a westerly course round the sun, the thing is as meaningless to them as it is to us, unless they make the sun the northern center of the motion, which they cannot do. Since then the motion which they tell us the planets have is on the face of it absurd, and since as a matter of fact the earth can have no absurd motion at all, it is clear that it cannot be what astronomers say it is, a planet, and if not a planet, it is a proof that earth is not a globe. 47. In consequence of the fact being so plainly seen by everyone who visits the seashore that the line of the horizon is a perfectly straight line, it becomes impossible for astronomers, when they attempt to convey pictorially an idea of the earth's convexity, to do so with even a shadow of consistency, for they dare not represent this horizon as a curved line, so well known it is that it is a straight one. The greatest astronomer of the age, in page 15 of his Lessons, gives an illustration of a ship sailing away, as though she were rounding the top of a great hill of water, and there, of truth, is the straight level line of the horizon, clear along the top of the hill from one side of the picture to the other. Now, if this picture were true in all its parts, and it is outrageously false in several, it would show that the earth is a cylinder, for the hill shown is simply up one side of the level, horizontal line, and we are led to suppose down the other. Since then we have such high authority as Professor Richard A. Proctor that the earth is a cylinder, it is certainly a proof that the earth is not a globe. 48. In Mr. Proctor's Lessons in Astronomy, page 15, the ship is represented as sailing away from the observer, and it is given in 5 positions or distances away on its journey. Now, in the first position, its masts appear above the horizon, and consequently higher than the observer's line of vision. But in its second and third positions, representing the ship as further and further away, it is drawn higher and still higher up above the line of the horizon. Now, it is utterly impossible for a ship to sail away from an observer under the conditions indicated, and to appear as given in the picture. Consequently, the picture is a misrepresentation, a fraud, and a disgrace. A ship starting to sail away from an observer, with her masts above his line of sight, would appear indisputably to go down and still lower down towards the horizon line, and could not possibly appear to anyone with his vision undistorted as going in any other direction, curved or straight. Since then the design of the astronomer-artist is to show the earth to be a globe, and the points in the picture, which would only prove the earth to be cylindrical if true, are not true. It follows that the astronomer-artist fails to prove pictorially either that the earth is a globe or a cylinder, and that we have therefore a reasonable proof that the earth is not a globe. 49. It is a well-known fact that clouds are continually seen moving in all manner of directions, yes, and frequently in different directions at the same time, from west to east being as frequent a direction as any other. Now, if the earth were a globe revolving through space from west to east at the rate of 19 miles in a second, the clouds appearing to us to move towards the east would have to move quicker than 19 miles in a second to be thus seen, whilst those which appear to be moving in the opposite direction would have no necessity to be moving at all, since the motion of the earth would be more than sufficient to cause the appearance. But it only takes a little common sense to show us that it is the clouds that move just as they appear to do, and that therefore the earth is motionless. We have then a proof that the earth is not a globe. 50. We read in the inspired book, or collection of books called the Bible, nothing at all about the earth being a globe or a planet, from beginning to end, but hundreds of allusions there are in its pages which could not be made if the earth were a globe, and which are therefore said by the astronomer to be absurd and contrary to what he knows to be true. This is the groundwork of modern infidelity. But since every one of many, many allusions to the earth and the heavenly bodies in the scriptures can be demonstrated to be absolutely true to nature, and we read of the earth being stretched out above the waters, as standing in the water and out of the water, of its being established that it cannot be moved, we have a store from which to take all the proofs we need, and we will just put down one proof, the scriptural proof that the earth is not a globe. 51. A standing order exists in the English Houses of Parliament that in the cutting of canals, etc., the datum line employed shall be a horizontal line which shall be the same throughout the whole length of the work. Now, if the earth were a globe, this order could not be carried out, but it is carried out. Therefore, it is proof that the earth is not a globe. 52. It is a well-known and indisputable fact that there is a far greater accumulation of ice south of the equator than is to be found at its equal latitude north. And it is said that the Kerguelen, 50 degrees south, 18 kinds of plants exist, whilst in Iceland, 15 degrees nearer the north center, there are 870 species. And indeed, all the facts in the case show that the sun's power is less intense at places in the southern region than it is in corresponding latitudes north. Now, on the Newtonian hypothesis, all this is inexplicable, while it is strictly in accordance with the facts brought to light by the carrying out of the principles involved in the zetetic philosophy of parallax. This is proof that the earth is not a globe. 53. Every year the sun is as long south of the equator as he is north. And if the earth were not stretched out, as it is in fact, but turned under, as the Newtonian theory suggests, it would certainly get as intensive a share of the sun's rays south as north. But the southern region being, in consequence of the fact stated, far more extensive than the region north, the sun having to complete its journey round every 24 hours, travels quicker as he goes farther south, from September to December, and his influence has less time in which to accumulate at any given point. Since then the facts could not be as they are if the earth were a globe, it is proof that the earth is not a globe. 54. The aeronaut is able to start his balloon and remain for hours in the air at an elevation of several miles, and come down again in the same county or parish from which he ascended. Now, unless the earth dragged the balloon along with its 19 miles a second motion, it must be left far behind in space. But since balloons have never been known thus to be left, it is proof that the earth does not move, and therefore a proof that the earth is not a globe. 55. The Newtonian theory of astronomy requires that the moon borrow her light from the sun. Now, since the sun's rays are hot and the moon's light sends with it no heat at all, it follows that the sun and moon are two great lights, as we somewhere read. And the Newtonian theory is a mistake, and that therefore we have a proof that the earth is not a globe. 56. The sun and moon may often be seen high in the heavens at the same time, the sun rising in the east and the moon setting in the west. The sun's light positively putting the moon's light out by sheer contrast. If the accepted Newtonian theory were correct, and the moon had her light from the sun, she ought to be getting more of it when face to face with that luminary, if it were possible for a sphere to act as a reflector all over its face. But as the moon's light pales before the rising sun, it is a proof that the theory fails, and this gives us a proof that the earth is not a globe. 57. The Newtonian hypothesis involves the necessity of the sun, in the case of a lunar eclipse, being on the opposite side of a globular earth, to cast its shadow on the moon. But since eclipses of the moon have taken place with both the sun and the moon above the horizon, it follows that it cannot be the shadow of the earth that eclipses the moon, that the theory is a blunder, and that it is nothing less than a proof that the earth is not a globe. 58. Astronomers have never agreed amongst themselves about a rotating moon revolving round a rotating and revolving earth. This earth, moon, planets, and their satellites all, at the same time dashing through space around the rotating and revolving sun, towards the constellation Hercules at the rate of 4 millions of miles a day. And they never would. Agreement is impossible. With the Earth a plane and without motion, the whole thing is clear. And if a straw will show which way the wind blows, this may be taken as a pretty strong proof that the Earth is not a globe. 59. Mr. Proctor says, the sun is so far off that even moving from one side of the Earth to the other does not cause him to be seen in a different direction. At least the difference is too small to be measured. Now, since we know that north of the equator, say 45 degrees, we see the sun at midday to the south, and that at the same distance south of the equator, we see the sun at midday to the north. Our very shadows on the ground cry aloud against the delusion of the day and give us a proof that Earth is not a globe. 60. There is no problem more important to the astronomer than that of the sun's distance from the Earth. Every change in the estimate changes everything. Now, since modern astronomers in their estimates of the distance have gone all the way along the line of figures from 3 millions of miles to 104 millions, today the distance means something over 91 million. It matters not how much, for not many years ago Mr. Hine gave the distance accurately as 95,370,000. It follows that they don't know, and that it is foolish for anyone to expect that they ever will know the sun's distance. And since all this speculation and absurdity is caused by the primary assumption that the Earth is a wandering heavenly body, and all is swept away by a knowledge of the fact that Earth is a plane, it is clear proof that the Earth is not a globe. End of section 3.
Section 4 of 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe by William Carpenter. 61. It is plain that a theory of measurements without a measuring rod is like a ship without a rudder, that a measure that is not fixed, not likely to be fixed, and never has been fixed, forms no measuring rod at all, and that as modern theoretical astronomy depends upon the sun's distance from the Earth as its measuring rod, and the distance is not known, it is a system of measurements without a measuring rod, a ship without a rudder. Now, since it is not difficult to foresee the dashing of this thing upon the rock on which zetetic astronomy is founded, it is a proof that Earth is not a globe. 62. It is commonly asserted that the Earth must be a globe because people have sailed round it. Now, since this implies that we can sail round nothing unless it be a globe, and the fact is well known that we can sail round the Earth as a plane, the assertion is ridiculous, and we have another proof that Earth is not a globe. 63. It is a fact not so well known as it ought to be that when a ship in sailing away from us has reached the point at which her hull is lost to our unaided vision, a good telescope will restore to our view this portion of the vessel. Now, since telescopes are not made to enable people to see through a hill of water, it is clear that the hulls of ships are not behind a hill of water when they can be seen through a telescope, though lost to our unaided vision. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe. 64. Mr. Glacier, in speaking of his balloon ascends, says, the horizon always appeared on a level with the car. Now, since we may search amongst the laws of optics in vain for any principle that would cause the surface of a globe to turn its face upwards instead of downwards, it is a clear proof that the Earth is not a globe. 65. The Reverend D. Olmsted, in describing a diagram which is supposed to represent the Earth as a globe, with the figure of a man sticking out at each side and one hanging head downwards, says, we should dwell on this point until it appears to us as truly up, in the direction given to these figures as it does with regard to a figure which he has placed on the top. Now, a system of philosophy which requires us to do something which is really the going out of our minds by dwelling on an absurdity until we think it is a fact, cannot be a system based on God's truth, which never requires anything of the kind. Since, then, the popular theoretical astronomy of the day requires this, it is evident that it is the wrong thing, and that this conclusion furnishes us with the proof that the earth is not a globe. 66. It is often said that the predictions of eclipses prove astronomers to be right in their theories, but it is not seen that this proves too much. It is well known that Ptolemy predicted eclipses for 600 years on the basis of a plane Earth, with as much accuracy as they are predicted by modern observers. If, then, the predictions prove the truth of the particular theories current at the time, they just as well prove one side of the question as the other, and enable us to lay claim to a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 67. 700 miles is said to be the length of the Great Canal in China. Certain it is that, when this canal was formed, no allowance was made for curvature, yet the canal is a fact without it. This is a Chinese proof that the Earth is not a globe. 68. Mr. J. N. Lockyer says, because the sun seems to rise in the east and set in the west, the Earth really spins in the opposite direction, that is, from west to east. Now, this is no better than though we were to say, because a man seems to be coming up the street really goes down to the man. And since true science would contain no such nonsense as this, it follows that the so-called science of theoretical astronomy is not true, and therefore we have a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 69. Mr. Lockyer says, the appearances connected with the rising and setting of the sun and stars may be due either to our Earth being at rest and the sun and stars traveling round it, or the Earth itself turning round, while the sun and stars are at rest. Now, since true science does not allow of any such beggarly alternatives as these, it is plain that modern theoretical astronomy is not true science, and that its leading dogma is a fallacy. We have then a plain proof that the Earth is not a globe. 70. Mr. Lockyer, in describing his picture of the supposed proof of the Earth's rotundity by means of ships rounding a hill of water, uses these words, diagrams showing how, when we suppose the Earth is round, we explain how it is that ships at sea appear as they do. This is utterly unworthy of the name of science. A science that begins by supposing and ends by explaining the supposition is, from beginning to end, a mere farce. The men who can do nothing better than amuse themselves in this way must be denounced as dreamers only, and their leading dogma a delusion. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe. 71. The astronomer's theory of a globular Earth necessitates the conclusion that, if we travel south of the equator to see the North Star, is an impossibility. Yet it is well known this star has been seen by navigators when they have been more than 20 degrees south of the equator. This fact, like hundreds of other facts, puts the theory to shame and gives us a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 72. Astronomers tell us that, in consequence of the Earth's rotundity, the perpendicular walls of buildings are nowhere parallel, and that even the walls of houses on opposite sides of a street are not strictly so. But since all observation fails to find any evidence of this want of parallelism which theory demands, the idea must be renounced as being absurd, and in opposition to all well-known facts. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 73. Astronomers have made experiments with pendulums which have been suspended from the interior of high buildings, and have exulted over the idea of being able to prove the rotation of the Earth on its axis by the varying direction taken by the pendulum over a prepared table underneath, asserting that the table moved round under the pendulum instead of the pendulum shifting and oscillating in different directions over the table. But since it has been found that, as often as not, the pendulum went round the wrong way for the rotation theory, chagrin has taken the place of exultation, and we have a proof of the failure of astronomers in their efforts to substantiate their theory, and therefore a proof that Earth is not a globe. 74. As to the supposed motion of the whole solar system in space, the Astronomer Royal of England once said, "The matter is left in a most delightful state of uncertainty, and I shall be very glad if anyone can help us out of it. But since the whole Newtonian scheme is today in a most deplorable state of uncertainty, for whether the moon goes round the earth or the earth round the moon has, for years, been a matter of raging controversy, it follows that root and branch the whole thing is wrong, and all hot from the raging furnace of philosophical frenzy, we find a glowing proof that Earth is not a globe." 75. Considerably more than 1,000,000 Earths would be required to make up a body like the Sun, the astronomers tell us, and more than 53,000 suns would be wanted to equal the cubic contents of the star Vega. And Vega is a small star, and there are countless millions of these stars, and it takes 30 million years for the light of some of these stars to reach us at 12 million miles in a minute. And, says Mr. Proctor, I think a moderate estimate of the age of the Earth would be 500 million years. Its weight, says the same individual, is 6 sextillion tons. Now, since no human being is able to comprehend these things, the giving of them to the world is an insult, an outrage. And though they have all arisen from the one assumption that Earth is a planet, instead of upholding the assumption, they drag it down by the weight of their own absurdity and leave it lying in the dust, a proof that Earth is not a globe. 76. Mr. J.R. Young, in his work on navigation, says, although the path of the ship is on a spherical surface, yet we may represent the length of the path by a straight line on a plane surface, and plain sailing is the rule. Now, since it is altogether impossible to represent a curved line by a straight one, and absurd to make the attempt, it follows that a straight line represents a straight line and not a curved one. And, since it is the surface of the waters of the ocean that is being considered by Mr. Young, it follows that this surface is a straight surface, and we are indebted to Mr. Young, a professor of navigation, for a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 77. Oh, but if the Earth is a plane, we could go to the edge and tumble over, is a very common assertion. This is a conclusion that is formed too hastily, and facts overthrow it. The Earth certainly is just what man by his observation finds it to be, and what Mr. Proctor himself says it seems to be, flat, and we cannot cross the icy barrier which surrounds it. This is a complete answer to the objection, and of course a proof that Earth is not a globe. 78. Yes, but we can circumnavigate the south easily enough, is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region, indirectly to be sure, but she was 3 years about it and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times round on the globular hypothesis. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe. 79. The remark is common enough that we can see the circle of the Earth if we cross the ocean, and that this proves it to be round. Now, if we tie a donkey to a stake on a level common, and he eats the grass all around him, it is only a circular disc that he has to do with, not a spherical mass. Since, then, circular discs may be seen anywhere, as well from a balloon in the air as from the deck of a ship, or from the standpoint of the donkey, it is a proof that the surface of the Earth is a plane surface, and, therefore, a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 80. It is supposed in the regular course of the Newtonian theory that the Earth is, in June, about 190 millions of miles away from its position in December. Now, since we can, in middle north latitudes, see the North Star, on looking out of a window that faces it, and out of the very same corner of the very same pane of glass in the very same window, all the year round, it is proof enough for any man in his senses that we have made no motion at all. It is a proof that the earth is not a globe. 81. Newtonian philosophers teach us that the moon goes round the earth from west to east, but observation, man's most certain mode of gaining knowledge, shows us that the moon never ceases to move in the opposite direction, from east to west. Since then, we know that nothing can possibly move in two opposite directions at the same time. It is a proof that the thing is a big blunder, and in short, it is a proof that the earth is not a globe. 82. Astronomers tell us that the moon goes round the earth in about 28 days. Well, we may see her making her journey round every day if we make use of our eyes, and these are about the best things we have to use. The moon falls behind in her daily motion as compared with that of the sun to the extent of one revolution in the time specified, but that is not making a revolution. Failing to go as fast as other bodies go in one direction does not constitute a going round in the opposite one, as the astronomers would have us believe. And since all this absurdity has been rendered unnecessary for no other purpose than to help other absurdities along, it is clear that the astronomers are on the wrong track, and it needs no long train of reasoning to show that we have a proof that the earth is not a globe. 83. It has been shown that meridians are necessarily straight lines, and that it is impossible to travel round the earth in a north or south direction, from which it follows that, in the general acceptation of the word degree, the 360th part of a circle, meridians have no degrees, for no one knows anything of a meridian circle or semicircle to be thus divided. But astronomers speak of degrees of latitude in the same sense as those of longitude. This then is done by assuming that to be true which is not true. Zetetic philosophy does not involve this necessity. This proves that the basis of this philosophy is a sound one, and in short is a proof that the earth is not a globe. 84. If we move away from an elevated object on or over a plain or a prairie, the height of the object will apparently diminish as we do so. Now, that which is sufficient to produce this effect on a small scale is sufficient on a large one, and traveling away from an elevated object, no matter how high, over a level surface, no matter how far, will cause the appearance in question, the lowering of the object. Our modern theoretical astronomers, however, in the case of the apparent lowering of the North Star as we travel southward, assert that it is evidence that the earth is globular. But as it is clear that an appearance which is fully accounted for on the basis of known facts cannot be permitted to figure as evidence in favor of that which is only a supposition, it follows that we rightfully order it to stand down and make way for a proof that the earth is not a globe. 85. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the earth's surface, and at the same time. Now, if the earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill and others down, taking it for a fact that there really is an up and a down in nature, whatever form she assumes. But since rivers do not flow uphill, and the globular theory requires that they should, it is a proof that the earth is not a globe. End of section 4.
Section 5 of 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe by William Carpenter. Proof 86. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. the assertion that they could be retained under these circumstances being an outrage upon human understanding and credulity. But as the earth, that is, the habitable world of dry land, is found to be standing out of the water and in the water of the mighty deep, whose circumferential boundary is ice, we may throw the statement back into the teeth of those who make it and flaunt before their faces the flag of reason and common sense, inscribed with a proof that the earth is not a globe. 87. The theory of a rotating and revolving earth demands a theory to keep the water on its surface. But as the theory which is given for this purpose is as much opposed to all human experience as the one which it is intended to uphold, it is an illustration of the miserable makeshifts to which astronomers are compelled to resort, and affords a proof that the earth is not a globe. 88. If we could, after our minds had once been opened to the light of truth, conceive of a globular body on the surface of which human beings could exist, the power, no matter by what name it be called, that would hold them on would then necessarily have to be so constraining and cogent that they could not live. The waters of the oceans would have to be as a solid mass, for motion would be impossible. But we not only exist, but live and move, and the water of the ocean skips and dances like a thing of life and beauty. This is proof that the earth is not a globe. 89. It is well known that the law regulating the apparent decrease in the size of objects as we leave them in the distance, or as they leave us, is very different with luminous bodies from what it is in the case of those which are non-luminous. Sail past the light of a small lamp in a rowboat on a dark night, and it will seem to be no smaller when a mile off than it was when close to it. Proctor says, in speaking of the sun, his apparent size does not change, far off or near, and then he forgets the fact. Mr. Proctor tells us subsequently that if the traveller goes so far south that the North Star appears on the horizon, the sun should therefore look much larger if the earth were a plane. Therefore, he argues, the path followed cannot have been the straight course, but a curved one. Now, since it is nothing but common scientific trickery to bring forward as an objection to stand in the way of a plain earth the non-appearance of a thing which has never been known to appear at all, it follows that unless that which appears to be trickery were an accident, it was the only course open to the objector to trick. Mr. Proctor, in a letter to the English mechanic for October the 20th, 1871, boasts of having turned a recent convert to the zetetic philosophy by telling him that his arguments were all very good, but that it seems as though, mark the language, the sun ought to look 9 times larger in summer. And Mr. Proctor concludes thus: he saw indeed that in his faith in parallax he had written himself down an ass. Well then, trickery or no trickery on the part of the objector, the objection is a counterfeit, a fraud, no valid objection at all. And it follows that the system which does not purge itself of these things is a rotten system, and the system which it advocates, with Mr. Proctor at their head, would crush if they could find a weapon to use. The zetectic philosophy of parallax is destined to live. This is a proof that the earth is not a globe. 90. Is water level, or is it not? Was a question once asked of an astronomer. Practically, yes. Theoretically, no, was the reply. Now, when theory does not harmonize with practice, the best thing to do is to drop the theory. It is getting too late now to say so much the worse for the facts. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to stand in water is to acknowledge the facts which form the basis of zetetic philosophy. And since this will have to be done sooner or later, it is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 91. By actual observation, says Schrodler in his Book of Nature, we know that the other heavenly bodies are spherical. Hence we unhesitatingly assert that the Earth is so also. This is a fair sample of all astronomical reasoning. When a thing is classed amongst other things, the likeness between them must first be proven. It does not take a Schrodler to tell us that heavenly bodies are spherical, but the greatest astronomer of the age will not now dare to tell us that the Earth is, and attempt to prove it. Now, since no likeness has ever been proven to exist between the Earth and the heavenly bodies, the classification of the Earth with the heavenly bodies is premature, unscientific, false. This is a proof that Earth is not a globe. 92. There is no inconsistency in supposing that the Earth does move round the Sun, says the Astronomer Royal of England. Certainly not, when theoretical astronomy is all supposition together. The inconsistency is in teaching the world that the thing supposed is a fact. Since then, the motion of the Earth is supposition only, since indeed it is necessary to suppose it at all. It is plain that it is a fiction and not a fact, and since mobility and sphericity stand or fall together, we have before us a proof that Earth is not a globe. 93. We have seen that astronomers, to give us a level surface on which to live, have cut off one half of the globe in a certain picture in their books. Now astronomers, having done this, one half of the substance of their spherical theory is given up. Since then, the theory must stand or fall in its entirety.
Her mom is like,
it has rarely fallen
pretty with it.
when the half is gone.
But
Nothing
her dad has
remains
got
there
this
but a plain Earth,
Parkinson's disease.
which is, of course, a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 94. In Cornell's Geography, there is an illustrated proof of the form of the Earth. A curved line on which is represented a ship in 4 positions as she sails away from an observer is an arc of 72 degrees, or 1/5 of the supposed circumference of the globe, about 5,000 miles. 10 such ships as those which are given in the picture would reach the full length of the arc, making 500 miles as the length of the ship. The man in the picture, who is watching the ship as she sails away, is about 200 miles high, and the tower from which he takes an elevated view at least 500 miles high. These are the proportions, then, of men, towers, and ships, which are necessary in order to see a ship in her different positions as she rounds the curve of the great hill of water over which she is supposed to be sailing. For it must be remembered that this supposed proof depends upon lines and angles of vision which, if enlarged, would still retain their characteristics. Now, since ships are not built 500 miles long, with masts in proportion, and men are not quite 200 miles high, it is not what it is said to be, a proof of rotundity, but either an ignorant farce or a cruel piece of deception. In short, it is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 95. In Cornell's Intermediate Geography, 1881, page 12, is an illustration of the natural divisions of land and water. This illustration is so nicely drawn that it affords at once a striking proof that Earth is a plane. It is true to nature and bears the stamp of no astronomer artist. It is a pictorial proof that Earth is not a globe. 96. If we refer to the diagram in Cornell's Geography, page 4, and notice the ship in its position the most remote from the observer, we shall find that, though it is about 4,000 miles away, it is the same size as the ship that is nearest to him, distant about 700 miles. This is an illustration of the way in which astronomers ignore the laws of perspective. This course is necessary, or they would be compelled to lay bare the fallacy of their dogmas. In short, there is in this matter a proof that the earth is not a globe. 97.
Oh.
Mr. Hind,
Oh,
the
the other
English
thing I'm big
astronomer,
on
says,
lately is
the
YouTube Live.
simplicity with which the seasons are explained by the revolution
I'm
of
actually-
the Earth in her orbit and the obliquity of the ecliptic may certainly be adduced as a strong presumptive proof of the correctness of the Newtonian theory. For on no other rational suppositions with respect to the relations of the Earth and Sun can these and other as well-known phenomena be accounted for. But, as true philosophy has no suppositions at all, and has nothing to do with suppositions, and the phenomena spoken of are thoroughly explained by facts, the presumptive proof falls to the ground, covered with the ridicule it so richly deserves, and out of the dust of Mr. Hind's rational suppositions, we see standing before us a proof that Earth is not a globe. 98. Mr. Hind speaks of the astronomer watching a star as it is carried across the telescope by the diurnal revolution of the Earth. Now, this is nothing but downright absurdity. No motion of the Earth could possibly carry a star across a telescope or anything else. If the star is carried across anything at all, it is the star that moves, not the thing across which it is carried. Besides, the idea that the Earth, if it were a globe, could possibly move in an orbit of nearly 600 million of miles with such exactitude that the crosshairs in a telescope fixed on its surface would appear to glide gently over a star millions of miles away is simply monstrous. Whereas, with a fixed telescope, it matters not the distance of the stars, though we suppose them to be as far off as the astronomer supposes them to be. For as Mr. Proctor himself says, the further away they are, the less they will seem to shift. Why, in the name of common sense, should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth if the earth on which they fix them move at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that Mr. Proctor's mass of 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever, with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the thousandth part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Captain R.J. Morrison, the late compiler of Zadkiel's Almanac, says, "We declare that this motion is all mere bosh, and that the arguments which uphold it are, when examined with an eye that seeks for truth only, mere nonsense and childish absurdity." Since then, these absurd theories are of no use to men in their senses, and since there is no necessity for anything of the kind in zetetic philosophy, it is a strong presumptive proof, as Mr. Hind would say, that the zetetic philosophy is true, and therefore a proof that the earth is not a globe. 99. Mr. Hind speaks of two great mathematicians differing only 55 yards in their estimate of the earth's diameter. Why Sir John Herschel, in his celebrated work, cuts off 480 miles of the same thing to get round numbers. This is like splitting a hair on one side of the head and shaving all the hair off on the other. Oh, science! Can there be any truth in a science like this? All the exactitude in astronomy is in practical astronomy, not theoretical. Centuries of observation have made practical astronomy a noble art and science, based, as we have 1,000 times proved it to be, on a fixed earth. And we denounce this pretended exactitude on one side and the reckless indifference to figures on the other as the basest trash, and take from it a proof that the science which tolerates it is a false instead of being an exact science. And we have a proof that the Earth is not a globe. 100. The Sun, as he travels round over the surface of the Earth, brings noon to all places on the successive meridians which he crosses. His journey being made in a westerly direction, places east of the Sun's position have had their noon, whilst places to the west of the Sun's position have still to get it. Therefore, if we travel easterly, we arrive at those parts of the Earth where time is more advanced. The watch in our pocket has to be put on, or we may be said to gain time. If, on the other hand, we travel westerly, we arrive at places where it is still morning. The watch has to be put back, and it may be said that we lose time. But if we travel easterly so as to cross the 180th meridian, there is a loss there of a day, which will neutralize the gain of a whole circumnavigation. And if we travel westerly and cross the same meridian, we experience the gain of a day, which will compensate for the loss during a complete circumnavigation in that direction. The fact of losing or gaining time in sailing round the world, then, instead of being evidence of the Earth's rotundity, as it is imagined to be, in its practical exemplification and everlasting proof that the Earth is not a globe. And what then? What then? No intelligent man will ask the question, and he who may be called an intellectual man will know that the demonstration of the fact that the Earth is not a globe is the grandest snapping of the chains of slavery that ever took place in the world of literature or science. The floodgates of human knowledge are opened afresh, and an impetus is given to investigation and discovery, where all was stagnation, bewilderment, and dreams. Is it nothing to know that infidelity cannot stand against the mighty rush of the living water of truth that must flow on and on until the world shall look up once more? To him that stretched out the earth above the waters, to him that made great lights, the sun to rule by day, the moon and stars to rule by night? Is it nothing to know and to feel that the heavenly bodies were made for man, and that the monstrous dogma of an infinity of worlds is overthrown forever? The old-time English Family Herald for July 25, 1885 says in its editorial that the Earth's revolution on its own axis was denied against Galileo and Copernicus by the whole weight of the Church of Rome. And in an article on The Pride of Ignorance too, the editor, not knowing that if the Earth had an axis to call its own, which the Church well knew it had not, and therefore could not admit, it would not revolve on it, and that the theoretical motion on an axis is that of rotation and not revolution. Is it nothing to know that the whole weight of the Church of Rome was thrown in the right direction, although it has swayed back again like a gigantic pendulum that will regain its old position before long? Is it nothing to know that the pride of ignorance is on the other side? Is it nothing to know that, with all the Bradlaughs and Ingersolls of the world telling us to the contrary, biblical science is true? Is it nothing to know that we are living on a body at rest, and not upon a heavenly body whirling and dashing through space in every conceivable way, and with a velocity utterly inconceivable? Is it nothing to know that we can look steadfastly up to heaven instead of having no heaven to look up to at all? Is it nothing, indeed, to be in the broad daylight of truth, and to be able to go on towards a possible perfection instead of being wrapped in the darkness of error on the rough ocean of life, and finding ourselves stranded at last, God alone?
But you might be right.
Baltimore, Maryland, USA, August 1885. End of section 5.
Section 6 of 100 Proofs That the Earth is Not a Globe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 100 Proofs That the Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter. End Matter, Part 1. Appendix to the second edition. The following letters remain unanswered at the time of going to press, December 7, 1885. 71 Chew Street, Baltimore, November 21, 1885. R.A. Proctor, Esquire, St. Joe, Missouri. Sir, I have sent you 2 copies of my 100 Proofs That the Earth is Not a Globe, and, as several weeks have since elapsed, and I have not heard from you, I write to inform you that if you have any remarks to make concerning that publication, and will let me have them in the course of a week or 10 days, I will print them, if you say what you may wish to say in about 500 or 600 words, in the second edition of the pamphlet, which will very soon be called for. Allow me to say that, as this work is not only dedicated to you, but attacks your teachings, the public will be looking for something from your pen very shortly. I hope they may not be disappointed. Yours in the cause of truth, W. Carpenter. 71 Chew Street, Baltimore, November 24, 1885. Spencer F. Baird, Esquire, Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C. Sir, I had the pleasure, several weeks ago, of sending you my 100 Proofs That the Earth is Not a Globe. I hope you received them. A second edition is now called for, and I should esteem it a favor if you would write me a few words concerning them that I may print with this forthcoming edition as an appendix to them. If you think any of the 100 proofs are unsound, I will print all you may have to say about them, if not over 400 words, as above stated. I made Richard A. Proctor, Esquire, a similar offer, giving him, of course, a little more space. I feel sure that the very great importance of this matter will prompt you to give it your immediate attention. I have the honor to be, sir, yours sincerely, William Carpenter. Copies of the first edition of this pamphlet have been sent to the leading newspapers of this country and of England, and to very many of the most renowned scientific men of the 2 countries, from the Astronomer Royal of England to Dr. Gilman of Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore. Several copies have been sent to graduates of different universities on application in consequence of the subjoined advertisement, which has appeared in several newspapers. Wanted, a scholar of ripe attainments, to review Carpenter's 100 Proofs That the Earth is Not a Globe. Liberal remuneration offered. Apply to William Carpenter, 71 Chew Street, Baltimore. N.B. No one need apply who has not courage enough to append his name to the review for publication. We should be pleased to hear from some of the gentlemen in time for the insertion of their courageous attacks in the 3rd edition. Opinions of the press. Quote, this can only be described as an extraordinary book. His arguments are certainly plausible and ingenious, and even the reader who does not agree with him will find a singular interest and fascination in analyzing the 100 proofs. The proofs are set forth in brief, forcible, compact, very clear paragraphs, the meaning of which can be comprehended at a glance. Daily News, September 24. Throughout the entire work, there are discernible traces of a strong and reliant mind, and such reliance as can only have been acquired by unbiased observation, laborious investigation, and final conviction. And the masterly handling of so profound a theme displays evidence of grave and active researches. There is no groping wildly about in the vagueness of theoretical speculations, no empty hypotheses inflated with base assertions and false illustrations, but the practical and perspicuous conclusions of a mind emancipated from the prevailing influences of fashionable credence and popular prejudice, and subordinate only to those principles emanating from reason and common sense. HDT Woodbury News, September 26, 1885. We do not profess to be able to overthrow any of his proofs, and we must admit, and our readers will be inclined to do the same, that it is certainly a strange thing that Mr. William Carpenter, or anyone else, should be able to bring together 100 proofs of anything in the world if that thing is not right, while we keep on asking for one proof that is really a satisfactory one on the other side. If these 100 proofs are nonsense, we cannot prove them to be so, and some of our scientific men had better try their hands, and we think they will try their heads pretty badly into the bargain. The Woodbury News, Baltimore, September 19, 1885. This is a remarkable pamphlet. The author has the courage of his convictions and presents them with no little ingenuity, however musty they may appear to 19th century readers. He takes for his text a statement of Professor Proctor's that, quote, "The earth on which we live and move seems to be flat," end quote, and proceeds with great alacrity to marshal his 100 arguments in proof that it not only seems but is flat, quote, "an extended plain stretched out in all directions away from the central north," end quote. He enumerates all the reasons offered by scientists for a belief in the rotundity of the earth, and evidently to his own complete satisfaction refutes them. He argues that the heavenly bodies were made solely to light this world, that the belief in an infinity of worlds is a monstrous dogma, contrary to Bible teaching, and the great stronghold of the infidel, and that the Church of Rome was right when it threw the whole weight of its influence against Galileo and Copernicus when they taught the revolution of the earth on its axis. Michigan Christian Herald, October 15, 1885. So many proofs. Every Saturday, September 26, 1885. A highly instructive and very entertaining work. The book is well worth reading. Protector, Baltimore, October 3, 1885. The book will be sought after and read with peculiar interest. Baltimore Labor Free Press, October 17, 1885. Some of them, the proofs, are of sufficient force to demand an answer from the advocates of the popular theory. Baltimore Episcopal Methodist, October 28, 1885. Showing considerable smartness both in conception and argument. Western Christian Advocate, Cincinnati, Ohio, October 21, 1885. Forcible and striking in the extreme. Brooklyn Market Journal. Baltimore, Maryland, USA, December 7, 1885. Appendix to third edition. Copy of letter from Richard A. Proctor, Esquire. 5 Montague Street, Russell Square, London, W.C., 12 December 1885. W. Carpenter, Esquire, Baltimore. Dear Sir, I am obliged to you for the copy of your 100 proofs that the earth is not a globe, and for the evident kindness of your intention in dedicating the work to me. The only further remark it occurs to me to offer is that I call myself rather a student of astronomy than an astronomer. Yours faithfully, Richard A. Proctor. P.S. Perhaps the pamphlet might more precisely be called 100 Difficulties for Young Students of Astronomy. Appendix to 4th edition. Copy of letter from Spencer F. Baird, Esquire. Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C., January 6, 1886. Dear Sir, a copy of your 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe was duly received and was deposited in Library of Congress, October 8, 1884, 1885. A pressure of much more important work has prevented any attempt at reviewing these 100 proofs, which, however, have doubtless been thoroughly investigated by the inquisitive astronomers and geodeticists of the last 4 centuries. Yours very respectfully, Spencer F. Baird, Secretary, S.I. Mr. William Carpenter, 71 Chew Street, Baltimore, Maryland. Copy of a letter from one of the several applicants for the 100 proofs for the purpose of reviewing them. The writer is professor of mathematics at a high school, Auburn, New York, and in his application for the pamphlet says, I am a Yale graduate and a Yale Law School man. Took the John A. Porter Prize, Literary, $250 at Yale College. Auburn, December 10th, 1885. My dear sir, your treatise was received. I have looked it over and noted it somewhat. A review of it to do it justice would be a somewhat long and laborious task. Before I undertook so much thought, I would write and ask, what and how much do you expect? How elaborately you wished it discussed, and what remuneration might be expected. It sets forth many new and strange doctrines which would have to be thoroughly discussed and mastered before review. I am hard at work at present, but would like to tackle this if it would be for my interest as well as yours. Hope you will let me know very soon. Very respectfully, to Mr. W. Carpenter, Baltimore, Maryland, Frank Strong. Note, unless a man be willing to sell his soul for his supposed worldly interest, he will not dare to tackle the 100 proofs that the earth is not a globe. No man with well-balanced faculties will thus condemn himself. We charge the mathematicians of the world that, if they cannot say what they think of this pamphlet in a dozen words, they are entitled to no other name than cowards. Baltimore, Maryland, May 22, 1886. Appendix to the 5th edition. Editorial from the New York World of August 2, 1886. The Earth is flat. The iconoclastic tendencies of the age have received new impetus from Mr. William Carpenter, who comes forward with 100 proofs that the Earth is not a globe. It will be a sad shock to many conservatives who have since their childhood fondly held to the conviction that the Earth is round like an orange, a little flattened at the poles. To find that, after all, we have been living all these years on a prosaic and unromantic plane is far from satisfactory. We have rather gloried in the belief that the semi-barbarous nations on the other side of the earth did not carry their heads in the same direction in which ours point. It is hard to accept the assertion that the cannibals on savage islands are walking about on the same level with the civilized nations of our little world. But Mr. Carpenter has 100 proofs that such is the unsatisfactory truth. Not only that, but the iconoclast claims that we are not rolling through space at a terrible rate, but are absolutely stationary. Some probability is given to this proposition by the present hot weather. The Earth seems to be becalmed. If it were moving at the rate of 19 miles a second, wouldn't there be a breeze? This question is thrown out as perhaps offering the 101st proof that the Earth is not a globe. Mr. Carpenter may obtain the proof in detail at the office at our usual rates. A revolution will, of course, take place in the school geographies as soon as Mr. Carpenter's theories have been closely studied. No longer will the little boy answer the question as to the shape of the earth by the answer which has come ringing down the ages. It's round like a ball, sir. No, he'll have to use the unpoetic formula. It's flat like a pancake, sir. But perhaps after we have become used to the new idea, it will not be unpleasant. The ancients flourished in the belief that the earth was a great plain. Why shouldn't we be equally fortunate? It may be romantic, but it is not especially comforting to think that the earth is rushing through space, twisting and curving like a gigantic ball delivered from the hand of an enormous pitcher. Something in the universe might make a base hit if we kept on, and we would be knocked over an aerial fence and never found. Perhaps, after all, it is safer to live on Mr. Carpenter's stationary plane. The Record of Philadelphia, June 5, 1886, has the following in the literary notes. Under the title 100 Proofs That the Earth is Not a
Now, some
Globe,
people will tell
Mr.
me,
William Carpenter of
Hey, John Martin,
Baltimore
he says,
publishes a pamphlet which is
Great.
interesting on account of the originality of the views advanced,
that I am
and, from his standpoint, the very logical manner in which he seeks to establish their truth. Mr. Carpenter is a disciple of what is called the Zetetic School of Philosophy, and was referee for Mr. John Hampden when that gentleman, in 1870, made a wager with Mr. Alfred R. Wallace of England that the surface of standing water is always level, and therefore that the earth is flat. Since then, he has combated his views with much earnestness, both in writing and on the platform, and, whatever opinions we may have on the subject, a perusal of his little book will prove interesting and afford room for careful study. The motto which he puts on the cover, upright, downright, straightforward, is well chosen, for it is an upright lie, a downright invention, and a straightforward butt of a bull and a locomotive. The Florida Times-Union, December 13, 1885. Editor Charles H. Jones. Pray, Mr. Jones, tell us what you mean by an upright lie. We have received a pamphlet from a gentleman who thinks to prove that the earth is flat, but who succeeds only in showing that he is himself one. New York Herald, December 19, 1885. The reviewer in this case is no doubt a very sharp man, but his honesty, if he have any at all, is jagged and worn out. The quotations which he gives are fraudulent, there having been nothing like them in the pamphlet. The author of the pamphlet is no flat, although he may perhaps be called a crank. St. Catharines, Canada, Evening Journal, December 23. To say that the contents of the book are erudite and entertaining does not do Mr. Carpenter's astronomical ability half credit. The Sunday Truth, Buffalo, December 27, 1885. The entire work is very ingeniously got up. The matter of perspective is treated in a very clever manner, and the coming of the hull-down vessels on the horizon is illustrated by several well-worded examples. Buffalo Times, December 28, 1885. The erudite author, who travels armed with plans and specifications to fire at the skeptical at a moment's notice, feels that he is doing a good work, and that his 100 anti-globular conclusions must certainly knock the general belief in territorial rotundity out of time. We trust that the distinguished author, who has failed to coax Richard Proctor into a public discussion, may find as many citizens willing to invest 2 shillings in his peculiar literature as he deserves. Buffalo Courier, December 27, 1885, and January 1, 1886. It is a pleasure now to see a man of Mr. Carpenter's attainments fall into line and take up the cudgels against the theories of the scientists who have taught this pernicious doctrine, the sphericity of the earth. Rochester Morning Herald, January 13, 1886. As the game stands now, there is 1 horse for Professor Carpenter. Buffalo World, January 16, 1886. It is interesting to show how much can be said in favor of the flat world theory. It is fairly well written, although we believe filled with misstatements of facts. Rochester Democrat and Chronicle, January 17, 1886. We believe the editor cannot point one out. It is certainly worth twice the price and will be read by all with peculiar interest. Scranton Truth, March 8, 1886. Mr. William Carpenter has come to Washington with 100 proofs that the earth is not a globe. He has a pamphlet on the subject which is ingenious to say the least, and he is ominously eager to discuss the matter with anyone who still clings to the absurd prejudices of the astronomers. The Hatchet, May 9, 1886. It contains some curious problems for solution, and the author boldly asserts that until they are solved, The globular theory of the earth remains unproven and is fallacious, etc. The Presbyterian, Philadelphia, June 19, 1886. His reasoning is, to say the least, plausible, and the book interesting. The item, Philadelphia, June 10, 1886.
You spend time
Mr.
there?
Carpenter
Much?
seems to have made a thorough investigation of the subject, and his arguments are practical and to the point. Sunday Mercury, Philadelphia, June 13, 1886. A gentleman has just called at the editorial rooms with a pamphlet which is designed to demonstrate that the earth is not a globe, but a flat disk. He has also laid before us a chart from which it plainly appeared that the earth is a circular expanse of land, with the North Pole in the exact center and the Antarctic Sea flowing all around the land. We went on to state that we lodged the care of all astronomical questions in the hands of Reverend R.M. Luther, to whom these perplexing matters are but as child's play. Our readers may therefore expect at an early date a judicial review of the astronomical and cosmological situation. National Baptist, Philadelphia, July 8, 1886. Editor, Dr. Wayland. We hope that the Reverend R.M. Luther will give us the means of publishing his decision before any more editions of the 100 Proofs be issued. We are afraid that he finds the business much more than child's play. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe by William Carpenter is published by the author, whose novel and rather startling position is certainly fortified by a number of argumentative points, which, if they do not shake the reader's preconceived notions on the subject, will at least be found entertaining for the style in which they are put. Evening Star, Philadelphia, July 22, 1886. His proofs go a long way towards convincing many that his ideas on the subject are practical and sensible. Fashion Journal, Philadelphia, July 1886. Editor, Mrs. F. E. Benedict. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe is a curious little pamphlet that we can commend to all interested in astronomy and related sciences. It may not upset received notions on the subject, but will give cause for much serious reflection. Published by the author, William Carpenter, Baltimore, Maryland, price 25 cents. The Saturday Evening Post, Philadelphia, July 31, 1886. Here now is an able thinker of Baltimore, Professor William Carpenter, who presents the claims of the Zetetic philosophy to be considered the leading issue of our times. One of the great proofs of the truth of the philosophy is that the regular astronomers do not dare to gainsay it. They are well aware there is no South Pole. Professor Carpenter, in a treatise that has reached us, furnishes 100 proofs that the Earth is flat, and while we cannot say that we understand all of them, we appreciate the earnestness of his appeals to the moral people of the community to rise up and overthrow the miserable system of error that is being forced upon our children in the public schools, vitiating the very foundations of knowledge. What issue can be more noble or inspiring than truth versus error? Here is an issue on which there can be no trifling or compromise. In the great contest between those who hold the earth is flat and they who contend that it is round, let the flats assert themselves. Milwaukee Sentinel, August 1886, from a long article, The Great Zetetic Issue. End of section 6. Section 7 of 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe by William Carpenter. End Matter, Part 2. Letters to Professor Gilman of the Johns Hopkins University. 71 Chew Street, Baltimore, September 10, 1886. Professor Gilman, Johns Hopkins University. Sir, In the 21st ultimo, I wrote to ask you if you received the pamphlet which I left for you at the university 12 months ago, entitled 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe, and if so, that you would kindly give me your opinion concerning it. I write now to ask if you received my letter. I am quite sure that you will consider that the importance of the subject fully warrants the endeavor on my part to gain the views which may be entertained by you respecting it. The 5th edition will soon be called for, and anything you may urge, for or against, I shall be happy to insert in the appendix. I send herewith a copy of the 4th edition of the pamphlet. Yours sincerely, William Carpenter. 71 Chew Street, Baltimore, October 7, 1886. Professor Gilman, Dear Sir, I am now preparing the appendix for the 5th edition of my 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a Globe, and I should be glad to receive your opinion of this work to insert in the said appendix. I can offer you from a few lines to a page, or two if necessary. Of course, if this work as a whole be a fraud, it must be fraudulent in all its parts, and each one of the 100 proofs must contain a fallacy of some kind or other, and the thing would justify your disapprobation, expressed in few words or many. If, on the other hand, the work is what it professes to be, it will certainly claim your approval. Yours sincerely, W. Carpenter. 71 Chew Street, Baltimore, October 14, 1886. Professor Gilman, Dear Sir, a week ago I wrote you a letter to tell you that I should be glad to receive your opinion of the 100 Proofs that the Earth is not a globe, of which work 5,000 copies are now in circulation. I wrote this work, 26 pages, in 1 week, without neglecting my daily business. Surely you can reply to it in a week from this time. I will give you from 1 to 4 pages if you wish that amount of space, and send you 50 copies if you desire to have them, without putting you to the slightest expense. I will even take any suggestion you please to make as to the title which shall be given to this extra edition of my work containing your reply or opinions. I should be sorry to be under the necessity of printing this letter with others in my next edition in the place of any such reply or expression of opinion, for I feel sure there is no one in Baltimore who is more capable of giving an opinion on this great subject. Trusting to hear from you in a few days, I am, dear sir, yours truly, William Carpenter. 71 Chew Street, Baltimore, October 22nd, 1886. Professor Gilman, Sir, this is the 5th letter and the last to you, asking you for an expression of your opinion concerning the 100 proofs that the Earth is not a globe. Which would you prefer, to see my words or yours in print? I give you a week in which to decide. Truly, William Carpenter. The Johns Hopkins University of Baltimore. We are indebted to Scribner's Monthly for the following remarks concerning this institution. Quote, by the will of Johns Hopkins, a merchant of Baltimore, the sum of $7 million was devoted to the endowment of a university and a hospital, $3,500,000 being devoted to each. This is the largest single endowment ever made to an institution of learning in this country. To the bequest, no burdensome conditions were attached. The physiological laboratory of the Johns Hopkins has no peer in this country, and the other laboratories few equals and no superiors. End quote. In the first annual report of the university, 1876, we read, quote, early in the month of February, 1874, the trustees of the university, having been apprised by the executors of Johns Hopkins of the endowment provided by his will, took proper steps for organization and entering upon the practical duties of the trust, and addressed themselves to the selection of a president of the university. With this view, the trustees sought the counsel and advice of the heads of several of the leading seats of learning in the country, and upon unanimous recommendation and endorsement from these sources, the choice fell upon Mr. Daniel C. Gilman, who at the time occupied the position of president of the University of California. Mr. Gilman is a graduate of Yale College, and for several years before his call to California was a professor in that institution, taking an active part in the organization and development of the Sheffield Scientific School of Yale College at New Haven. Upon receiving an invitation to Baltimore, he resigned the office which he had held in California since 1872 and entered upon the service of the Johns Hopkins University May 1, 1875. End quote. Galloway Cheston. Quote, in the hunt for truth, we are not first hunters and then men. We are first and always men, then hunters. End quote. D.C. Gilman, October 1883. The 100 proofs that the Earth is not a globe have been running around within the observation of the master huntsman and his men for a year or more. Now let the hunters prove themselves to be men, and the men hunters. It is impossible to be successful hunters for truth if error be allowed to go scot-free. Nay, it is utterly impossible for the Johns Hopkins University to answer the purpose of its founder if its hunters for truth do not first hunt error with their hounds and hold it up to ridicule, and then and always keep a watchful eye for the truth, lest they should injure it by their hot haste or wound it with their weapons. Professor Daniel C. Gilman, we charge you that the duties of your office render it imperative that, sooner or later, you lead your men into the field against 100 proofs, to show the world that they are hunters worthy of the name. If, in your superior judgment, you decide that there is error to be slain, or show that your hunters are worthy of the better name of men by inducing them to follow and sustain you out of the beaten track in your endeavors to uphold God's truth. If, in your superior judgment, you tell them there is a truth to be upheld. End of the appendix to the 5th edition, November 9, 1886. Professor Proctor's proofs. A proof, cries student Brown. Says Proctor, very well. If that is all you want indeed, I've plenty I can tell. But really I have scarcely time or patience now to do it. You ought to know the earth's a globe, then as a globe you'd view it. I knew it long ago, in truth 'twas taught me in my cot, and then too old was I to doubt, too young to say 'twas not. And you have never questioned it? Why should I now, friend Brown? I took it all for granted, just as Daddy laid it down, and as my duty clearly was, no other way I saw it, and that's the reason why, of course, a globe I always draw it. And so you want a proof. Aha, just cross the broad Atlantic, and then a proof so strong you'll have, with joy 'twill send you frantic. You mean that I shall see the ships come round the old earth's side, and up and o'er the watery hill, as into view they glide? No, Proctor, no. You say yourself the earth so vast in size is, the surface seems a level one. Indeed, to sight it rises. And ships, when coming into view, seem bearing down upon us. No, Proctor, let us have a proof. No, come, mercy on us. Well, Brown, I've proofs that serve to show that earth indeed a balt is. But if you won't believe them, well, not mine, but yours the fault is. Why, everybody surely knows a planet must be round, and since the earth a planet is, its shape at once is found. We know it travels round the sun 1,000 miles a minute, and therefore it must be a globe. A flat earth couldn't spin it. We know it on its axis turns with motion unperceived, and therefore surely plain it is, its shape must be believed. We know its weight put down in tons exactly as we weighed it, and therefore what could clearer be if we ourselves had made it? We know its age, can figures lie? Its size, its weight, its motion. and then to say 'tis all my eye shows madness at the notion. Besides, the other worlds and suns, some cooling down, some hot, how can you say you want a proof with all these in the pot? No, Brown, just let us go ahead, don't interfere at all. Some other day I'll come and bring proof that earth's a ball. No, Proctor, no, said Mr. Brown, 'tis now too late to try it. 100 proofs are now put down, and you cannot deny it, that earth is not a globe at all, and does not move through space. And your philosophy I call a shame and a disgrace. We have to interfere and do the best that we are able to crush your theories and to lay the facts upon the table. God's truth is what the people need, and men will strive to preach it. And all your efforts are in vain, though you should dare impeach it. You've given half your theory up, the people have to know it. You smile, but then your book's enough, for that will plainly show it. One half your theory's gone, and soon the other half goes too. So better turn about at once and show what you can do. Own up, as people have to do when they have been deceived, and help the searcher after truth of doubt to be relieved. The only amaranthine flower is virtue, don't forget it. The only lasting treasure, truth, and never strive to let it. Odds and ends. We do not possess a single evident proof in favor of the rotation of the earth around its axis. Dr. Schöpfer. To prove the impossibility of the revolution of the earth around the sun will present no difficulty. We can bring self-evident proof to the contrary. Dr. Schöpfer. To reform and not to chastise, I am afraid, is impossible. To attack views in the abstract without touching persons may be safe fighting indeed, but it is fighting with shadows. Hope. Both revelation and science agree as to the shape of the earth. The psalmist calls it the round world, even when it was universally supposed to be a flat, extended plain. Reverend Dr. Brewer. What a mistake. If the earth were a perfect sphere of equal density throughout, the waters of the ocean would be absolutely level, that is to say, would have a spherical surface everywhere equidistant from the earth's center. English Family Herald, February 14, 1885. The more I consider them, the more I doubt of all systems of astronomy. I doubt whether we can with certainty know either the distance or magnitude of any star in the firmament. Else why do astronomers so immensely differ, even with regard to the distance of the sun from the earth? Some affirming it to be only 3, and others 90 millions of miles. Reverend John Wesley in his Journal. I don't know that I ever hinted heretofore that the aeronaut may well be the most skeptical man about the rotundity of the earth. Philosophy imposes the truth upon us, but the view of the earth from the elevation of a balloon is that of an immense terrestrial basin, the deeper part of which is that directly under one's feet. As we ascend, the earth beneath us seems to recede, actually to sink away, while the horizon gradually and gracefully lifts a diversified slope, stretching away farther and farther into a line that, at the highest elevation, seems to close with the sky. Thus, upon a clear day, the aeronaut feels as if suspended at about an equal distance between the vast blue oceanic concave above and the equally expanded terrestrial basin below. Mr. Elliott, Baltimore. In the Scientific American for April 27, 1878, is a full report of a lecture delivered at Berlin by Dr. Schöpfer, headed Are Earth Motionless?, which concludes thus. The poet Goethe, whose prophetic views remained during his life wholly unnoticed, said the following, quote, "In whatever way or manner may have occurred this business, I must still say that I curse this modern theory of cosmogony, and hope that perchance there may appear in due time some young scientists of genius who will pick up courage enough to upset this universally disseminated delirium of lunatics. The most terrible thing in all this is that one is obliged to repeatedly hear the assurance that all the physicists adhere to the same opinion on this question. But one who is acquainted with men knows how it is done. Good, intellectual, and courageous heads adorn their mind with such an idea for the sake of its probability. They gather followers and pupils, and thus form a literary power. Their idea is finally worked out, exaggerated, and with a passionate impulse is forced upon society. Hundreds and hundreds of noble-minded, reasonable people who work in other spheres, desiring to see their circle esteemed and dear to the interests of daily life, can do nothing better or more reasonable than to leave to other investigators their free scope of action, and add their voice in the benefit of that business which does not concern them at all. This is termed the universal corroboration of the truthfulness of an idea. End quote. End of section 7. End of 100 Proofs That the Earth is Not a Globe by William Carpenter.
Aren't you gonna buy that flip phone?
My audio stopped. Oh, okay, hold on. So what I'm doing, I have to find a LibreVox recording. Because all LibreVox audiobooks, all LibreVox recordings are in the public domain. The only problem is sometimes they use old-timey words that I'm worried are going to get me flagged. You know, like what you might say for a bundle of sticks, literally, and sorry, I'm next to my YouTube live thing right now, so I don't want to repeat anything. Ooh, I could play stuff in Irish or Hungarian. Holy smokes. Playlist, there we go. Genre biography. Play all.
Every great journey begins with a single step. And that first step forward is where dreams become.
Chapter 1 of the story of Edison and the wonders of electricity. This is a LibreVox recording. All LibreVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. Chapter 1. A Wide Awake Boy.
Well,
some years ago, a great civil war broke out in the United States of America. The North did not agree with the South about slavery, and an attempt was made to check, if not to abolish, the evil. The Southern states said that they had a right to do as they pleased, and that the slaves were as much their property as their houses and lands. The Northern states denied this right, so the 7 Cotton states
in which most of the labour was performed by slaves, declared themselves independent. Then followed the Great War. The country was deluged in blood. The South was defeated. Slavery was abolished, and the Union was preserved. When the struggle was going on, there was a great demand for information from the seat of the war. And after a great battle, the desire to know the result and to obtain a list of the killed and wounded rose to fever height. At this time, there was a train boy on the Grand Trunk Railway between Detroit and Port Huron. His business was to sell newspapers, fruits and other articles to the passengers and persons at the wayside stations. His bright and cheery manner won him many friends and enabled him to carry on a brisk trade, which yielded about £100 a year clear profit. The chief part of his business was selling newspapers, and in this he had to act cautiously, for the margin on which he worked was very small. He could not afford to have unsold papers left on his hands, yet it was very important not to run short, as he travelled with the train and could not get a further supply. To guide him in his daily purchases, he saw that it was necessary to obtain a knowledge of the contents of the paper before it was issued. He had not time to do this after he received it, for then every moment was of value in getting the paper sold. So he made friends with a compositor in the printing office of the Detroit Free Press, and persuaded this man to let him see a proof of the paper. In this way, he learned when there was any news of more than usual interest, and gave his orders accordingly. One day, in 1862, the compositor showed the lad the proof containing an account of the 2 days' battle of Shiloh, which General Grant had won at Pittsburgh Landing. The engagement was described as having been very severe, and the losses in killed and wounded were put down at between 50 and 60,000. The ready-witted lad saw at once the great value of the information. But how could he turn it to account? Here was the chance of making in one day what to him would be a small fortune. A sudden idea struck him, and he acted on it at once. He knew the telegraph operator at Detroit, so running into the telegraph office, he made the man the following proposal. "If you," said the lad, "will wire to each of the principal stations on the route and ask the station master to chalk on the black bulletin board used for announcing the times of the arrival and departure of the trains, the news of the great battle with its accompanying slaughter, I will supply you with Harper's Weekly, Harper's Monthly, and a daily paper free for 6 months." The man at once agreed to the proposal. Then the lad had to think of some means of getting the papers he should require to supply the demand he expected his telegram would create. He had not enough cash to buy anything like the number he required, and the superintendent of the office bluntly refused to let him have 1,000 papers on trust. Feeling desperate and unwilling to lose such a grand opportunity, he determined on a bold stroke. Upstairs he went, and, marching into the office of the editor, he briefly told his story, who he was and what he had done, and what he wanted. This time he asked for 1,500 papers. The tall, thin, dark-eyed man stared at him for a moment and then wrote something on a slip of paper. "Take that downstairs," he said, "and you will get what you want." The lad did so, and then, says he, "I felt happier than I have ever felt since." Before the train started, the lad managed to get a word with the engine driver, who promised to allow him a few minutes longer than usual at each station. Then they started, and now we will describe the sale of the papers in his own words. At Utica, the first station out from Detroit and about 12 miles distant, I usually sold 2 papers, our customary charge being 5 cents each, which is 2.5 halfpenny. As we approached the station on this day, I put my head out to look forward and thought I saw an excursion party. I had half a dozen papers in my hand. As we came nearer and the people caught sight of me, they commenced to gesticulate and shout, and it suddenly occurred to me that they wanted papers. I rushed back into the car, grabbed an armful, and when I got upon the platform, I sold 40. Mount Clemens was the next station. When it came in sight, I thought there was a riot. The platform was crowded with a howling mob, and when the tones became intelligible, I realised that they were after news of Pittsburgh Landing. So I raised the price of the papers to 10 cents, or 5 pence, and sold 150, where I had never before disposed of more than a dozen. As other stations were reached, these scenes were repeated, but the climax came when we got to Port Huron. The station there was a mile from the town. When the train stopped, I shouldered my bundle and started for the city. When I got less than halfway, I met a crowd hurrying towards the station. I thought I knew what they were after, so I stopped in front of a church where a prayer meeting was being held, raised the price to 25 cents, which is 1 shilling and a halfpenny a copy, and commenced to take in a young fortune. In 2 minutes, the prayer meeting was adjourned. The members came rushing out, and if the way coin was produced is any indication, I should say that the deacons hadn't passed the plate before I came along. You can understand why it struck me that the telegraph was the best thing going, for it was the telegraphic notices on the boards that had done the trick. I determined at once to become a telegraph operator. Now, there is nothing novel or particularly ingenious in a newspaper boy taking advantage of special circumstances to sell an extra number of papers. This is done every day in our streets, and the slightest incident of a sensational character is made to serve the news vendor's purpose. Almost anyone can take advantage of an opportunity that is thrust under his nose, but it is not given to many boys to conceive how to create the opportunity and at the same time reap all the benefits arising from it. We are also struck with admiration when we see how the lad pressed the various persons, compositor, telegraph clerk, editor, and engine driver, into his service. Yet this was done by Thomas Alva Edison, who now stands before the world as the greatest inventor that ever lived. In the following pages, we shall show how the train boy gradually forced his way through the world until he reached the topmost rung on the ladder of fame. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the story of Edison and the wonders of electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Dutch Scotsman. Now that we have introduced the hero of our story, let us for a moment glance at the history of his family. Nearly 300 years ago, the Dutch established a settlement on Manhattan Island at the mouth of the newly christened Hudson River. They built a fort to protect their traders and gave it the name of New Amsterdam. About 50 years later, this settlement, which had grown into a town, came into the hands of the British, and its name was changed to New York. It is today the largest city in America and one of the largest in the world. Though the greater part of North America had become British, Dutch immigrants still continued to cross the Atlantic and settle among their countrymen. In 1737, a family named Edison was among the number, and John Edison became a famous banker in New York. In 1765, there were 13 colonies in North America south of the St. Lawrence and the Great Lakes. The colonies were of a mixed nationality, British, French, Dutch and Swedes, but all were under British rule and proud of their connection with the greatest country in the world. In an evil hour, the British Parliament decided to tax the American colonies, and a great quarrel broke out between the colonists and the mother country. The Americans absolutely refused to be taxed without their own consent. They did not send members to the British Parliament, and therefore they declared that there should be no taxation without representation. War followed, and many battles took place with varying success. George Washington came to the front, and under his able leadership, the Americans at first held their ground, and then were successful in finally defeating the British at Yorktown in 1781. In January 1783, a treaty of peace was signed at Paris, in which the independence of the United States was acknowledged. Since then, it has been a separate country and ruled over by presidents elected by the people. John Edison, the Dutch banker, was in favour of British rule and did not agree with those who advocated separation. With many others, called United Empire Immigrants or Loyalists, he left the States and took up residence in Nova Scotia. By this action, he was entitled to receive 600 acres of land for himself, 400 for his son Samuel, and 200 for each of his son's children. In 1811, he claimed the land, but he was not successful in obtaining it. He and his son lived to a good old age, and were both over 100 years old when they died. Samuel Edison II, the grandson of John, lived at Bayfield on Lake Erie, but while remaining in Canada, he had no great affection for the government. He could not forget the wrongs of his family. The land to which they were entitled had never been made over to them. The dissatisfaction of the Canadians at length induced a rebellion, and several strong positions were taken and fortified against the government troops. The Americans gave the Canadians some assistance, and for a time matters looked serious. But in the end, the government put down the rebellion and peace was restored. The Caroline, a vessel which the Americans had used to carry stores to their friends, was seized by the British, set on fire, and sent over Niagara Falls. One of those who took a leading part in the rebellion was Samuel Edison of Bayfield, the grandson of the Loyalist banker. He was evidently a man of mark among his fellows. We are told that he was 6 feet tall and straight as an Indian, supple of muscle and strong of limb. He ranked among the finest athletes of the day, and had no peer in swift and protracted running. He became a captain in the rebel forces, and was one of the most energetic in action. When the rising proved a failure, the leaders endeavoured to escape the consequences of their action. A general stampede of rebels took place, and there was a race for life over the border. Samuel Edison had before him a journey of nearly 200 miles, and until he had accomplished that distance, he never stopped for food or rest. Not until he had crossed the river St. Clair did he feel safe from those who were now his most deadly enemies. Those who were not as successful as Edison were either executed or banished. The property of the rebels was also destroyed by fire. It is a curious fact that the land awarded to the grandfather for his loyalty became the cause of the grandson's rebellion, which ended in forcing him to flee from the country of his adoption. Samuel bids fair to equal his forefathers in length of life. He is still alive, and at the present time of 1895, at the age of 90, he is vigorous in body and mind. Samuel, while in Canada, married Nancy Elliot, who belonged to a Scottish family that had lived some time in the New World. She was therefore a Canadian by birth and of Scottish parentage. She had received a good education and was for some years a teacher in a Canadian high school. She is described as a sweet-tempered woman of rare abilities and well qualified to educate and train her children. After staying a short time at Detroit, Samuel removed to Milan, Erie County, Ohio, and there, on the 11th of February 1847, his son, Thomas Alva Edison, was born. At this small lake port, Thomas spent the first 7 years of his life, and at an early age gave evidence of the genius which has made him the most famous inventor the world has ever seen. Before he was 6 years old, he showed much interest in the faithful manner in which a goose sat day after day on the eggs she was hatching. And when at length her patience was rewarded and the family of goslings appeared, he was astonished to learn that the heat of the mother bird's body had produced this result. How long he pondered over this, his first lesson in organic chemistry, we are not told. But one day he was missing, and an anxious search in every likely place proved vain. At length his father happened to go into the barn, and there he found his enterprising son sitting on a batch of eggs which he had collected. He was actually trying to hatch them. When Thomas was 7 years old, a new railway so affected the trade of Milan that his father decided to remove to Port Huron in Michigan. Here the Edisons lived in a large white farmhouse which overlooks the river that forms part of the boundary between Canada and the United States. In his new home, the intelligent lad received instruction from his mother, who was his only teacher, except for one short period of 2 months at school. The boy's thirst for knowledge soon showed itself in the books he not only read, but endeavoured to master. Before he was 10, he had gone carefully through Hume's History of England, Daubigny's History of the Reformation, the Penny Encyclopedia, Year's Dictionary of the Sciences, Sears' History of the World, and Newton's Principia. He also set himself the task of reading all the books in the Detroit Free Library, and he succeeded in getting through 15 feet of books without passing over a single word in any one of the volumes. It is said that, young as he was, he could refer to the very page in any book he had read which contained a passage or an incident in which he was interested. These ponderous volumes scarcely seemed to be just the stuff to sharpen a boy's wits, and yet it was at this time that he was acting as train boy and reaping the benefits of his own ingenious contrivances to create a boom in newspapers. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Running a paper. Edison was not satisfied to act simply as the hands of other persons. He could not be content to do duty merely as a machine set in motion and controlled by a greater power. He must use his mind as well as his hands and do something towards creating the power. He was quite willing to sell what others produced, but he also felt that he could help in the production. From the owner of the Detroit Free Press, he bought a quantity of type. Then he got permission to use the smoke-room of an old car, which ran on the line where he sold papers. This he fitted up as a printing establishment, of which he was the sole staff. As the train performed its daily journeys, the busy editor, compositor, and printer of the Grand Trunk Herald, as he called his journal, wrote, set up, and printed his weekly budget of news. The sheet, for it was only printed on one side, was 16 inches by 12, and was printed without the assistance of a press. The cost of such a machine was beyond the purse of the ambitious youth. Yet, whoever before heard of printing a newspaper without a press? Only an ingenious mind like Edison's would have dreamt of such a thing. He not only thought of it, but he did it, and by simply pressing the sheets on the types, he produced several hundreds of copies of his paper. It may interest our readers to see a few extracts from the paper published by this enterprising youth, under the difficult circumstances which we have just described. Under the head of Local Intelligence, we read, Premiums. We believe that the Grand Trunk Railway give premiums every 6 months to those of their engineers who used the least wood and oil running the usual journey. Now we have ridden with Mr. E. L. Northrop, one of their engineers, and we do not believe that you could fall in with another engineer more careful or attentive to his engine, being the most steady driver that we have ever ridden behind, and we consider ourselves some judge, having been railway riding for over 2 years constantly, always kind and obliging, and ever at his post. His engine, we contend, does not cost 1/4 for repairs, which the other engines do. We would respectfully recommend him to the kindest consideration of the Grand Trunk Railway officers. Even in this paragraph, the young editor is fully alive to the advantages which all newspaper men know may be obtained by a little judicious puffing. At any rate, Edison knew the value of being on the best possible terms with the officials of the train in which he made his living. In the same issue, we find another paragraph of the same class, in which the one porter of Utica Station is highly commended for the order and cleanliness of his platform, on which the snow does not lie for a week after it has fallen, but is swept off before it is almost down. Then there is an account of how a gentleman didn't succeed in swindling the Grand Trunk Railway Company out of a large sum of money to recoup him for a bag which he pretended he had lost while travelling. When the bag was found in the gentleman's possession, his friends offered money to have the matter hushed up. Not so, writes Edison. We say that the villain should have his name posted up in the various stations of the country, and then he would be able to travel in his true colours. After this, there is a commendation of a very successful recruiting officer, then a notice of heavy shipments of flour and hogs, a berth, a notice that the paper is to be enlarged, and that every subscriber's name would be printed on his copy. Under News, we read that the 1000th birthday of the Empire of Russia will be celebrated at Novgorod in August. Of course, the paper has its little joke. Let me collect myself, as the man said when he was blown up by a powder mill. Then follow railway notices, mails, markets, and advertisements. This paper was sold at 3 cents, or a penny halfpenny, and it soon had a circulation of 400 copies. Occasionally it contained contributions from leading railwaymen, who could not but admire the boy and his work. Robert Stephenson, the great engineer, was so taken with it that he ordered an extra edition for his own use. The Times of London gave it a favourable notice, and so made Edison's name known on this side of the Atlantic. He next entered into partnership with a printer's boy, and together they issued a paper called Paul Pry. It was a superior production to the Grand Trunk Herald, but indulged in plainer speaking. The result was that an indignant subscriber, who had been referred to in anything but complimentary terms, threw the editor-in-chief into the Sinclair River. Edison was not much alarmed at this hostility. All editors, and especially those on the other side of the Atlantic, know the price they must occasionally pay for freedom of speech. They count the cost and risk having to foot the bill. Edison was so much interested in chemical experiments that he spent all his spare time in scientific studies of one kind and another. He had in his travelling printing shop a quantity of chemicals, and one day the jolting of the car caused a bottle of phosphorus to fall and explode. In a moment the car was on fire, and in rushed the conductor. Before Edison well knew what had happened, the man had soundly boxed his ears and injured his hearing for life. He was then bundled out of the train with all his belongings and left stranded by the side of the line. We do not know what thoughts passed through his mind as he stood there, watching the receding train. The sudden break-up of all his plans and schemes and working arrangements must have been a great shock to him. In all the sorrowful incidents of his life, and they were many, nothing more desolate can be imagined than the figure of the ill-clad, ill-fed boy, standing irresolutely on the deserted road, the fragments of his cherished possessions around him, and in the gradually increasing distance, the outlines of his beloved workshop and sanctum. Nothing could be gained by inaction, and so gathering up his property, he made his way to his father's house at Port Huron and stowed it away in the cellar. Here he conducted his experiments and made the electric telegraph a special object of study. He was very anxious to thoroughly understand not only how messages were sent from the operator's point of view, but also how the telegraph was constructed and the principles on which it worked. With his friend James Ward, he laid a line of telegraph from the workshop in the cellar to Ward's house, some little distance away. Stovepipe wire was used and insulated by bottles, and a piece of an old cable, fished out of the Detroit River, carried the line under a busy thoroughfare. Old wire wrapped in rags served as magnets, and then the boys proceeded to generate an electric current. Perhaps, as an instance of ingenuity, this experiment was never equalled, unless it was when the same lad attempted to hatch chickens and goslings by the heat of his own body. Edison and Ward captured 2 cats, to the legs of which they attached wires, and then they proceeded to generate a current of electricity by violently rubbing the animals' backs. Mr. Reed, who gives this incident in his memorial volume, says, "The experiment was not without success. A tremendous local current and perfect electric arc were produced, but it would not work the line and was abandoned. The experiment illustrated the humour of the man." The matter-of-fact reader and the ordinary worker, who never by any chance do a foolish thing or give others cause for scornful laughter, may be inclined to regard these unpromising experiments of Edison's as instances of weakness rather than of evidences of strength. But then such men, who have a great horror of being thought foolish, never benefit themselves or others by their discoveries, for they never, even by accident, make any. Every man who has led the way in science has at one time or another been laughed at as a dreamer or a madman. Again and again has it been his lot to hear the mocking voices of would-be wiseacres, who knew less and cannot see half as far. Speaking of the incident of the cats, Mr. Johnson, for many years Edison's associate, says, "It is perfectly characteristic of the man. He will today undertake elaborate experiments and conduct them with great care and marvellous patience and perseverance, although his reason points to their utter futility. It is this trait, however, which led him into lines of original discovery and observation unattained by others. After this failure, the boys put together their savings and bought some old batteries and telegraphic instruments. They were then able to put their private line in proper working order. Many years after this, a gentleman told the following story. He said, "I knew Tom when he was a barefoot boy, and he was always tinkering with telegraphy, and once rigged up a line from his home to mine, a street away. I could not receive very well, and sometimes I would come out, climb on the fence, and halloa over to know what he said. This always made him angry. He seemed to take it as a reflection on his telegraph line." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A clever operator. Though no longer the proud owner of a newspaper, edited and produced by himself, Edison continued to supply the travelling population between Detroit and Port Huron with newspapers. And though this occupation could scarcely be regarded as a permanent one, or as a stepping stone to a business or a profession, it enabled the lad to keep himself and assist those at home. Out of his small earnings, he always gave his mother at least $1, which is 4 shillings and twopence, a day towards household expenses. He had been so long on the road as a newsboy that he was well known to the officials and a great favourite with all. No one could help admiring and respecting the hard-working, intelligent lad, who could turn his hand to anything, and never seemed to meet a difficulty that he was unwilling to face, and that he did not eventually surmount. The train, which Edison travelled by, spent half an hour every day shunting at Mount Clemens Station, and the newsboy became very friendly with Mackenzie, the station master. This man had a child, a little boy about 2.5 years old, named Jimmy. Edison was very fond of the baby boy, and often had a romp with the child when he had finished his business and was waiting for the train to start. One morning, while the shunting was going on, the child strayed onto the line and was standing throwing pebbles over his head. Just then, a wagon was cast off the back part of the train and pushed towards the place where Jimmy was standing. Edison saw the child's danger, threw down his bundle of papers, and saved the little one's life at the risk of his own. It was only by the narrowest shave that he flung himself and the boy out of the way of the moving car. As it was, they both fell on their faces and were badly scratched by the rough pebbles and cinders between the lines. A moment later, and Edison would have lost a foot or been killed as the wheel of the car struck the heel of his boot. Hearing the cries of those who had witnessed the danger of his child, Mackenzie rushed out to the ticket office and saw the men carrying Edison and Jimmy onto the platform. He was not a rich man and could not show his gratitude to the child's preserver by making him a handsome gift, so he offered to teach him all he knew about telegraphy. Edison was delighted with the offer and gladly accepted it. A day or two afterwards, the lad began to take lessons, and in 10 days he managed to construct a complete set of instruments no larger than an ordinary envelope. Always practical in all he did, and anxious to take advantage of every opportunity of making money, he constructed a short telegraph line from the town to the station, and set up his instruments in a druggist's shop. His charge for a message was 12.5 cents, that is, 6 halfpenny, and during the first month he had the pleasure of sending 3 messages. In the meantime, he made such rapid progress that he was soon able to teach his teacher, and he made several improvements on the cable which carried the messages between Port Huron and Sarnia. At length, he was appointed to take charge of a telegraph station when he was 16 years of age, with a salary of $25, or £5 a month. About 3 months after he had received the appointment, some special work was required, and Edison was promised a sum of money if he succeeded in doing it. Then, to his disgust, the reward was not forthcoming, so he threw up the place and went to Stratford in Canada, where he acted as night operator. At Stratford, Edison appeared for the first time in the role of an inventor. It was very important that the night operators should not fall asleep at their posts, so a rule was made that every one of them must telegraph the number 6 every half hour to the manager of the section on which he was engaged. This was regarded as evidence that the operator was awake and at his post. Edison did not like the rule. Sometimes he was very sleepy, and sometimes he wanted to take a walk. Of course, he had no right to do either. His duty was to stick to his post, keep awake, and duly report himself as required. But his ingenuity suggested another way out of the difficulty, which got him into trouble. He constructed a wheel having notches cut at the outer edge. This he attached to the clock and connected it by wires with the main line circuit. The result was that the number 6 was given regularly, no matter where he was or what he was doing. Soon, however, the manager noticed that Edison could never be got to reply to a message just after the 6 had been received. He, therefore, concluded that something was wrong, or some explanation required. A man was sent to find out the real state of affairs, and Edison's labour-saving device was discovered. Though intended by the inventor to enable him to evade a duty, it was of use for other purposes, and was afterwards patented and sold to the American District Telegraph Company. Not long afterwards, Edison was guilty of another breach of duty, which brought about his dismissal. One night he received a message to stop a certain train, and not attending to it at once, the train passed through without stopping. Knowing that there was danger of a collision taking place, he rushed out to a luggage station near, at which most of the trains stopped, hoping to find it there, and so prevent any harm from being done. In the darkness he stumbled and fell, and by the time he had pulled himself together, the train was completely out of his reach. Back he hurried to the telegraph office and tried to prevent a collision by sending a message after the train, but it was too late to be of any service. Fortunately, the two trains came in sight of each other on a long, straight part of the line, and the vigilance of the engineers saved them from the threatened disaster. Edison was at once suspended and required to wait on the general manager, who spoke to him very severely. "Young man," he said, "this offence of yours is a very serious one, and I think I shall make an example of you. I can send you to prison for 5 years, and..." The sentence was never finished. At that moment, visitors from England were shown into the manager's room, and he rose to meet them. While they were engaged in conversation, Edison slipped quietly out of the room and made for the luggage station as fast as he could. There he found a train about to start for Sarnia. The conductor was willing to allow him to travel by it, and in a short time he was over the boundary and safe at Port Huron. He says, "I haven't been in Toronto since that time, nor have I yet received the pay due to me up to that date." While staying at Port Huron, the blocks of ice in the river cut the telegraph cable between Port Huron and Sarnia. Edison thought he could manage to communicate across the stream, which was 1.5 miles wide, without a cable. Jumping onto an engine, he caused the whistle to make sounds like the dots and dashes of the telegraphic symbols. In a short time, the sounds were heard and noted, and there came back a reply, so that messages could be whistled across until the cable was repaired. When this incident became known, it added no little to Edison's fame as an operator. He was now 17 years of age, and his knowledge of telegraphy was greater than that of the majority of those who had spent many years at the work. He was not long without an appointment. In fact, during a comparatively short period, he held several. It was much easier for him to get a post than to keep one. His love of joking and his fondness for experiments caused him to get into trouble again and again. The managers were willing enough to recognize the abilities of the clever youth, who seemed to treat the telegraph instruments as playthings, but they could not afford to have the rules which had been framed for the good of the service set aside by anyone in their employment. At one place he was praised and blamed, complimented and dismissed at the same time. He had invented an instrument by which a message could be transferred from one line to another without the assistance of an operator. For this he received praise. Because he was so much engaged in trying experiments, he was discharged. What was wanted was not an inventive genius, but a steady-going, trustworthy human machine, which either could not or would not think, and who would never dream of attempting to teach those who were supposed to know more about the work than he did. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A great success. Edison was anxious to be engaged in the highest paid telegraphic work, that of receiving press reports, and he obtained permission to try his powers. The system he invented of adjusting two receiving registers, the one for the reception of the news and the other for the repeating of the embossed writing, was very successful for a time, but unusual pressure of work made it impossible to keep pace with the dispatches, and so many complaints of delay were received from the newspaper officers that Edison was sent from Indianapolis to Cincinnati. There he worked as a day operator for $60 or £12 a month. He also earned something by assisting the men on night duty. One night, all the operators joined in a revel with some visitors from another town, and when all were out of the office but Edison and the office boy, the telegraph began to work. Alone, the skillful operator worked all night and succeeded in supplying the gap. He was also on duty at the usual hour next morning, ready to do his day's work. He did not intend to say anything about the events of the night, but the office boy told the manager, and Edison's salary was nearly doubled as the result. He was then placed in charge of the Louisville wire, over which were sent all the southern reports. Fortunately for him, the operator at the other end was famous for his speed and clearness, and the practice Edison had with this gentleman placed him at once far ahead of the other operators. His next move was to Memphis in Tennessee, with a still larger salary and board. Here he had the misfortune to have a manager who had been trying for some time to perfect a repeater of his own invention. Edison soon made the thing work, and was then dismissed for his pains. Jealousy, as in this case, often causes acts of injustice. Edison could scarcely have been thrown out of work under more unfavourable circumstances. He was absolutely penniless. All his money had been sent home or spent on books and instruments, and his clothes were very scanty and would scarcely hold together. To make matters worse, he was not in very good health, for the long hours and want of sleep had begun to tell on his constitution. He was cast down, but not beaten. Feeble, penniless, and sore-hearted, he walked 100 miles and then obtained a free ride to Louisville. William Foley, also a telegraph operator out of work, joined him at Nashville, and the two lads pursued their journey together. At length they entered Louisville and tried to obtain employment. The manager was not prepossessed in Edison's favour. How could he be? Clothes may not be a true indication of respectability, or the contrary, but soleless shoes and thin linen garments in winter, worn by a weary, hungry-looking lad, could not but awaken suspicion. The manager, however, heard what he had to say, and his bright, earnest manner and the evidences of his skill told so much in his favour that he was at once engaged. Here he remained 2 years, though he suffered much from the coarse and unprincipled conduct of those with whom he was obliged to associate. In time they came to know him and appreciate his kind disposition, his innocent and studious life, and his willingness to do anyone a good turn. They felt he was not, and never could be, one of them, yet they could not withhold from him the respect he inspired wherever he went. On one occasion, he took the press report of Andrew Johnson's presidential message at one sitting of 13 hours, from 3:30 in the afternoon until 4:30 on the following morning. He then paragraphed the matter so that a few lines could be given to each compositor, and the report that had taken him all night to receive was set up in a few minutes. This incident was honoured by a state dinner given to him by the Louisville Press. One night, when Edison was on duty, one of the most skilled operators in the service, but a victim to intemperance, entered the office under the influence of alcohol. Walking up to the stove, he kicked it over, and then pulled down all the apparatus and left the room a complete wreck. Edison quietly rigged up one of the wires and did all the work just as if nothing had happened. Being a sober, trustworthy man, the rest made Edison their treasurer, so that none of them should be able to get more liquor that was good for him, and for the work during office hours. A new man came to the office, who fell in with the plan. But when the treasurer refused to give him more money than he was entitled to, the man at once knocked him down and would have done him serious mischief if the others had not interfered. This they did so effectually that the man spent 3 weeks in the hospital. As he was the only one who ever had any spare money, for he spent nothing in dissipation of any kind, the demands on his purse were frequent, and his patience was tried to the utmost. His books were carried off and pawned, and he sometimes found his bed occupied by drunken operators, who lay there dressed and with their boots on. After a time, a new office was built at Louisville, and richly furnished. Strict orders were given that the instruments must not be moved from their places, and the chemicals handled with the greatest care. Edison wanted some sulfuric acid for an experiment, and unfortunately upset the vessel which held it. The acid corroded the floor, passed through into the manager's room, injured his desk, and destroyed his carpet. On the following morning, Edison was informed by the board of directors that as they wanted operators and not experimenters, he was at liberty to draw the salary due to him and leave. Cincinnati next employed the irrepressible inventor, who could not be satisfied with the possession of more knowledge than 9/10 of the telegraph operators in the country cared to acquire. Here the engine shed was so near the operating room that Edison took a more than usual interest in the locomotives stabled there. He even borrowed one and made a trip on his own account when the driver and the fireman were away. He returned in safety, for when he was a train boy, he learned how to handle an engine, but it was not just as smart in appearance as he found it. By overfilling the boiler, he brought down a shower of dirty water and soot ejected from the funnel on the engine. We next find him back again at Port Huron, where he worked for more than a year, until he was 21. Here he invented an ingenious device which effected a considerable saving, and in return the Grand Trunk Railway Company presented him with a free pass to Boston. When he arrived at that centre of learning, he had been 4 days and nights on the road, and as usual, his wardrobe was neither new nor fashionable. His appearance at once aroused the mirth of the operators, who determined to put a job on the J from the woolly West. They at once pointed out the instrument he was to use, and told him that he was expected to take down a special report for the Boston Herald. To make sure of flooring the new man, they had wired through to New York and arranged for one of the fastest senders in that office to send the report. Edison had long before this made himself perfect in a simple and rapid style of writing, which he could do at more than 50 words a minute, and faster than anyone in the United States could telegraph. He therefore began to take down the report quite easily, as the New York man, to throw him off his guard, proceeded leisurely at first. Before long, the pace increased, but apparently without any effort. Edison was quite equal to the task. He then saw from the faces of the men, who were all looking over his shoulder, that they had arranged the whole thing to get some fun out of him. Pretending not to notice anything unusual, he remained quite calm and kept up with the message, even stopping once or twice to sharpen his pencil. Then the New York man commenced to run the words together and stick the signals, but that made no difference to Edison. He had been tried with all kinds of work, good, bad, and indifferent. He put it down in a neat copperplate hand, even crossing his T's and dotting his I's, and putting in all the stops. When he thought that the fun had gone far enough and the report was about completed, he quietly wired to the operator at the other end, "Say, young man, change off and send with your other foot." That message was too much for the New York man, who threw up the job in disgust and gave it to someone else to finish. The Boston operators tried no more tricks of this kind on the J from the Woolly West. They were quite satisfied to place him in the front rank of operators, and to allow that a man who could perform the feat they had just witnessed could afford to dress as he pleased. The Boston office was much troubled with cockroaches of large size, which were seen everywhere, and which no human ingenuity had been able to overcome. No hiding places, however cunningly constructed, could hold their foraging parties at bay. No shelf hook or nail afforded any protection against their scaling forces. Over books, papers, instruments, provisions, and garments lay the shining track of the foe, like the trail of the serpent on the emerald bowers of Eden. But Edison fixed them. Shining tinfoil was fastened on the walls and baited with food. Then it was connected with the battery by means of wires, and as soon as the cockroaches entered the trap, they were instantly destroyed. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the road to fortune. A friend named Milton Adams had obtained Edison his Boston appointment. Now, strange to say, Adams was out of employment for some time and depended on Edison for board and lodging, which was gladly tendered by the one and as gratefully received by the other. The two friends had an amusing experience. They were one day walking along the streets when they saw a crowd gathered round two drapers' shops, the owners of which were always trying to undersell each other. They had both got in a large quantity of stockings, the price of which had been lowered, first in one shop and then in the other. It now stood at 1 cent, about a halfpenny, for 5 pairs of stockings. Milton borrowed a cent from Edison and, walking into one of the shops, asked for the 5 pairs of hose as advertised in the window. A young lady at once handed the buyer 5 pairs of baby's stockings. "Oh," said he, "I can't use these." "Can't help that, young man," was the reply. We don't permit selections at that price. Edison continued to spend every spare moment in experiments, and his rooms became a workshop, laboratory, and library in one. He studied electricity from every standpoint, and often sat up all night reading books on his favourite subject. He was so much impressed with the magnitude of the task that he said, "Adams, I've got so much to do, and life is so short that I'm going to have to hustle." Having seen in a scientific paper how to make the terrible explosive known as nitroglycerin, he joined with another operator in making some. Then they tested a very small portion and were alarmed at the result. So frightened were they to have such a destructive substance in their possession that they put it into a bottle, wrapped it carefully up in paper, and then, in the early morning, secretly and gently lowered it into a street sewer. In 1869, Edison invented a vote recorder. It was the first patent granted to him, but he received no benefit from it. He intended the apparatus to be used by the lawmakers of the different states, and also in the American Parliament or Congress. If used, it would have enabled each member to record his vote without leaving his seat by simply turning a switch either to the right or the left. The apparatus was a success from a working point of view, but as it would have prevented all interference with the members and made them independent of their party, it was not adopted. In fact, those who controlled the affairs of the House would not have used it if they had been paid to do so. In a short time, Edison was regarded in Boston as an authority on telegraphy and was engaged to lecture upon it in one of the schools. He made the engagement without asking any particulars and then forgot all about it. When the time came to go to the school, Adams found him at work on the top of a building fixing a telegraph pole. Thinking that he was about to address a company of boys, Edison started at once with Adams, just as he was, in his working attire. But when the friends were ushered into the lecture room, they were both struck dumb with astonishment to see it filled with an assembly of elegantly attired young ladies. For a few moments, Edison stood speechless. Then, with a great effort, he managed to overcome his diffidence and plunge into his subject. Once set going, he kept on and satisfied his hearers with the brief, pleasant, and clear address which he delivered. His modesty, combined with a thorough knowledge of his subject, made him a favourite with all the students in the school. But now, we may ask, what was the result of all Edison's experiments? To what did they tend? What object had he in view? They could not be simply the outcome of a curious mind, or continue year after year, as boys say, just for the fun of the thing. That Edison delighted in experiments for their own sake, and for the pleasure they gave him when actually engaged on them, is beyond question. But mad as he seemed to be in the eyes of his less gifted fellow workers, there was a method in his madness. He had a purpose in all his experiments, and a definite object in his mind all the time. He knew what he wanted, and he had an idea how to obtain his ends. But the practical part was the difficulty. Theories, like castles in the air, are excellent subjects for daydreams and may be talked about for any length of time, but the practical application is the difficulty. The electric telegraph was invented some years before Edison was born, but it was only in its infancy when he first made its acquaintance. Another American, named Professor Morse, constructed the first telegraph line between Washington and Baltimore in 1843, and in 1844 the first message was sent over the wire. It consisted of this sentence: "What hath God wrought?" When Edison came to thoroughly understand the science and the working of telegraphy, he found that there was room for considerable improvement. The application of electricity to the sending of messages hundreds and thousands of miles by means of a wire stretched on poles was as great a marvel to him as it was to the ignorant rustic who regarded it as a species of magic. But his keen eye, directed by an inquiring mind, saw beneath the surface, and he was persuaded that the system in use was imperfect and too limited in its application. He felt that he could get more and better work out of it, hence his experiments. He began at the beginning. He learned all that the operators knew about the apparatus. As a rule, this information satisfied them. It enabled them to perform work which was valued at so much a month or year. It was not their business to know more. They did the work and earned the money. Then their part ended. But Edison would not have rested there if he had been paid 10 times the amount the best operator ever received. He wanted, and must have, a perfect machine. At the end of 6 years, that is, in 1869, he was satisfied that he had hit upon an improved system. So he left Boston and went to New York. He was eager to have his invention put to a practical test. He believed that he had found out how to send 2 or 4 messages at the same time over a single wire. He knew that such an improvement was of the greatest value to any busy community. And so it proved to be. When it came to be adopted, it was a gain of millions of pounds to the telegraph companies on both sides of the Atlantic. By its means, one wire did the work that had required the use of 2 or 4. Edison's system of telegraphy is now regarded as one of the greatest triumphs. But when he went to New York in 1869, he had still to persuade those who had money to spend in carrying out his ideas. This they were far from eager to do. Clever as he was, he wandered about the streets for 3 weeks before he could even get employment. At the end of that time, he was tired and disheartened, and it was with difficulty he could obtain even sufficient food to support life. Calling at the office of the Law's Gold Reporting Company, he asked for work. At that moment, the head of the firm and his manager were at their wits' end to discover what had gone wrong with their gold indicator. This was an instrument which Mr. Laws had invented, and by means of which the price of gold was reported in hundreds of brokers' offices in the city. When it refused to work, all business was suspended, and messengers were sent hurriedly from every office to inquire the cause. Just when the master and his manager were in despair, and the office was besieged by hundreds of boys, Edison walked in, hurriedly examined the instrument, and then said, I think, Mr. Laws, I can show you where the trouble lies. There is a contact spring which has broken and fallen between two cogwheels and prevents the gear from moving. Mr. Laws was only too glad to be shown a way out of the difficulty to resent the stranger's interference. Edison quickly removed the obstruction, and the instrument was shortly at work again. The breakdown of Law's indicator and Edison's timely appearance and ability to repair it proved a piece of great good fortune to the destitute operator. On the following day, he was engaged to take charge of the whole machinery of the vast establishment at a salary of $300 or £60 a month. Never was there a better illustration of Shakespeare's lines, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune." Edison's reward had come at last, and he had now opportunities and means to carry out the schemes which had cost him so much labour to work into a practical shape. He had not been long in Mr. Law's employment before he invented a better instrument to take the place of the one he had put into working order. After this, he invented a number of private printing telegraphic appliances, of which the Golden Stock Telegraph Company wished to buy the patent right. Edison made up his mind to ask what seemed to him a large sum, namely $5,000 or £1,000. But as he needed money for further experiments, he was prepared to take any smaller sum rather than not sell it. To his astonishment, the company offered him $40,000 or £8,000, which he at once accepted, and he received a cheque for that amount. Afraid that there must be some mistake and that he would not get the money after all, he hurried away to the bank at which the cheque was payable. This was his first visit to a bank, and after watching how others went about the business, he walked up and presented his cheque. The bank clerk said something which, on account of his deafness, Edison could not understand. So the disappointed inventor turned away without the money. After sitting on the bank steps in despair for a time, he went back to the office where he had received the cheque and told one of the clerks of his difficulty. This man explained to Edison that the clerk at the bank would not pay the money until someone they knew said that he was the man to whom the cheque was made payable. The clerk went back with him, and the money was at once paid. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Work and marriage. The money which Edison received for his inventions was nearly all spent in fitting up a shop in which much valuable work was done. One invention after another was turned out, the majority of which were connected with telegraphy. The result was that all looked to him to solve any difficulties which defied the efforts of other people. The failure of other inventors was his opportunity, and he certainly did not fail when he was called in to remedy a defect or complete an imperfect instrument. In 1873, he entered into an agreement with several important firms to give them the first offer of all his telegraphic inventions. In return, they paid him a large salary and placed as much money at his disposal as he required. Soon he had a large establishment in full working order and was employing 300 men. In his factory there were no fixed hours of labour, and yet there was no waste of time or material and no confusion in the works. The spirit of Edison was infused in the men he employed. His eager, earnest, persevering, and withal bright and cheery manner acted like magic on all who served him. Somehow every man felt the influence of his mastermind, and was so considerately treated that he seemed to become a part of the wonderful inventive genius, whose conceptions were as inexhaustible as his patience. There was but one interest in that concern, but one object, and that was to carry out the plans of the master. It was no uncommon thing for the men to become so interested in their work that they begged to be allowed to return in the evening to complete the experiments on which they were engaged. Nor was Edison afraid to let his men see the joy he felt when an invention turned out successfully. It was no unusual thing for him to go through the works and distribute sums of money among those who had an important experiment in hand. He also joked them on their inability to do certain work that was much wanted in a given time, and so incited them to put forth all their skill and work with the utmost speed. When so engaged, Edison forgot everything else. He even forgot to pay his taxes, but the tax collector did not forget him. Government officials charged with this duty never suffer from a bad memory. So one day the inventor received a notice informing him that unless the tax was paid on the following day, he would be charged an extra sum as a fine for his delay. Next morning, when he went to the city hall to pay the tax, he found a great many before him who had received a similar notice. Taking his place at the end of the line, he waited his turn. Until it came, he was busy thinking about an experiment he had in hand, and was suddenly aroused from his absent condition by the words sharply uttered, "Now then, young man, look sharp. What is your name?" Edison looked blankly at the face of the official, and then as blankly said, "I don't know." At once he was waved aside. Another took his place. His chance was lost, and he had the extra money to pay. He was especially successful in working out a system of automatic telegraphy, by means of which the work was done without the assistance of an operator. It consisted of 3 machines, one for recording the words on paper, one for sending the messages, and a third for receiving them. The speed at which this could be done was simply marvellous. Over some wires, the rate varied from 800 to 1,000 words a minute. The wire between Washington and New York could carry as much matter as equalled all the ordinary correspondence between the 2 cities. The number and variety of Edison's inventions make it impossible even to mention them, while a description is impossible in a small work of this kind. The details of those completed before he was 24 years of age would fill enough books to make a respectable library. The official in charge of the office described the inventor as a young man who has kept the path to the patent office hot with his footsteps. Like many other great men, Edison could continue for a long period without sleep, and when the work was done, He could fall asleep at once and enjoy an equally long period of rest until he had made up the loss. One thing told very largely in his favour. He never touched intoxicating drinks or any kind of stimulants, and therefore nature was not interfered with. On one occasion, Edison received an order for £6,000 worth of machines. They were to be constructed from a model which had worked successfully. But when the first was finished, there was found to be something wrong with it. Edison could not at first discover the cause of failure, but that only made him more determined to remedy the defect. Taking a number of his best workmen to the top room in the factory, he locked the door, put the key in his pocket, and said, "Now, you fellows, you'll have to stay here until this job is completed." As there was no appeal from the decision of the determined inventor, and as the men were devoted to him, the work went on and continued for 60 hours, without sleep and little food. Then the mischief was discovered, and the men were allowed to take the rest they sorely needed. Edison refreshed himself after the strain by a sleep of 36 hours. Edison also had an idea of his own about food. He expressed a wish not to have the same thing to eat twice in a month. He believed that variety in food is the secret of wise eating. He says that the nations that eat the most kinds of food are the greatest nations. To illustrate his theory, he referred to the various peoples of the earth and their staple food. Rice-eating nations never progress, he said. They never do or act anything but rice, 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 forever. One day in 1873, Edison stopped to watch one of his young lady assistants who was attending a machine for writing by electricity. He remained so long that it was a question whether it was the machine or the good-looking operator which was engaging his attention. His persistent stare made the girl so nervous that she could not work and was obliged to stop. Then, with a smile, Edison asked her if she was afraid of him, and by one or two questions managed to draw out of her the fact that she liked him. "Oh, never mind explaining," he said. "You can do that some other time. In the meantime, will you marry me?" Probably the young lady had become so accustomed to the rapidity with which electricity did its work that she was not shocked at the electric speaking of the master of electricity. She consulted with her friends, and shortly afterwards, Mary E. Stilwell became Mrs. Edison. It is said that a friend was passing Edison's laboratory very late on the inventor's wedding day, when he looked up and saw a light burning. Entering the building, he found his friend, as usual, completely engrossed in an experiment. "Tom," he said, "it's past midnight. Aren't you going home?" "What? Is it so late?" replied Edison. "Past midnight? And now I think of it, I was married today. Yes, I had better go home at once." If Edison had not found a wife to his liking inside his works, it is highly probable that he would have remained a bachelor. He never seems to have gone into society in those days, or to have associated with many persons outside the scientific world in which he moved. Certainly, having found the right woman, it was a good thing that she had an intimate acquaintance with the ruling passion of his life. One thing she could not say after her marriage, which a lady from the outer world might have said, that she did not expect to find him so thoroughly devoted to his scientific experiments. As a fellow worker, she knew exactly what manner of man she was uniting herself to, and what to expect from him after their wedding. That she was a sensible woman and possessed of tact is beyond question. She entered more heartily than ever into her husband's schemes, and became a part of her husband's life, as few wives have an opportunity of doing. She also retained the respect and affection of those with whom she had previously worked. Before his marriage, Edison had neither regular hours for eating nor for sleeping. He left these things to take care of themselves. He took food when he could go no longer without, and he slept when he could no longer keep awake. He tried nature to the utmost, but as he was wise enough not to add to her difficulties by forming any dissipated habits or indulging in alcohol, she was a kind mistress and did not inflict too heavy penalties on the scientific sinner. After his marriage, Edison endeavoured to remember that he had a wife, and that the well-being of his family had some claims upon his time. He therefore became more regular in his habits, and was not so often guilty of turning night into day. Still, he did not, and could not wholly change his methods. He ever remained the same enthusiastic inventor, and from time to time was so absorbed in his work that he forgot everybody and everything but the experiment which he had on hand. We may here note that when Edison became the happy father of two children, a boy and a girl, he gave them, for their pet names, the two symbols used in telegraphy, a dot and a dash. Dot is known to her friends as Mary Estelle, and dash bears his father's name. Edison settled down at Menlo Park, a quiet spot about 24 miles distant from New York. For a time, his works remained at Newark, but when he became famous, he received too many visitors to please him. He did not object to give a reasonable amount of his time to scientific men like himself, but he would not be pestered by curious people who only sought admittance to be able to say that they had seen the famous inventor at work. To escape from the constant interruptions of thoughtless people, he at length decided to move his whole establishment from Newark to Menlo Park. There he erected the required buildings and fitted them up in a magnificent manner. The large workshop, 100 feet in length and 35 feet wide, contained every kind of machine he could possibly need for his work. Here, too, were models of all kinds of apparatus and parts of every kind of telegraphic instruments. There was also a large library of the best and most recent books for the use of the inventor and his staff. On the shelves were rows of bottles containing the chemicals used in performing the various experiments. There were also specimens of plants and minerals and preserved reptiles. From one corner, an organ and also a musical box sent forth sweet sounds from time to time. Edison had a body of capable assistants and skilled workmen to carry out his plans. His chief assistant, Charles Batchelor, first entered his employment in 1870 and has an interest in his inventions. His private secretary, L.S. Griffin, was at one time his telegraphic manager. He has also a master machinist and a professor and assistant to conduct chemical experiments. So capable are his staff that he can get a working model of a new invention constructed in a single day. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A modern fairy. In describing the various inventions of Edison, we have again and again referred to electricity. In many towns, the word in one form or another is in constant use. There are electric bells, the electric telegraph, the electric light, and the electric railway. There is also a little machine called the galvanic battery, which is very common. But do you know what electricity is? If you have a scientific friend, ask him or her, for ladies are now as learned as gentlemen. And if your friend is modest enough to confess that you have asked a very difficult question, which has puzzled some of the cleverest men, both of ancient and modern times, you will be the gainer, for he will do what we propose to do in this chapter. That is, he will tell where electricity is to be found and how to use it. But he will not trouble you with a string of scientific terms which tell you nothing. As we wish to be thought modest, we will say at once that we do not know what electricity is. But for fear that you may think that we have not done our duty by our readers in writing about something that we do not understand, we should like to amend our confession and say, we do not know what electricity is, neither does anyone else. Few men know as much about electricity as its master, Mr. Edison, but even he would be at a loss if pressed for a simple definition, to be understood by the common people, as an old writer would have quaintly said. And now, as we cannot tell you what this marvellous thing is, we will tell you what learned men have found out about it. But first of all, you must bear in mind that we do not make it, even as we make that powerful agent steam. Speaking correctly, steam is not made. It is produced by changing or turning water into vapour by means of heat, and the vapour or steam becomes water again. Electricity exists in nature and is independent of anything that we can do. It is everywhere at all times and may be simply described as a physical force which can produce light, heat and motion. It is said to have been discovered by Thales, an old Greek philosopher who lived some 2,000 years ago. He happened to rub a piece of amber on the rough sleeve of his gown, and then he found that with it he could pick up such light things as bits of down, feathers and straws, just as we pick up needles with a magnet. This was the first hint, as far as we know, that the world received of the existence of electricity. From the Greek word electron, which means amber, this power or force was afterwards called electricity. So you see, the name does not help us to get a definition. The old philosopher tried to explain the cause of the influence exercised by the rubbed amber on light substances by saying that it contained a soul or an essence which was aroused by friction and which came forth from the body where it had previously laid dormant or asleep. The old Greek's explanation is one that appeals to our fancy, for it requires no stretch of imagination to regard electricity as being to the metals which it seems to imbue with life what the soul is to the body. The stirring effect of electricity is present in our minds when we speak of anyone as being electrified by something that has been said or done. We mean that they have been greatly moved to action, as if by an extraordinary force. We never speak of steam with all its wondrous power in this light. Steam is a thing that we can, in a sense, make and see and confine and handle, but electricity is enveloped in mystery. We have said that this force is everywhere at all times, and yet, to those who do not know how to summon it to their aid, it might as well have no existence. Nay, it reminds us of the fairies described in old stories, who came at the bidding of those who had the secret power of enforcing their attendance. The utterance of certain words, the possession of a charm, a magic ring, a lamp, or a jewel, gave fortunate mortals the service of beings far more powerful than themselves. So it is with electricity. This force is to men like Edison what the slave of the lamp was to Aladdin in the Arabian Nights. They are able at will to call to their side this modern fairy and compel it to work wonders more marvellous than any described in the most startling fairy tale ever conceived by an Eastern storyteller. There are several ways of producing electricity. Electric machines usually do this by friction. If we rub amber, sealing wax, glass or sulphur with flannel, the friction we employ produces electricity. Even the simple act of stroking a cat's back arouses electricity in the cat's fur and in our own hands. The boy Edison knew this, you will remember, when he tried to obtain electricity from two cats for the telegraph he had made. A curious illustration of producing electricity by friction has been sometimes performed by rubbing the feet on the carpet and then lighting the gas with the electric spark from the end of the finger. In a battery, electricity is produced by chemical action in the following manner. Two metals, a plate of zinc and a plate of copper, are placed in a vessel containing a solution of acid. The plates are not allowed to touch each other in the acid, but the chemical action which takes place by the acid acting on the metal produces or generates electricity. Wires are attached to the plates above the level of the liquid, and along each of them flows an electric current, one of which is called positive and the other negative. When the ends of the wires are brought together, the two currents, positive and negative, meet and produce an electric shock. This is exactly what happens when a person takes hold of the handles of a galvanic battery. Taking hold of one handle produces no effect, but the moment the other handle is touched by any part of the body, the two currents unite. This is because the human body conducts electricity just in the same way as metal. Doctors often use batteries to act on the weak muscles of their patients, and a shock may be given to any limb or to any part of the body. We sometimes hear of persons being killed by accidentally coming in contact with wires used for electric lighting or for driving machinery. The wires themselves are harmless, except when it happens that touching them draws the electric current from them to the body. Criminals have recently been executed in America by means of electricity. On one occasion, Charles Batchelor, Edison's friend and assistant, very nearly became his own executioner. He was repairing some apparatus and thought that he had made an accident impossible when he happened to touch a wire with each hand and so establish a circuit. A terrible shock was the result, which for some time deprived him of all power of motion. Staggering to a stool, he sat there motionless, bathed in an icy and death-like sweat, and nervously unstrung from head to foot. The effect of the shock passed off in a few days, but the memory will remain as long as he lives. In another instance of a somewhat similar kind, a man touched wires which brought on him the electric current. He felt the shock for a moment, and then noticed that his waistcoat pocket was burned. Inside, where his watch had been, there remained only the ruins. The works were scattered loose, and through the case was a number of jagged holes. Round the edge, the melted gold had formed into small globules, while tiny drops were found on the floor. It will be remembered that in his earlier days, Edison killed cockroaches by means of electricity. Since then, a rat trap has been devised, which kills the captured animal the moment it tugs at the meat used as a bait to lead it to destruction. Snakes are also destroyed by this means in India. 2 wires are laid before the house door, and when the snake crawls over them, its body completes the circuit, and an electric shock, which kills the reptile, is the immediate result. When electricity is produced, it passes away as fast as it can, if not retained in some way. Now, there are certain substances, such as metals, water, animals, the human body, and the ground, along which the electric current flows with great rapidity. These are called conductors. There are also other substances, such as glass, porcelain, silk, wax, India rubber, and gutta percha, over which it will scarcely flow at all. These are non-conductors. The plan is therefore to collect the electricity by means of conductors, and then prevent it from getting away by surrounding it with non-conductors or insulators. It may not be generally known that the lightning we see during a thunderstorm is nothing but electricity. There is always a good deal of electricity in the air, caused by the rubbing of moist air against dry air, by the blowing of the wind, and the turning of water into vapour by the heat of the sun. When clouds become charged with electricity, they rush together. A flash of lightning is seen, and the roar of thunder is heard. The lightning is the same thing as a spark from an electrical machine. It takes several forms and is known as fork, sheet, and ball lightning. When the clouds are near the Earth, the flash comes straight down, for it has little air to pass through. When it is some distance from the Earth, it flies from side to side, making its way through the parts of the air and is zigzag or forked. When the cloud is heavily charged with electricity, it forces its way in the form of a ball. Sheet lightning is the reflection of distant fork lightning, or light discharges of distant clouds. Now as the lightning passes through the air, it leaves behind it an empty space. Instantly air rushes in to fill up the vacancy, and in so doing produces the loud sound which we call thunder. We do not hear the thunder till a short time after we have seen the lightning, because light travels so much quicker than sound. The nearer the thunderclouds are to us, the louder will sound the crash. Lightning follows the best conductor. The air itself is a bad conductor, so the lightning in its descent to the earth is attracted by the first object it meets and first strikes the tallest things, spires, chimneys and trees. It also rushes to the best conducting material in or about the object struck. We therefore provide for this by fitting lightning rods on the highest buildings. These rods are good conductors. They attract the lightning and prevent it from doing any harm by conducting it silently and safely to the ground. The safest place during a thunderstorm is indoors, away from all drafts, picture frames and wires. The centre of a room in the middle of a house is safer than an outer room, and lying in an iron bedstead is the safest place of all. It really acts like a metal cage or lightning screen, and the electric fluid may run round it but not touch anything within the bed. Remember that it always follows the best conductor. The loss of life from lightning is very large throughout the world, yet the majority of deaths take place in level and open places. Trees, villages, and thickly built towns and cities have so many projections that the inhabitants are protected from direct strokes. In 1 year, over 200 deaths were reported in the United States, and in 7 years, over 2,000 took place in Russia. Lightning was first proved to be electricity by an American philosopher named Benjamin Franklin. He made a kite and fastened to it a pointed iron wire, and to this he tied the string. Then, during a thunderstorm, he flew the kite in the air and drew down the electric current, or in other words, he attracted the lightning to his kite. So that it would not pass through his body to the earth, he tied a piece of silk ribbon to the end of the string, and this he held in his hand.
Yes, these dogs are so
electricity from
yes,
the
they
string,
are so
he fastened an iron key to it.
Yes, they are
Sparks came from the key, just
yes,
as they
these
do
dogs
from an
are so
electric machine. Franklin's experiment led to the use of lightning rods to protect buildings. You will now understand how we managed to make use of such a strange and powerful thing as electricity. We do not confine it in the same way as we confine water and steam, but we can generate it and store it and conduct it in any way we choose, and so make it serve our purpose. Electric currents will flow over thousands of miles in the same rapid manner as a flash of lightning, and thus we are able to telegraph long distances in a moment of time. To prevent the electric current from leaving the wires, they are insulated. That is, they are not allowed to touch anything that is a conductor of electricity. Glass is a non-conductor and is therefore used to support the wires at any point where they would come in contact with other substances. You may see this on any pole or lightning conductor. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the story of Edison and the wonders of electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Telegraph. From the time that Edison boomed at the daily paper, that gave an account of the Battle of Shiloh, until the present day, he has always kept his eye, we may say both eyes, on the electric telegraph. Then it served him so well that he was forcibly struck with an idea that the telegraph was the best thing going. It also led him to fully appreciate the wonders of electrical science. Nor do we wonder at this, for in using electricity to send messages, man has yoked and tamed for his service one of the swiftest and most subtle of all the forces of nature, and the final result of this mastery over an element so powerful and so marvellous no man can tell. In a recent speech, the Right Honourable W.E. Gladstone said that he had often thought that history would be better divided into compartments, marked off by great discoveries, than into reigns or royal lines. Speaking only of those of modern times, he said, you would have an epoch marked by the discoveries of gunpowder, of the printing press, and of the steam engine. And those discoveries have had an influence infinitely more powerful, not only upon the large collective destinies, but upon the daily life and experience of a multitude of human beings, than even the careers of conquerors or devisers of the greatest statesmen. In the list, the last competitor is the science of electricity. I think the historian of the future will recognise that there has been a larger influence on the destinies of mankind exercised by this fascinating discovery than even the discovery of the steam engine itself, because it is a discovery that operates so immediately upon the moral and intellectual nature and action of mankind. The electric telegraph has achieved this great result, that it has assembled all mankind upon one great plane, where they can see everything that is done or said and judge of every policy that is pursued at the moment the events take place. By the action of the electric telegraph, you have combined together, almost at one moment, the opinions of the whole of the intelligent world with respect to everything that is passing at the time on the face of the globe. It is a phenomenon to which nothing in the history of our planet presents anything that is equal, and the intensity of its power increases year by year. Regarding history from the standpoint of the statesman who said these words, and who is himself one of the greatest makers of history who ever lived, we must number Edison among those epoch-making men, before whose work the doings of kings and conquerors and politicians are but as lights and shadows on the landscape. We have already noticed that Edison did not invent the telegraph, and that the wonderful power of electricity was known before he was born. His improvements, however, have done much to perfect and increase the value of this wonderful invention. The word telegraph means far writer, and as its name implies, it is an instrument for sending messages along wires to almost any distance by means of electricity. It is therefore known as the electric telegraph. At first, the users of this system of communication were satisfied to send one message at a time on one wire. But as business increased and newspapers multiplied, better facilities were required. Edison's method of sending 4 separate messages, 2 in each direction, over a single wire at the same time, was perfected in 1874. The experiments in connection with this invention were carried out at his works at Newark. Then the apparatus was taken to New York, and when finally ready, communications were opened with Boston. The trial proved a success, and the method was adopted in all parts of the country. In 1 year, it saved one telegraph company above £100,000. He also devised what is called the harmonic multiplex telegraph, which employs musical sounds made by tuning forks and reeds at each end of the line. Each fork or reed responds only to its note or pitch, and by this arrangement, Edison has sent 16 messages at the same time, 8 each way. A still more striking device is that by which it is possible to telegraph from a moving train. We know that on long journeys, where trains run from 1 to 2 or more hours without stopping, a plan is used by which the engine can obtain a supply of water from a long continuous tank placed between the rails. But in that case, a connection between the tank and the engine is made for the time being, through which the water is forced. In some such way, a connection has been established between the moving train and the stations. This device is ingenious, but it is scarcely one to satisfy such a miracle worker as Edison. The marvel of his method is that no extra wire is required and no such connection takes place. There is an apparatus in the railway carriage, so arranged that from it the electric current passes through the air to the wires at the side of the line. Though not easy to explain to anyone who has not studied the telegraph, we may say that the system is neither difficult nor costly, and that it is now largely used. Messages have been sent through the air from the moving train to the wires, a distance of 500 feet. There is no doubt that such an invention, fitted up in all express trains, would go far to remove the objections that many people have of being shut up in a moving railway carriage for lengthened periods, and without the power of communicating with the outside world. While in the prevention of accidents and the capture of criminals, it is of the highest value. The value of the electric telegraph, especially to businessmen, is beyond all calculation. Its importance, however, may be seen from the following facts. In the United Kingdom, there were, in 1890, between 7,000 and 8,000 offices, postal and railway, from which messages could be sent, and 200,000 miles of wires. During that year, over 36 million messages were sent. The largest telegraph office in the world is at the London General Post Office, where over 3,000 operators are employed. In the United States, there were more offices and a greater length of wire, but not quite as many messages. Then there are cables connecting all parts of the world. Of these, 14 cross the Atlantic Ocean. A message of not more than 12 words may be sent to any part of the United Kingdom for sixpence, and across the Atlantic on payment of 1 shilling per word. For 1 shilling and 9pence per word, a message may be sent across the Atlantic and then across the continent of North America to the shores of the Pacific Ocean, a distance of more than 5,000 miles. A message has been sent across the Atlantic to America and answered in less than a minute. But this was simply between the office on this side and the office on the other side. There is, however, an instance of a message being sent by cable from New York to London ordering certain business to be done. 6 minutes afterwards, a reply was received in New York, intimating that the order had been complied with. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The telephone. Now let us glance at the telephone, which is an instrument for sending sounds a long distance by means of electricity. Edison did not invent this instrument, but here also he showed his ingenuity by his improvements. He also constructed the microphone, which has the power of magnifying sounds in the process of transmission. This is used in connection with the telephone. The megaphone, which Edison invented, brings distant sounds within hearing without the use of wires. 2 funnels, 30 inches wide at the outer end, and narrowing to a small hole, to which tubes are attached for the ears, are used. Persons several miles apart are able to converse with each other by these means. The aerophone, also invented by Edison, magnifies the ordinary tones of speech 200 times and projects the sound to a considerable distance. The slightest whisper is roared out in such a manner that it can be heard all over the neighbourhood. So far, the megaphone and the aerophone have not been used in any practical way. The telephone, however, like the telegraph, has met with ready acceptance and is now used almost everywhere. It is beyond all question one of the greatest time savers ever invented. Without leaving their houses or places of business, 2 persons who are hundreds of miles apart may hold a conversation with each other with the greatest ease. Nor are they required to employ anyone to assist in any way. They have only to speak and listen. The telephone has found its way very largely into all the countries of Europe and all parts of North America. Many of the chief towns in England are connected with London, and London is connected with Paris. In the United States, there are lines over 1,000 miles in length, and conversations are carried on over this enormous distance. So far, then, the inventions of Edison, in connection with the telegraph and the telephone, relate rather to improvements in appliances and apparatus, and the perfecting of those already in use, than to the first conception of the original idea. The different purposes to which these two instruments are applied may be briefly stated thus. The telegraph, or far writer, carries messages along wires and records them by means of symbols, and the telephone, or far sounder, carries messages along wires and makes them heard at a distance. In the telephone, the twin sister of the telegraph, Edison has made so many improvements and invented so many devices that it is impossible even to mention them all. Such names as the water telephone, the chemical telephone, and the mercury telephone suggest some of the means by which varied results have been obtained. Those who live in towns know how easy and how simply the telephone is now worked for the comfort and convenience of the public. A man may remain in his own house, and without using writing materials or employing a messenger, give all necessary instructions for the conduct of his business, or answer any question as quickly and as easily as if he were in his office. In his office, he may at once speak to his wife at home or to any of the people with whom he does business. A gentleman was recently sitting in his office more than 100 miles from London. Suddenly, the bell of his telephone rang, calling his attention to the fact that someone wished to speak to him. He at once replied, and was informed by his London agent that a large buyer from South America had just called, and that it was of the utmost importance that he should see him that very day. The question that his agent asked was, "Can you come to London today?" It was 11 o'clock in the morning when he received the message, and at past, he was in the express for the metropolis. But you may say that the telegraph could have been employed as effectually in this case as the telephone. It could so far as delivering the message from London. But note what happened between 11 and past. First of all, the gentleman was able to reply to his agent as quickly as if they had only been standing a yard apart. He was able, by asking one or two questions, to satisfy himself that his presence in London could not well be dispensed with, and as the man who wished to see him was then with his agent, an appointment was made for that very afternoon. This done, the gentleman rung up, that is, called the attention of a cab office to send a cab to take him to the station. Then he rung up his own house to inform his family that he was going to London by the next train, and asked one of them to meet him at the station with a rug and overcoat. After that, he rung up a merchant in the town with whom he had an engagement, and informed him of his sudden call to London. From another person he obtained information which he knew that he should require on his arrival. Then he rung up the hotel in the city where he usually stayed to secure a bed for the night. All this was done in a few minutes, without leaving the room, without sending out a single messenger, and at little more than the cost of the shortest telegram. The only extra charge that he would be called on to pay would be for the message to the London hotel. All the messages in his own town were included in the yearly rent he paid for the telephone, and the reply he sent to his agent was included in the charge paid by the agent at the London end. Even supposing the cost of the telephone messages to be more than the telegrams, they would have to be very great to be worth more than the time of a busy man. And in this instance, the visit to London affected business transactions of thousands of pounds. The chief objection to the telegraph is the time lost in getting a reply, and this is often considerable when messages have to be carried any distance to and from the telegraph office. Sermons and other addresses, also concerts and operas, can be enjoyed by means of the telephone without leaving home. A public speaker or singer may in this way address or sing to an unseen audience, scattered over a wide district, and his voice may be heard at the same time by persons many miles apart. In America, there are telephones arranged on the put a penny in the slot principle. A coin is inserted, which sets a clockwork apparatus in motion that connects the telephone. It then remains open for a given time to allow a conversation to take place. When the time has expired, the clockwork cuts off the communication, and another coin is needed to restart the machinery and renew the conversation. The same plan is adopted in Paris by what is called the Theatrophone Company. On inserting a coin, a person is put in communication with a theatre or concert for a given time. On paying a certain fixed sum, persons are allowed to hear the whole performance. Telephonic communication may be established underwater as well as over land. Some of our lightships are now connected with lifeboat stations in this way. Recently, a lifeboat was summoned to assist a stranded vessel. Before the boat was launched, a second message arrived saying that the craft had got off into deep water. This saved the hardy crew a night's needless exposure. Those who have not had the pleasure of holding a conversation by means of the telephone often ask if it is possible to recognise the voice of the speaker. Certainly, as the following incident will show. A gentleman who lived out of town one day lost his dog when he was in the city and had to return home without him. A short time after his arrival, he was informed by the telephone that the dog had turned up at a friend's office where he had called that day. "Keep Jack," said the gentleman, "till I come tomorrow." The dog was standing by the city friend during the conversation, and, hearing his name uttered in his master's voice, began to wag his tail and look about for the speaker. He then sat down and could scarcely be persuaded to stir from the spot, as if he were expecting his master to step out of the telephone. How far can the voice be carried by means of the telephone is also a very interesting question. The distance depends upon the nature of the conductor and the perfection of the electric current which passes over it. Given all the conditions required, we may say that there would be no limit to the distance over which a telephone would be workable. In the first place, there is no such thing as an absolutely perfect conductor, which offers no resistance to the passage of electricity, and the greater the distance, the feebler the current becomes. Then again, there is no such thing as a perfect non-conductor. No matter what materials are used, some of the electricity escapes by the way. Induction is also another serious barrier to telephonic communication over long distances. That is, all electric currents are more or less influenced by the currents which are passing over other wires near them. In this country, there are so many wires for the telephone, the telegraph, and the electric light that induction takes place to a very considerable extent. So far, the greatest distance over which conversation has been carried on by means of iron wires is 250 miles, and by a compound wire of steel and copper, a little over 1,000 miles. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The phonograph. This marvellous instrument was discovered by accident in 1878. One day, Edison was experimenting with the telephone when the vibrations of the voice sent the fine steel point into his finger. Accustomed to note everything, however apparently slight or unimportant, the pricking of his finger in this way set him thinking, and the idea occurred to him that if he could find some way of recording the movements of the steel point, and then cause the point to travel over the same surface again, there was no reason why the thing should not talk. Following up this reasoning by experiment, Edison caused the telephone to work on a strip of telegraph paper, and he found that it recorded letters. He shouted the word, "Hello," into the mouthpiece of the telephone. Then he ran the steel point back over the marks, and to his great delight, he faintly heard what sounded like an echo of his own voice. "Hello!" Here, then, was the first conception of a talking machine or sound writer. Eager to develop the idea and to reduce it to a practical form, the inventor made a rough sketch of a machine which he thought would carry out his ideas. Taking this to his assistants, he told them what to do and what results he expected. And, says he, they laughed at me. They knew that their ingenious chief could make machines to do almost anything, but they thought that the line should be drawn somewhere, and they were not prepared to hear one talk. They, however, obeyed his orders, constructed the machine, and the phonograph was the result. A recent writer who has seen and handled the first machine that ever registered and reproduced human speech says that it is a very crude or imperfect affair, and he could but wonder, while looking at the simple combination of metal, at the audacity of the man who even expected it to do what it did. Since then, the instrument has been improved, and in its new form is rapidly taking the place of shorthand writers. Phonographs are being turned out in large numbers, giving employment to hundreds of workmen. The best way to learn what the phonograph is like and how it does its work is to see one and examine it. Nor is this a difficult matter, for the instrument is on view in most of our large towns. It is also one of the attractions at bazaars and exhibitions, where for a small payment, the curious visitor may listen to the story or song which it has to unfold. We will, however, try to explain the phonograph in a clear and simple manner, and as far as possible without many technical terms. By reading the description carefully and looking at the picture in the light of it, a good idea may be obtained of Edison's miracle. In any case, it is not difficult to understand the principle on which it works. The phonograph, then, is a sound writer. Now, all sounds make waves in the air. These sound waves strike the drum of the ear and make it vibrate or tremble, thus causing the ear to hear the sound. In the telephone, the sound waves make a thin plate of iron vibrate like the drum of the human ear. These vibrations are carried long distances over wires, and the person at the other end hears the very sound which set the iron plate trembling. Now in the phonograph, there is a plate just like that in the telephone, which is set trembling by sounds in the same way. But instead of a wire to carry the sounds to a distance, as in the telephone, the phonograph has a little instrument which writes down all the vibrations or tremblings of the plate. The most important part of the phonograph, in appearance like a pair of spectacles, is called the spectacle frame. On one side of this frame is the recorder of the sounds, and the other side of the frame is the repeater or reproducer of the sounds. The recorder is simply a disc, a piece of thin metal about the size of a 2-shilling piece, with a needle fixed in the centre of the back, called the recording needle. The repeater is another disc, exactly like the recorder, with this difference. The needle has a ball point and is perfectly smooth, so that it will not cut. The body of the machine consists of a metal cylinder or roller, over which is fitted a tube of wax. This substance, being firm and yet soft, is suited to receive any impression made upon it, and retain them in their exact form. A harder substance would not be as easy to work, and a less rigid substance would become wrinkled, puckered, and lose its shape. The telegraph and the phonograph are worked by means of electricity. The phonograph, however, may be worked by any power: the hand, the foot, water, steam, or electricity. All that the power has to do is to keep the roller turning while a person is speaking. Now let us imagine that we are about to use the phonograph. The wax cylinder is placed in position, ready to receive the record of our words, or of any other sound which we choose to make. We place the spectacle frame so that the recording needle cuts a very little way into the wax. Then we speak, sing, or whistle into the mouthpiece and form sound waves, which strike upon the disc of the recorder and cause it to vibrate or tremble. Then, as a natural consequence, the recording needle vibrates or trembles, and in so doing, carves or cuts upon the wax cylinder certain marks or signs which represent the sound waves. Then the record is made. All the time that we are speaking into the phonograph, the roller is kept moving round and round. The spectacle frame also moves along the roller at the same time by means of a revolving screw. In this way, the record made on the roller has the appearance of a dotted or indented spiral groove, which runs round the roller from end to end. Having recorded the sounds, how are we to get them repeated to us? This is done in a very simple manner. The spectacle frame is brought back to the place from which it started. The recording needle is thrown out of position and the repeating needle takes its place, which, you will remember, is fixed on a disc and is in all respects like the recording needle, excepting that the point does not cut. Earpieces attached to the machine by tubes are then used instead of the mouthpiece, and the machine is once more set in motion. What happens? As the roller revolves, the repeating needle passes over the dents made by the recording needle, which cause it to vibrate or tremble. This acts upon the disc and it vibrates and sets the sound waves in motion, and so reproduces any sound recorded on the roller. When one cylinder is full, it may be taken off and another put in its place. The number of words, however, which can be put on a cylinder is so large that anyone may be truly said to talk by the mile. The cylinders can be kept for any length of time and put back into the machine to reproduce their contents as often as may be wished, or the dents in the wax can be easily pared off by a little knife, which shaves the roller, leaving the surface as smooth as ever and ready to be used again. But you may ask, of what use is the phonograph? As a clever invention and as a curiosity, it is beyond question the most marvellous instrument the world has ever seen. But it has also a practical side, for there is scarcely any limit to the purposes to which it may be adapted where sound is in any way used. We have already indicated some of these uses in a general manner in our description of the machine. We will now go a little more into detail. The phonograph may be used by all persons whose writing has to be reproduced for others to read. For instance, persons who have a large correspondence may save the expense of a shorthand writer and speak the contents of their letters into the machine, and the wax cylinders may be sent by post, just in the same way as letters. On receipt, they have only to be put into another machine to make known their contents, or they may be handed over to clerks to write out what has been recorded on them. An author may, in the same way, speak or dictate his article or the matter for a book, just as is now often done to a shorthand writer. Then the matter can either be written out by someone else, or it may be actually set in type by the compositor without one word of it having to be written down. This has actually been done in a London newspaper office. The phonograph may be used in place of a reader in the following manner. A good reader may read into the instrument a story, an article, or the contents of a whole book. This can be reproduced at the pleasure of the hearer, when, where, and in what portions, and at what rate of speed he chooses. Anyone could thus have the pleasure of hearing a good story read without the presence of the reader. An address may be delivered, a sermon may be preached, a song may be sung, or a selection of music played by one or many instruments into a phonograph. Persons may then sit quietly at home and improve their mind, or enjoy all the pleasures of a concert or an opera. The address, the sermon, the song, and the music will all sound to the hearers exactly as they were spoken, sung, or played. The phonograph can be used to teach foreign languages without the presence of the teacher. If the exact pronunciation is once recorded on the cylinder, the learner may produce it and imitate it as often as he chooses, until both ear and tongue have thoroughly mastered it. Travellers could also bring back with them the different dialects of the savage races dwelling in the countries through which they pass. The phonograph may be used to record the sayings of great men, and after they have passed away, we may, at pleasure, reproduce their own words in their own voices. Think of the gratification future generations will experience in hearing the words of a Bright, a Gladstone, or a Spurgeon, uttered in the tones of the living man. Then the songs of Sims Reeves and Madame Patty, and the solos of Abbey Liszt and other musicians. The phonograph may amuse, interest, and even instruct the little ones in the nursery as they listen to their dolls uttering funny sayings or making grave remarks in keeping with the characters they represent. Clocks may also be caused not only to show the time of day and to strike the hours, but also to announce any given time. They may also be made to remind us of the performance of any duty. The words are impressed on a disc of vulcanized rubber while it is soft, and then attached to the works of the timepiece. In short, we cannot mention all the uses to which this wonderful machine may be applied. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Edison's phonographic levy. In the last chapter, we have told the story of the phonograph, and we also described the perfected machine. But our readers must not for one moment suppose that the instrument was produced in its present state in a few days or even months. The first idea presented itself to the inventor's mind in 1878, and a model was then made. At that early stage, Edison spoke with the greatest confidence about the future of his new invention and the possibilities it contained. But other things of a more pressing nature occupied his attention for a time, and therefore the phonograph was laid aside for future developments. Several years passed away before he was again able to give it his attention. It is said that the matter was again brought to the front by the remark of a gentleman who said to the inventor, "Now, Edison, you must make something to record these sounds." When he again took up the phonograph, he at once set about experimenting to obtain certain results and to overcome various defects. Only those who have to do with delicate machines can form any idea how small a thing or how slight an obstruction can make useless the carefully adjusted wheels and springs which produce or regulate any movement. As an illustration of this, we may call to mind instances where watches have resisted all their owners' little attentions, and yet the skilled workman has put them right in a moment. It was only a trifle, he may have said. A trifle certainly in his estimation, but to the owner it was watch or no watch. If Edison had been willing to turn out an imperfect machine, he might have saved himself an immense amount of labour. But it was not enough for him to make a machine which merely recorded sounds that, when heard, could be understood. His aim was to make an instrument which would give back the words of the speaker with all the finer shades of the human voice. For about half a year, he spent 15 to 20 hours a day before he could induce the stubborn machine to repeat the letter S. Day after day, week after week, and month after month, he spoke the word spezia into the instrument. Thousands of times he gave it the correct word, and as often it came back beheaded in the form of petsia. It could not pronounce the initial letter. This lisp might have been tolerated in the infant machine, but it could not be endured as it emerged from the period of babyhood. The inventor therefore persisted in correcting it by making such changes and adaptations as were suggested by his fertile brain. Nor did he stay his hand until he considered that its enunciation of S was perfect. Then, again, he was not satisfied to send as his representative to all parts of the world an instrument so imperfectly educated as to drop its H's in conversation. This, therefore, entailed upon its author long and tedious experiments until that difficulty was overcome. Nursery rhymes were freely used and repeated so often in varying tones that a stranger visiting the workshop and hearing the lines so dear to childhood, Mary had a little lamb, a little lamb, a little lamb, might have supposed that he had accidentally stumbled into an infant school instead of the laboratory of the world-famous inventor. However, the work went on, and one difficulty after another was overcome, until at length the demands of Edison were met. Then the machine was sent out to literally speak for itself. That it has spoken to some purpose is shown in the public interest which it has awakened and the demand created for it. In 1888, the new phonograph, as it was called, was sent to England and exhibited at the Crystal Palace, London, by Colonel Garrard, Edison's agent in this country. The Colonel had also received from his chief a phonogram, as a letter on a cylinder is called. He therefore invited a number of friends to his house to meet Edison. When the company was assembled, the phonogram was placed in the phonograph, and all present had the pleasure of hearing the inventor read his own letter. The manner in which the instrument reproduced its maker's voice was remarkable. It seemed as if the speaker was really in their midst. Anyone who had heard him speak would at once have recognized the tones of his voice as they fell from the phonograph. Then the guests were treated to an address from the phonograph itself, which of course had been spoken into it, and in which the instrument was made to attribute its powers of speech to the rare genius, incomparable patience, and indefatigable industry of Edison. In his name, it thanked the members of the London press for the favourable reception it had received. This was followed by a poem composed by Dr. Nelson Powers of Piermont on the Hudson, entitled The Phonograph's Salutation. Breaking into verse, the instrument said, I am a tomb, a paradise, a shrine, an angel, prophet, slave, immortal friend. My living records in their native tone convict the knave and disputations end. Hail, English shores and homes and marts of peace! You trophies garrored, yet are to be won. May sweetness light and brotherhood increase. I am the latest born of Edison. This poetical effusion was followed by a varied and interesting programme of music, in which almost every instrument had a place. The cornet, the piano, the violin, and the flute in turn gave forth their sweet strains to the wonder and delight of the listeners. Then those present had the pleasure of speaking back. On a fresh cylinder, they were permitted to record the messages they wished to send the man who had invented the magical instrument before them. Colonel Garrard was, for some time after this, busily engaged in searching contributions from the most important persons on this side of the Atlantic. In these efforts he was very successful, for who could refuse to have their speech recorded that the creator of the machine which made it possible might in this way hold communion with the great ones of the earth, for was he not, and still is, one of the monarchs of the human race? One day Edison held a levee at his house in America. His friends in the New World gathered in the flesh to meet his admirers in the Old World, who had sent the record of their voices to speak for them. No better evidence of the importance of the instrument could have been given than the interest which it had aroused in the minds of so many famous persons. From Victoria, Queen and Empress, down to the poet of the Shah of Persia, all ranks and professions were presented. But the Shah himself could not be induced to address himself to a wax roller. Queen Victoria sent a kind and encouraging letter to the inventor. The King of Greece expressed his regret that the phonograph was not in existence in the days of Homer. The King, Queen, and Crown Prince of Italy spoke. I am delighted with this instrument, said the Princess of Wales. Yes, most wonderful, most marvellous, the Prince struck in. I can add nothing to that which their Royal Highnesses have just spoken, said Lord Salisbury. Henry Irving and other actors spoke in approving terms and said a piece into the instrument. Mr. and Mrs. Bancroft both contributed a recitation. Greetings were also sent from Lord Armstrong, Lord Rayleigh, Lord Kelvin, Sir Morrel Mackenzie, the Earl of Aberdeen, and many other distinguished men. Tennyson and Browning's voices seemed to rise from their graves. Since they had spoken the words, they had been laid side by side in the Poets' Corner in Westminster Abbey. Tennyson began by explaining that he could never remember a line of his poems. He begged, therefore, that he might read something. So he read his Ode to Wellington. Browning started out bravely to recite his own poem, How They Brought the News from Ghent to Aix. But his memory failed him once or twice. The hums and haws and the "oh, I can't remember," thus provoked from Browning, were faithfully dealt with by the phonograph. Cardinal Manning's voice was also heard, though he too, like Tennyson and Browning, had passed into the silent grave since the words to which they were listening had been spoken. "Send me Mr. Gladstone's voice," wrote Edison to Colonel Garraud, and in response to that request, the silvery voice of the grand old man eloquent had been sent. Those of us who have sat or stood spellbound in closely packed rooms, suffering discomforts to which we had become unconscious, while the silvery tones of the greatest orator of the day fell on our enraptured ears, can form some idea of the keen enjoyment and gratification Edison's guests must have experienced as they listened to the voice of the man of whom they had heard so much. "I am profoundly indebted to you," said the aged statesman, "for not the entertainment only, but the instruction and the marvels of one of the most remarkable evenings which it has been my privilege to enjoy. Your great country is leading the way in the important work of invention. Heartily do we wish it well, and to you, as one of its greatest celebrities, allow me to offer my hearty good wishes and earnest prayers that you may long live to witness its triumphs in all that appertains to the well-being of mankind." The guests of that evening had the pleasure of listening to Handel's Israel in Egypt, as it had been rendered by 4,000 voices, with the instrumental accompaniments of the huge organ and mammoth orchestra at the Handel Festival of 1888. Edison must have felt repaid for all his labours, as one after another, the men and women whose names are household words, contributed their meed of praise, or honoured his instrument with their words, that they might in some way show their appreciation of his work. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. More about the phonograph. The Edison Phonograph Toy Company was established in 1887 to supply the demand for talking dolls and for animals that could utter the various cries of the living creatures they represented. The skill which had already been applied to playthings of this kind only required this device to make them as real as figures can ever be. We know the delight awakened by the dolls which open and shut their eyes, and which, when squeezed, give forth a sound. But the power to utter words and sentences was denied them, until Edison waved his magic wand and gave them the gift of speech. Nor does it lessen the enjoyment of our little ones to know beforehand exactly what their favourite doll will say. The first dolls that could speak were sent to the young Queen of Holland, who was delighted with a gift that even the wealth and power of royalty could not command without the assistance of genius. The demand for dolls and animals that could speak and utter sounds has been enormous, though the price was necessarily high. To supply Europe, factories had been established on this side of the Atlantic, in which the bodies of the dolls and animals are made. The phonograph works are then imported from Edison's factory in America. An exhibition is the best place, however, to see and enjoy the phonograph at work. At Paris in 1889, it is said that not less than 30,000 persons were daily attracted by the marvellous instrument. Most of the visitors had to be satisfied to listen, and a most varied programme was provided for their delectation. But the opportunity of recording the voices of many distinguished persons and the languages of numerous races and tribes was not lost. Princes and presidents, statesmen and soldiers, musicians and scientists, travellers and explorers spoke and were duly taken down by the recorder, which is no respecter of persons. Then came the men of other lands, who, having spoken into the American phonograph, found that it repeated their words in their tongue. Never before was such a collection of the languages of the whole world made. Buffalo Bill was present with some of his Indian braves, who were at that time performing in the Wild West show. Red Shirt, a Sioux chief, in response to an invitation to speak into the machine, at once obliged the company. Then he placed the receivers to his ears and listened. To his astonishment and alarm, his own words came back as he had spoken them. Down went the tubes, and the terrified red man sprang back from the instrument. Neither he nor any of his Indian friends could be again induced to go near the thing that could speak. It contained the voice of the Great Spirit. De Brazza, the famous African explorer, was also there with a number of natives from various tribes. They too had their speech recorded. Among these persons were some who spoke a language which up to that time had never been written down. The phonograph would be invaluable to Europeans who made contracts with natives, whose language has not been reduced to writing. The want of a permanent record to appeal to after a lapse of time has often been a source of trouble. The phonograph would tell the dusky trader what he had agreed to do, and repeat the conditions in his own voice. Edison was very fond of joking, and his numberless inventions and contrivances lend themselves to all sorts of surprises, for which his unsuspecting visitors are not prepared. One night, a guest was shown to his comfortable chamber, and left to sleep the sleep of the just. He was in the land of dreams, and totally unconscious of his surroundings, when a hollow voice rang through the room, and the terrified guest heard the words, "Midnight has struck. Prepare to meet thy God." If the startled visitor had been lodged in some old castle, which legend peopled with persons long since dead, he could not have rushed with greater speed from the awful voice. But his terror was soon dispelled by his fun-loving host, who, expecting what had happened, came forward and said, "Don't be scared, old man. It's nothing but the clock." Many stories are told from time to time about the phonograph, and they will multiply as the instrument becomes more widely known and more freely used. Here is one which shows a use not contemplated by the inventor. Recently, a man was suddenly afflicted with paralysis. There was no hope of his recovery, and he was very much concerned to think that he had not made his will. His hands were powerless to hold the pen, but he could speak. A phonograph was brought, and the dying man spoke what he would have written, and left his will recorded on the cylinder. How far such a disposition of property was legal, we do not know, but surely it would be as easy to prove a man's voice as his handwriting. Embalming the living voice and reproducing it after death is both interesting and pathetic. This was illustrated at the funeral of an American singer. When she had been laid in the grave, her friends assembled to hear her favourite hymn, "Nearer, my God, to Thee." She had sung it into the instrument a few weeks before she died. One of the later stories of the sound writer is told by Colonel Garrard. He says, "One of Mr. Edison's assistants, being some distance from home, was accustomed to communicate with his family by the assistance of the phonograph. He spoke his thoughts into the phonograph, took out the wax cylinder on which his words were impressed, and posted it home. On its arrival, it was placed in the phonograph, the machine set revolving, and the message came forth. The absentee had a favourite dog to which he was much attached. In one of his phonograms, he sent his love to the dog, finishing with a whistle. The dog was lying quietly on the hearth while the message was being read. But when the whistle came forth, he jumped up, bounding all over the room, and out at the door to look for the master, whose signal they had heard." We have heard enough to show that all sounds are alike faithfully recorded by the phonograph. Nor could it be otherwise, seeing that the record consists of a phonogram of the sound waves. No sound is so low that it cannot be written down, and none so loud that it is beyond the compass of the instrument. Even the mighty roar of Niagara Falls has been recorded, and is daily produced far away
Was there another
from the
Joseph
spot
Danner?
where the great river leaps over massive cliffs. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Story of Edison and the Wonders of Electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The electric light. And now we have to deal with another modern wonder, which Edison did not invent, but as it is in the direct product of electricity, it has come under the marvellous influence of the 19th century wizard. This is the electric light. The phonograph is perhaps the most startling of Edison's inventions, and the one that gives the most unexpected results. But the electric light is, beyond all question, the beginning of a new order of things in illuminating. Sir Humphrey Davy, the inventor of the miner's safety lamp, which, however, did not contain the electric light, was the first to call the attention of the world to this means of illumination in 1810. It was not then put to any practical use on account of the great expense and the numerous difficulties which attended its production. From time to time, improvements were made and new schemes devised, until, in 1844, the Place de la Concorde, Paris, was illuminated by the electric light. Before we proceed to describe the part that Edison has played in lighting up the world with one of the brightest illuminants that has yet been discovered, we will explain how light is produced by electricity. The electric current is sent along two wires, one positive and one negative, which meet at a certain point where the light is wanted. If the two wires were joined and the thickness was maintained throughout, there would be no light. But either they are brought within an inch of each other without touching, or they are joined by means of a thin thread or wire. Now, when the strong electric current comes to the place where it is interrupted, it leaps across the gap, or struggles round the thin thread or wire. In doing this, it produces the bright white heat, which we call the electric gas.
Alright.
The first plan is that of keeping the two wires separate. At the end of each wire, a stick of carbon is attached, and as the electric current jumps across from carbon point to carbon point, the 2 points become white with heat, and an arc of great brilliance is formed. This is called the arc light. The carbon is usually made of powdered coke, formed into a paste and baked hard. The arc light is very intense, but the chief disadvantage in its use is the change that takes place in the carbon points. The electric fluid not only jumps across the gap, but it also tears off the particles or minute grains of one point and carries them to the other. Thus, one carbon becomes more pointed and the other carbon hollows out like a cup. Now, as this change causes the distance between the 2 points to widen, the arc of light lengthens, and if they are not pushed back together again, the light will go out, as the current will not continue to pass from point to point. Arc lamps, therefore, require some device to keep the carbon points at the right distance. This makes the system more expensive to set up and maintain. The brilliance of the light is also too great for indoor use, except in large buildings. In 1877, before the invention of the phonograph, Edison began to seriously consider the defects of electric lighting. Then he was engrossed for a time with the talking machine. But when that was finished, he turned again to the light question and succeeded in inventing a new lamp. Instead of leaving the ends of the wires apart and using carbon points, he decided to join the two ends by means of thin wire or some kind of thread-like substance called a filament, which would not be easily consumed. He then enclosed the filament inside a glass globe, from which the air had been nearly as possible exhausted. Edison's first difficulty was to find the best material of which to make the filament or thread. On the 16th of October, he commenced a series of experiments and, assisted by Batchelor, worked on day and night until the 21st, when, after repeated failures, a lamp was completed and lighted. Then the two men went to bed. When they awoke, it was still burning, and the filament did not seem to be affected by the heat. At the end of several days, he increased the electric current to obtain a more powerful light. This continued for 2 days, and then the filament was destroyed. In the meantime, filaments were made of every likely substance and were tested one after another. At length, Edison remembered that the great traveller, Humboldt, had described a certain kind of bamboo, which grew on the banks of the Amazon in South America. He therefore sent one man to China and Japan, another to South America, and a third to India and Ceylon to bring home specimens answering to his description. One of these travellers was often filled with surprise to find that his employer's name was known in all parts of the world. In Cairo, he asked a donkey boy what he knew about several important persons, but received no reply. When, however, Edison's name was mentioned, the lad at once pointed to the electric light in front of the hotel. Edison's experiments were so far successful that in 1881 he completed a lamp which burned continuously for over 1,500 hours. This was the first incandescent lamp which at all answered the inventor's requirements. The word incandescent simply means to burn with a white or glowing heat. But, you may ask, how is it that a thin thread or fibre or other material will withstand the action of the electric current for so long a time, when a thick rod of carbon is consumed in 10 or 12 hours? Because the thin thread is burnt inside a glass globe, which contains little or no air. There is no oxygen present to combine with it and form a gas, which would be invisible. It may therefore be heated until it breaks from some cause or other. Edison's incandescent lamp was exhibited at the Paris Electrical Exposition, when the inventor was awarded 5 gold medals and a diploma of honour. The cable message which announced the awards said, "This is complete success, the Congress having nothing higher to give you." The soft, subdued, yet brilliant light of the incandescent lamp is a happy blending of mellowness and strength, which lends itself much more readily to the lighting up of a house than the lamp. It is also better under control and more regular. The use of the electric light not only increases the illumination, but there is a great improvement in the atmosphere of the room in which it is burned. The air is not affected as when gas is burned. It remains cool, pure, and wholesome. In 1892, the Albert Medal, which was instituted many years ago in honour of Prince Albert, was awarded to Edison by the Society of Arts. The Prince of Wales, the president of the society, sent a letter with the medal, in which he said, "It is a source of satisfaction to me that the last name on this distinguished list should be that of one who has done so much for the advancement of science as yourself." The demand for incandescent lamps became so great that it was met with difficulty, and various works were called into existence employing a large number of workmen. In 1891, more than 1,300,000 of Edison's lamps were in use, and the principle had been applied in a variety of forms. It is impossible to mention all the uses to which the electric light is put, nor need we indicate when the arc light is used or when the incandescent light is most suitable. As a rule, the arc light is confined to outdoor work, lighthouses and other places where great illuminating power is necessary. The incandescent light is preferred for houses and where a handy portable lamp is wanted. One of the most powerful lamps in the world is used in the lighthouse at St. Catherine's Point on the Isle of Wight. It is said to be equal to 6 million candles. A recent experiment at Portsmouth showed that an electric light of 16 candle power could be seen from a greater distance than an oil lamp of 50 candle power. It is therefore much superior to oil for ship's lights. The main streets of many of our large towns, railway stations, public works, and numerous places of business are lighted by electricity. In this respect, America is far ahead of us, and Paris is said to be the best lighted city in the world. We have certainly been much slower than our neighbours in taking advantage of this great benefactor. Street lamps may be turned on and off by clockwork. It is only necessary to have them all connected by a wire to a clock, which is set at a certain time like an alarm clock. Then the machinery connects or disconnects the wires and turns on or turns off the electric current as the case may be. The searchlight is a very powerful form of the electric light and can be used to throw a most intense light round about within a given area. It is of the greatest use to warships at sea, as one flash would reveal the presence of an enemy. Some idea may be formed of its wonderful brilliance from a test that was employed at Plymouth Sound. 2 vessels were sent out at night. As they returned, the searchlight was suddenly flashed on them, and in a moment an instantaneous photograph was taken. Electric lamps can be carried about like oil lamps. They require to be charged with electricity from time to time. That, however, is no bar to their usefulness. We have no light that we can carry which does not require replenishing, whether it be a candle or oil. These small lamps have one great advantage. They are lighted without matches and can be carried in any position, for there is nothing to spill. Lamps of this kind are fixed up in railway carriages, and for a penny you may have a light all to yourself as you are carried on to your station. There are also piano lamps, cycle lamps, oven lamps to see inside the oven where the bread is baking, walking sticks which contain lamps, driver's lamps, miners' safety lamps, and many others. A portable electric lamp for reading in trains can be easily carried in an ordinary handbag. The battery remains in the bag, and the lamp hooks into the reader's buttonhole. The lamp is connected with the battery by means of a length of wire encased in silk. 12 hours light only costs a few pence. The new miner's safety lamp is in a very handy form and gives a light of 1 candle power for over 8 hours at a cost of about 3d. The weight of the lamp is 4 pounds, and when the electricity is exhausted, it can be replenished in 2 minutes. This new lamp is as easily managed as an ordinary safety lamp. Electricity has been used by medical men for some time, but recently the electric light has been employed by them in a very novel fashion. By its means, they are actually able to light up the interior of the body and see the inside of their patients. A rubber tube with a small glass bulb at the end is passed down the throat into the stomach. The bulb is a tiny incandescent lamp and the wires are in the tube. Then the electric current is turned on and the inside of the stomach can be seen through the front wall of the body. An electric lamp will also show the position of a needle which may have been run into the hand. There is also a lamp which the surgeon can fix onto his forehead to throw a strong light on any part where it is needed during an operation. Running streams are largely used to supply the power required to generate electricity. Niagara Falls is used in this way. A water wheel works the dynamo or electric machine, and the current is conveyed by wires to the place where the light is wanted. In this way, the cost of production is much smaller than where gas or steam is used. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the story of Edison and the wonders of electricity by Frank Mundell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The secret of his success. As Edison's inventions multiplied and the demand for his machines grew, he found that his laboratory at Menlo Park was too small. He therefore erected a much larger one at Orange, New Jersey. The works are surrounded by a high wall, and at the gate the curious visitors may read the following inscription: Mr. Edison, in justice to his work, is compelled to deny absolutely all personal interviews. No permits can be issued to visitors to enter these premises. The gatekeepers are evidently men who know how to obey their instructions. On one occasion, a new man had been appointed to this responsible post and absolutely refused to allow his master to enter until he was identified by one of the men. In this new laboratory, everything that experience can suggest, genius devise, and money purchase is provided for the use of the inventor and his assistants. The library contains over 40,000 volumes of works of reference on every phase of science. Stones and minerals, gems and ores are displayed in every form and variety of colour. The storeroom is a collection of everything under the sun that can in any way assist in carrying out Edison's experiments. The animal, the mineral, and the vegetable world have been freely drawn upon to contribute their various products to aid the great magician in his work. Every trade and industry is represented by manufactured goods, tools, instruments, machines, or other useful appliances. In short, it is a draper's, grocer's, drug, ironmonger's, glass, chandler's, oil, paper, rubber, leather, grain, hardware, chemical, and feather shop all in one. And there is not any article known to civilized man, from a bootjack to a locomotive, the materials entering into the manufacture of which could not be furnished from this storeroom. In other rooms, there is a bewildering collection of all kinds of machinery used in the various operations, the instruments supplied by the inventor in different stages of construction, and the patterns and models which guide the men in carrying out the ideas of their employer. Certain buildings are devoted to photographic work, for Edison has now called this art to his aid and added another miracle to his ever-lengthening list. This is known as the kinetograph, which is described as the marriage of the phonograph with camera, the union in one instrument of sound and sight. Edison's intention was to do for the eye what the phonograph does for the ear, and by combining the two, record all motion and sound simultaneously. The first idea was suggested to him by the zoetrope, or wheel of life. By persevering with his idea, he has at length succeeded, and nothing more natural can possibly be devised. The eye sees and the ear hears all that were done and said by the performer when the double record was taken by camera and photograph. The organ grinder turns the handle of his instrument. The tune is heard, and the monkey does its part true to life. The actor or the singer, with all their movements and gestures, speak and sing as if they were actually on the stage. This latest marvel is produced by means of a series of instantaneous photographs which follow each other in such rapid succession that no gesture, however slight, not even an expression of the face or a glance of the eye, is lost to the observer. They are, in fact, one continuous picture of motion. Edison is able to take 2,760 photographs in a minute, and thus reproduce all that goes on while the machine is in operation. After the impressions are recorded, any number of duplicates can be struck off, and the machine, with its varied sights and sounds, will reproduce at any time the wonders it contains. Edison's home in New Jersey is only a few minutes' walk from his famous laboratory. It is a large and spacious dwelling called Glenmont, built of brick and stone and surrounded by well-kept grounds. Here, the newsboy of 30 years ago lives a busy and happy life, dividing his attention between his wonderful workshop and his pleasant home. He is the father of 5 children, 2 daughters and 3 sons. The mother of his 3 elder children died some years ago. His second wife is the daughter of Mr. Lewis Miller of Chautauqua, who is both an inventor and a millionaire. Like her husband, Mrs. Edison is of a retiring disposition, and they prefer the quiet pleasures of their home to the bustle and fatigue of society and public life. It is gratifying to know that Edison, one of the greatest scientists and certainly the greatest inventor of the day, is not among those who have found it impossible to harmonize scientific facts with a belief in the existence of an intelligent creator and a personal God. On the contrary, when directly questioned on this subject, Edison replied that he not only believed in the existence of God, but he was persuaded that this great truth could almost be proved from chemistry. Further, on another occasion, he declared that no one could be brought into close contact with the mysteries of nature, nor make a study of chemistry, without being convinced that behind it all there is a supreme intelligence. Edison is still a young man. If he lives to be as old as his father and retains all his wonderful faculties, the half of his marvellous inventions may not yet have been disclosed to us. The secret of his success has been well described as the result of genius, patience, and industry. He is indeed the possessor of all these three qualities, without which the highest point of excellence cannot be reached, and the man who would get on in life and take a place at all must exercise industry. The man who gets near the front must have the patience as well as industry. But he who would stand before all in any walk of life must have genius as well as patience and industry. Therefore, it is given to few to reach the highest point, but among those who have done so, we must include Thomas Alva Edison, the greatest genius of this or any other age. End of chapter 15. End of the story of Edison and the wonders of electricity by Frank Mundell.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Section 1 of Stories of the Saints by Candlelight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories of the Saints by Candlelight by Vera Charlesworth Barclay. About this book. Once upon a time, there were 15 cubs who spent 9 wonderful days in camp. They were London cubs, and the camp was on a beautiful little green island whose rocky shore ran down in green tree-covered points into the bluest sea you ever saw. These 9 days were the most splendid days in those cubs' lives, and so they often think of them and dream about them and live them over again in memory. So that they may more easily go over those days, their old wolf has written down all about them in this book. Perhaps other cubs will like to come away in imagination to that fair green island and so have a share in the 9 days. Now, one of the very special things about those days in camp were the candlelight stories which the cubs listened to every night, seated in a big happy pile, pajama-clad, on their palliasses. All day, they used to look forward to those stories, and sometimes in the middle of a shrimping expedition or a paddling party, one or another would remark, "Story tonight, boys," and turn his thumbs up to show he was pleased at the thought. And so you will find the candlelight stories too in this book. And remember that all the stories in this book are true, both those about the cubs and those about the saints. The first day, the train steamed slowly out of Victoria Station. "Now we're off," shouted a cub, and he and all the others began to jump for joy, which was not easy in a railway compartment packed like a sardine tin. Then someone began to sing the pack chorus, and everyone joined in with all their strength. "Let the great big world keep turning, now I've joined a wolf cub pack, and I only know that I want to go to camp, to camp, to camp. Oh, I long to set off marching with my kit bag on my back. Let the great big world keep turning round, now I join a wolf cub pack." Then someone yelled, "Are we downhearted?" And the cubs yelled, "No!" so loudly that Akela thought she would be deafened for life. Presently, the train ran out into the country and plodded along between woods and fields. And the early morning sun shone brightly, and the sky was very blue. The country, the country, and very soon, the sea. There were some of them who had never been to the country, and Spongy, the youngest of the party, had never even been in a real train. Talk about hot, said someone, panting, when the train had thundered on for about an hour. And, my word, it was hot. Besides, there were blacks and dust, and everyone began to get very grimy, especially the people who were eating bread and jam and sticky fruit, and the people who had to crawl under the seat to pick up things that had got lost. Never mind, said Aquila. We shall be in the sea this evening, and then we shall be cool. That started everyone jumping for joy again, of course. Presently, the train passed Arundel Castle, its white towers and turrets and battlements rising up amidst the dark green woods like an enchanted castle in the days of knights and fairies, and the cubs learned that these are castles in real life as well as in storybooks. After that, they began to look out of the window to see who would be the first one to catch sight of the sea. Bunny was the first to, and his friend Bert, the senior sixer, came a close second. At last, the train got to Portsmouth Harbor, and, shouldering their kit bags, the cubs ran down onto the steamer. The harbor was thrilling. Battleships, cruisers, torpedo boats, the Royal Yacht, the Admiralty Yacht, and, most interesting of all, Nelson's ship, the Victory. As if the steamer knew that a crowd of eager cubs were longing to see all round the Victory, it went out of its way to steam right round it, slowly and quite near, and the cubs had a splendid view. The boys all wanted to be the first to touch the sea, but Bunny, who had seen it first, forestalled them again by letting down a ball of string over the edge of the boat and pulling it up all wet. At last the ship reached the Isle of Wight, and the cubs and their great mountain of camp luggage went down the long pier. I forgot to tell you that besides Aquila, there was a senior sixer's father and mother who were coming to help look after the camp. They became the father and mother of camp, and there was also a lady who was a very kind camp godmother. The grown-ups and the luggage were soon packed into a large motor car, and then, relieved of their kit bags, the cubs set out to walk the 2 miles along the seafront to the village called Seaview. The way lay along a thing called a seawall, a high stone wall about 6 feet broad running along above the shore, with the sea lapping up against it at high tide. Along this, the cubs walked, or rather ran and jumped, their eyes big with wonder at the great stretch of blue sea, with here and there a distant sailing boat, and above, the sky even bluer than the sea. I didn't know the sky could be so blue, said a cub, and that was just how they all felt. It was very hot walking in the midday sun. There was no hurry, 9 days to do just as they liked it. So halfway along the seawall, the cubs and Aquila scrambled down some steep stone steps onto a tiny stretch of sand not yet covered by the incoming tide. Boots and stockings were soon off, sleeves and shorts tucked up, and everybody paddling deep in the cool green water. When they had all got thoroughly cool, they went on their way, and at last arrived at the stable. This was where they were to sleep. It consisted of a courtyard, a couple of stalls, a coach house, a shed, and 2 tiny rooms. Aquila occupied one of these, and the cubs were divided into 2 groups. The stable was in charge of Bert, the senior sixer, and in his stall he had Bunny, a second, Dick, a big cub very nearly ready to go up to the scouts, and Patsy, a small but lively Irishman. Sam, another sixer, had in his stall 4 young terrors: Terry, Wooler, Jack, and Spongy Ward. Then there was the coach house. This was in charge of Bill, the last senior sixer, now a cub instructor, The other occupants were Jim, a sixer, Bill's young brother, Matt, a second, two brothers, Big Andy and Little Andy, and a rather new cub called Bob. It took a good while to stuff the palliasses with straw and unpack, but when this was finished, everyone had a good wash and changed into cool old clothes, shorts and cotton shirts. Tea followed in a jolly old garden behind the bakehouse. There was a seesaw in it, and the grass was long and soft, and the shade of the apple trees very cool. Then the party ran up the hill to the camp field. Here there was a lot to do. The bell tent to be pitched, the fireplace made, wood to be chopped, water fetched, all the pots and pans unpacked, a swing and a couple of hammocks to be put up, the 2 great sacks of loaves to be fetched, and 100 other things. But all the cubs set to and did their best, and at last all was ready. Now for the shore, said Aquila, and everyone cheered and ran for their towels and bathing drawers. It was only a few minutes' walk down to the most lovely shore you can imagine. Stretches and stretches of golden sand and little lapping waves. On one side you could see rocky points running down into the greeny blue sea, with trees growing right down to the shore. An old brown-sailed coal barge moved slowly past on the gentle wind, the many browns of its patched sails forming a rich splash of color in the evening sun. The cubs soon turned into water babies. Boots and stockings had been left behind at the stable, and now they got rid of clothes as well. How cool the sea was! That first bathe seemed to wash away all the heat and smoke and grubbiness of dear old London. After the bathe came a splendid paddle among brown seaweedy rocks, and the cubs caught their first baby crabs and found their first shells, and got just as wet as they liked. But the sun was sinking down behind the gray line of sea, and the clock there is inside every cub was telling supper time. So, with hands full of seaweed and shells, they made their way back to camp. The campfire was burning merrily. Godmother, in a large blue overall, was stirring a steaming Dixie of cocoa, and Mother and Father were cutting up bread and cheese. After supper, there was time for a little play in the field. Then, as it began to get dusk, a whistle blast called the cubs in for night prayers. It was still quite light enough to read, so each cub had a little homemade book of morning and night camp prayers. Kneeling in a quiet corner of the field, with just the evening sky overhead, with a pale star or two beginning to appear, it was easy to feel God near and to pray. The camp prayers started with, "A prayer that we may pray well." It was a very old prayer, really, but it seemed just to fit the cubs and help them to do their best in their prayers as in all other things. The prayer was this: "Open thou, O Lord, my mouth to bless thy holy name. Cleanse also my heart from wandering thoughts, so that I may worthily, devoutly, and attentively recite these prayers and deserve to be heard in the sight of thy divine majesty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen." Then followed the Our Father and some short prayers, and after that the cubs said all together, "I confess to Almighty God that I have sinned against him in thought, word, and deed." Then Aquila read out very slowly the following questions, and each cub answered them in his heart, not out loud, but silently, for God only to hear. Have I done my best to pray well when saying my private prayers and at camp prayers? Have I really meant to please God today? Have I done my best in my orderly duties and in other things I have had to do? Have I given in to other people quickly and cheerfully when given an order? Have I spoken as I should not? Have I been disobedient? Have I been unkind to another boy, selfish, quarrelsome, unfair? Have I told a lie? Have I done anything else I am sorry for? Then, after a pause, Aquila said, tell God you are truly sorry, on your honor as a cub, that you have grieved him by the sins of today. Then there was perfect silence for a moment, and after that the cubs said all together, may Almighty God have mercy upon us and forgive us our sins and bring us to life everlasting. Then they said a short psalm and the following beautiful little hymn. Now with the fast departing light, Maker of all, we ask of thee, of thy great mercy through the night, our guardian and defense to be. Far off let idle visions fly, and dreams that might disturb our sleep. Naught shall we fear if thou art nigh, our souls and bodies safe to keep. Father of mercies, hear our cry. Hear us, O sole-begotten Son, who with the Holy Ghost most high reignest while endless ages run. Amen. Then came a prayer that we may be forgiven any wandering thoughts we have had while reciting these prayers, and to end up with Our Father once again, because it is the prayer that Christ our Lord specially told his friends to use. The 9 o'clock gun booms out across the Solent as the cubs and Aquila, having bidden good night to father and mother and godmother, walk down the hill to the stable. The sea looks like a gray piece of shimmering gray silk. Look at the little twinkle lights, says a cub. It is the street lamps over on the mainland, but they look like so many winking diamonds. There is quite a cluster of them on the gray ghost of a battleship, and the old round fort has a light which looks like the red end of a cigar. Please, please let us go down to the front and look at the little twinkling lights, begged the cubs. So, on condition they get undressed in 5 minutes, Aquila says yes. A few minutes later, the stable and the coach house are having an undressing race. One of the 2 tiny rooms has been made into a little chapel. In less than 2 minutes, the first cub ready whisks once round the yard in his nightshirt, like a white moth in the dusk, and into the chapel to say his prayers. The door stands open. In the red light of the tiny lamp, you can see the little white form kneeling on the floor, very quiet and devout. Presently, he is silently joined by another. There is only room for 2. It is such a wee chapel. Several impatient people in pajamas think it would be fun to start jazzing in the courtyard, till Aquila warns them, no story if you start ragging. Soon, all prayers are said, and the people in the coach house are in bed and ready to invite the stable. The stable having been duly invited, its 8 occupants come in, and each finds a place on a palliasse. It is a warm, still night. The great doors of the coach house stand wide open. The stars are out thick by this time. Little black bats flit and swoop about in the darkness. If you keep very still, you can just hear the gentle hush, hush of the sea. The candle flickers as the night gives a little sigh. A few cubs are rolling about on their straw beds. Shut up, all, commands an imperious sixer. Now, miss, go ahead. Aquila is sitting on a palliasse already occupied by 2 people. Silence reigns, for these cubs belong to a storytelling pack, and it is almost the only time they are ever quite quiet. Well, begins Aquila, many hundreds of years ago, there lived a boy. The story of Saint Benedict. Many hundreds of years ago, there lived a boy called Benedict. He lived in Italy. His father and mother were rich people and lived in a beautiful house on a beautiful estate. St. Benedict and his twin sister must have been very happy playing among the olive trees and vines of sunny Italy, where the sky is nearly always blue and where there are all sorts of lovely wildflowers and fruits we don't get in England, and lizards and butterflies and all sorts of things. St. Benedict was brought up a good Christian, though lots of the people around were still pagans in those days. There were terrible wars and troubles going on in Italy and in all the countries round, like there have been in our days. But the boy Benedict in his happy home knew little of these. Little did he know that the beautiful fields of Italy were being left to be overgrown with weeds and overrun with wild beasts, that the children had never heard of God, that the poor were dying of starvation. To him, the world was a happy place, where one played and had a good time, and where people loved Christ and obeyed his words. But someday he was to learn the truth, for God was going to use the boy Benedict to do more than any one man has ever done to civilize the world. This story I'm telling you is the story of how Benedict discovered all God's great plan for him and worked it out bit by bit. When St. Benedict had learned all that his tutors could teach him at home, his father sent him to the great city of Rome to learn there from the scholars and learned men and attend lectures and classes. St. Benedict was a very clever boy, and he must have got on very quickly and pleased his masters very much. He could probably have carried off all sorts of prizes and won great fame and praise for himself. But there was something which stopped him caring for things like that. In the great city of Rome, he saw two things. One of them was all sorts of wicked, selfish, horrible, and ungodly pleasures in which men wasted their lives and altogether forgot God. And the other was the beautiful, holy lives of the Christians, many of whom could tell wonderful stories of the martyrs who had been killed in Rome not so very long before, and whose bodies lay in the catacombs. There were some beautiful churches in the city, and St. Benedict loved to go to the solemn services. As he knelt there in the holy stillness, or listened to the chanting, he began to think. And more he felt that all the glamour and selfish pleasures and greediness of the people was stupid and wrong, and what was really worth having was a good conscience and peace and friendship of God. And as he thought, he began to care less and less for his learning and his chances of glory, and he began to feel as if he wanted to get right away from people and have the chance of thinking about God. When St. Benedict had these feelings, he knew they came from God, and so, instead of not listening and just letting himself get keen on his study and his amusements, he made up his mind that he would always do his best to follow God's will and would keep his heart always listening, so that if God did want to call him away to some special kind of life, he would be ready to hear and to obey. Well, when anyone does this, God does not fail to tell him what to do, and so, when St. Benedict had been 7 years in Rome and was still only a boy, God made known to him that he must leave Rome and his friends and his masters and go right away into the mountains. His old nurse, Cyrilla, had always stayed with him faithfully, and now she decided to go with him wherever it was that God was leading him. So, one day, St. Benedict and Cyrilla set out secretly and made their way by hidden paths towards the mountains. At last, they reached a certain village, and St. Benedict went into the church to pray to God to make known his will. When he came out, the peasants who lived near the church pressed him to stay with them. St. Benedict took their kindness as a sign that it was God's will, so he and his old nurse settled down in the village. It was while the boy was living here, so the old books tell us, a miracle happened which made people feel sure that God was specially pleased with him. One day, as St. Benedict returned home from the church where he had been praying, he found his old nurse very unhappy. In fact, she was crying. This distressed him very much because he hated to see other people miserable. At first, he wondered why Cyrilla was crying, and then he saw the cause. She had accidentally broken an earthenware bowl that one of the good villagers had lent her. Full of pity for his old friend, Saint Benedict took up the two pieces and went outside the house with them and knelt down. Then he prayed very hard that the bowl might be mended, and as he opened his eyes and looked at it, sure enough, it was whole. Very pleased and thinking how good God is to those who really trust him, he ran into the house and gave it to Cyrilla. Saint Benedict had not thought of himself, but only of God's wonderful power and kindness. But Cyrilla and the village people to whom she told the miracle all began to talk a lot about Saint Benedict, and say he was a young saint since he could do miracles. People even came in from the places round to stare at him. Do you think this pleased him? No, he was not that sort of boy. If he had been, God would never have done anything for him. He was very distressed at the way people went on, and more he felt that God was calling him away and had something very important to say to him. And one day it came to him that he must leave even his faithful old nurse and agreed to take part in a bloody battle.
like 12
The
years
emperor was very angry. Coward, he cried. It is not religion that causes you to refuse to fight. You are afraid. So, to show them he was not afraid, Martin offered to go into battle in the very front rank, but to go unarmed, since he would not shed human blood, and to show that he trusted in Christ as his protector, he said he would go without armor or helmet. His challenge was accepted.
Don't say that in front of her, she will get.
Lest he might try to escape. Of course, he spent the night praying. Everyone was astonished by such strange news. The enemy had sent a dispatch to sue for peace and to say they would agree to the emperor's terms. So there was no battle. And not only was Martin's life saved, but the lives of many other brave.
Where did I just put her shorts? I had
Probably
them in
the
my
emperor
fucking
saw
hand.
God's hand in the unexpected action of
Okay,
his
there they are.
powerful enemy, for he at once gave Martin leave to go free.
Wait, kissing my
At
asthma?
last,
That's a
Martin found himself at liberty to follow the life he had always felt called to. And once again, God sent him where things should happen to him, which would finally lead to the accomplishment of God's great plan. After making a pilgrimage to Rome, which was now not only the head of the worldwide empire, but the kind of headquarters of the Christians, he returned to France so as to put himself under the guidance of a very holy man called Saint Hilary, the Bishop of Poitiers. Saint Hilary soon saw that Martin was no ordinary young soldier, but was a very promising soldier of Jesus Christ, and that his services would be very valuable. He saw also that he had received a special call from God, so he proposed to ordain him deacon. But Martin was very humble, and he refused the honor. In the end, he let St. Hilary ordain him exorcist. But directly after this, he was ordered by God in a dream to go back to his native land and visit his relations and bring them into the Christian faith. St. Hilary was disappointed, but he let him go, making him promise, however, that he would return to the Diocese of Poitiers, to which he now belonged. After many adventures, including falling into the hands of robbers and escaping in a marvelous way, which must have been through God's help, Martin reached his old home and had the joy of seeing his mother received into the church, as well as 7 of his cousins and his 2 great uncles. At this time, the church was being persecuted by a very strong party called the Arians. They were heretics who taught that our Lord was only a man and not God. And as the church turned them out on account of their false teaching, they did nothing but fight against her. Of course, Martin, the brave soldier of Christ, stood up for what he believed, so that one day he was seized by the Arians, beaten and banished from his own country. He began to make his way back to St. Hilary, but when he reached Milan, he learned that his friend had been banished from Poitiers, and that an Arian bishop ruled in his place. So Martin stayed at Milan, and this too was part of God's plan, because it was his stay here which started him on an idea which in the end developed into one of the most important things in his life. This idea was to form a kind of little monastery outside the city where he and a handful of other young men lived and tried to do good and to live in a way specially pleasing to God and more perfect than they could do in the busy rush of the ordinary world. But after a while, the Arians got strong in Milan and drove out Martin and his followers. For a while, Martin and a friend of his lived as hermits on a wild little island off the coast of Spain. But hearing that St. Hilary had been restored to his see, Martin went to Poitiers so as to fulfill his solemn promise. But once more, St. Hilary was to be disappointed, for this time Martin begged to be allowed to continue his hermit's life. St. Hilary gave him leave, but Martin now withdrew to a forest about 8 miles from Poitiers. Here he built himself a hut and was soon surrounded by men who wished to lead the same kind of holy life. This was the beginning of all the wonderful monasteries of France, which civilized the whole country in time and taught it to be Christian. That Martin's new life was really pleasing to God was soon shown, for God gave him the gift of doing miracles, and twice he even raised the dead to life. You will remember how our Lord specially promised that his faithful followers in the years to come should do miracles like he had done, and even greater ones. Well, St. Martin was one of the men who showed that our Lord's promise was fulfilled. All the men to whom the Church has given the title saint have done wonderful miracles, that God's name might be glorified and people see that with God all things are possible. St. Martin now lived in very close communion with God, and his miracles showed that he was not just an ordinary good man. Besides training his monks, St. Martin was working very hard among the heathen Gauls. He would press forward through the forests and preach in the little villages and do miracles, and after instructing the people in the true faith, baptize them all and leave a happy Christian village where he had found a miserable, frightened heathen one. St. Martin's tender pity for all suffering things is shown by this little story. One day, as he walked in the country, he saw a poor, terrified hare dashing along with starting eyes and nearly exhausted, for a party of huntsmen and their hounds were close upon it. St. Martin saw that in a few minutes it must be torn to bits by the hounds, for there was no cover for it. His tender heart longed to help it escape, because it was weak and small and frightened. So he called out to the hounds to stop, and, strange to say, they pulled up short in their mad rush, and all stood still as if frozen to the ground, and the poor little hare scurried away into safety. Now, this kind of life was just what suited St. Martin, and he was very happy. He lived apart with God, and yet had work to do in training his monks in the way of perfection and teaching the faith to the ignorant pagans. But he had not yet arrived at the end of God's great plan for him, and if God now called him away from the life he loved to a life he did not want at all, we must not be surprised, for Christ said that those who would be his disciples must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow him. And that is what all good Christians must be ready to do. That is, live according to the way God wants, instead of according to the way they want themselves. Well, the change came when St. Hilary died. For, of course, the people wanted St. Martin to become bishop in his place. To be bishop was a very great honor, and one that many men would have been glad to accept. But St. Martin was humble, like all saints, and he also felt that if he was to remain pure of heart and close to God, he must live in the quiet solitude and silence of his monastery, so he refused to become bishop. But that he should be bishop was God's will, and also the people were quite determined to have him. They got him by making him think there was a poor sick woman who wanted him to come to her. He came out of his monastery, all unsuspecting, and the people carried him off by force to Poitiers, and he had to consent to be consecrated bishop. He did not look very like a bishop as he was brought into the city. He was clad in a poor, thin, old habit, and his head was closely shaved, as the monks were accustomed to do, and he was thin and pale with fasting and his hard life. But even his humble appearance made the people cheer him all the more, and the church was absolutely packed at the solemn service of his consecration as bishop. Now began a life in which his own will was altogether given up to that of God. He lived in a poor little hut adjoining the church. The poorness of it pleased him, but all day he was at it, doing things for people, now visiting a sick man to pray over him, now making peace between quarrelsome people, now blessing oils that they might bring healing to the sick, preaching sermons, talking to people, and explaining Holy Scripture in the way he could do so wonderfully, visiting his priests or listening to the worries and troubles they came to tell him. And when there was nothing else, there was always a crowd of people waiting just to see their beloved bishop's holy face and go away cheered with a patient smile from him. But just sometimes he slipped away for a little peace alone with God at a beautiful monastery called Marmontier, which he formed near the city, and which later became very famous and kept the rule of Saint Benedict I told you about before. There were many things that were serious worries and very bitter sorrows and trials to Saint Martin at this time, but I can't tell you all about these now, but there were also joys, and one of these I will tell you about, because it was the companionship of a little boy. He was nearly 10 when St. Martin baptized him and then adopted him as they traveled together soon after the boy's baptism, and while he still had on the beautiful white robe I told you about, which showed outwardly the new purity of his soul, they came to the river Loire. A little way ahead of them, they saw a poor blind beggar waiting for someone to help him across. "Son," said St. Martin to the boy, victorious, "go to that man. Wash his face and eyes with water from the river, then bring him to me." So the boy went and did as St. Martin had told him. And as soon as he had washed the poor man's eyes, the man opened them and found he could see. With joy he looked about at the blue sky and the river, and when he heard that it was the holy bishop who had sent the white-robed boy to him, he praised God for what had happened and ran and fell down at St. Martin's feet. The poor beggar was very excited about it all and didn't know how to thank St. Martin and the boy. So St. Martin said, "Calm thyself, cease talking, and come, for with me in this boat thou shalt cross the river." So the beggar stayed with them 3 days, and victorious was allowed to look after him, and, as the old book says, eagerly brought him everything to eat that he liked best. Victorious stayed always with St. Martin and went about everywhere with him, scarcely ever leaving his side. Even to the church he would go with him for the night offices, or on his tours visiting the churches or preaching to the heathen. St. Martin taught Victorious, and in return the boy waited on him. Also, I think he used to cheer up the bishop and often made him feel a boy again. But don't you think Victorious was a very lucky boy? He saw a great many wonderful miracles of the saint, and was even allowed to have a hand in the doing of some of them, as in the case of the blind beggar. When Victorious was old enough, St. Martin made him a priest, and himself cut off the young man's hair in the way priests used to have it cut. There are a great many more wonderful stories about St. Martin which I haven't time to tell you now, but gradually he was establishing the Christian faith very firmly in France. God's great plan was being fully worked out, for, you see, St. Martin had never resisted God's will in any point. Always he had done just what he felt God was gently leading him to do. Never mind what it cost him at the time. And so he took each step that God arranged for him, and each one led on to the next, and all led on to the wonderful life of building up the Church of Christ and making it bigger, stronger, purer, more healthy, and the great work, too, of turning a heathen land into a powerful Christian country. At last came the day when the tired old bishop felt, with unspeakable joy, that he was to go and receive his reward at the hands of Christ, whom he had loved so faithfully and so long, and was to enter into his rest. One day, after a long journey, St. Martin was thinking of returning to his beloved Marmoutier when a great weakness came over him. The moment of my deliverance is at hand, he said. His monks and other faithful companions were nearly broken-hearted. "Oh, Father, will you then leave us?" they cried. "Ravening wolves will fall on your flock, and who will protect it when the shepherd is struck? We know you're longing to depart and to be with Christ, but your reward is assured, and will be greater by delay. Have pity on us who must remain." So St. Martin prayed a beautiful prayer.
Okay, remind Charlie again that he gave
his
that
children more than himself, and he was even willing to put off his reward and his longed-for rest for the love of them. "Lord," he said,
let's see if Charlie remembers this bookshelf.
Necessary to thy people, I refuse not the labor. Let only thy will be done." But it was not our Lord's will that his faithful soldiers should.
Ask Charlie if he remembers that bookshelf.
Christ was waiting for him, all ready to say, "Well done, good and faithful servant. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord."
Okay, does he remember the book yet?
Lying humbly upon a bed of sackcloth, St. Martin, apostle of France, finished the work that God had given him to do, and passed into the glory and eternal rest of the blessed.
Does he remember that book yet?
End of section 3. Section 4 of Stories of the Saints by Candlelight.
Okay, just because Charlie is in the potted plants, I'm going to show him these.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories of the Saints by Candlelight by Vera Charlesworth Barclay. The fourth day. A gorgeous day of steady hot sun that made the sea sparkle like a million diamonds scattered on a great stretch of blue satin. The tide was very far out, leaving a golden stretch of sand that simply asked to be tunneled into and dug into holes and trenches and castles.
Yeah,
all got into their bathing costumes. The Cubs' costumes were mostly bare cub, and spent the whole morning burrowing like moles into the sand and getting cool in the sea when they felt like it. Aquila tried to write something very important, but the Cubs didn't seem to think it was nearly as important as Aquila did, and not much writing got done. After dinner and rest, when the tide had come up like a great green monster swallowing up the shore and clutching with foamy fingers at the rocks, Aquila hired a boat and took half the Cubs at a time for a row, while the other half ran along the shore ready to scramble in when their turn came. The wind had got up, and out to sea there were no end of white horses shaking their manes and galloping after each other. Do you know what white horses are? They are the white crests of the waves that break out all over the sea on windy days. Some of the white horses came galloping close into shore, and the Cubs had a very exciting time landing to give the others a turn. This is how they did it. One large cub rolled up his shorts as far as they would go and stood ready in the bow. Aquila then turned the boat shoreward suddenly and pulled at the oars for dear life, and all the Cubs helped by cheering. Crash, scrunch, the boat went ashore. The Cub in the bow leapt out and held her nose steady while everyone else scrambled out. A few white horses jumped over the stern and made things a bit wet, but nobody minded. In scrambled the next boatful of Cubs, and with a good shove, the boat was out again. A very little make-believe, and you were lifeboatmen landing survivors from a wreck. There was to be a long and very exciting story tonight, so the Cubs bustled down to the stable extra early and were undressed before you could say Jack Robinson. In fact, Terry began to undress in the street and was out in the stable yard in his nightshirt before Aquila and the last cub had got through the gate. "Tell us a long, long, long one," begged the cubs. "We aren't a bit sleepy. Let it last till midnight." "I'll tell as long as the candle lasts," said Aquila, sticking a stump of a candle on the ledge. The cubs curled up, and the candlelight fell in a golden flicker on their ruddy, sunburned faces. 15 pairs of eyes were fixed on Aquila.
Obviously you're hungry.
You
Will, get up
could
there.
hear a
Will, up,
strong
up.
rustle. Only the faint
Will.
swish
Up, up.
of the white horses breaking on the shore broke the stillness. "Now, we are going back into 1,000 years ago," began Aquila, and the cubs gave a wriggle of satisfaction and prepared to take that mighty journey with the greatest ease. The story of St. Edmund, king and martyr. "Now, we are going back into 1,000 years ago and more. We shall stay in England, but it is a strange, wild England, covered with deep, mysterious green forests, where speckled deer roam about, and on moonlit nights you can hear the wolves howling. The Englishmen of these days are nearly as fierce as the wolves. If you met one coming down a forest path, I believe you'd be a bit afraid of him, with his fierce eyes and shaggy head of hair, his round shield and sharp spear. A good many of these Englishmen are still heathens, but St. Benedict's monks have been hard at work for the last few hundred years, turning the wild country into the beautiful England we know, and the fierce, cruel Saxons into brave Christian knights with kindly, noble hearts, as well as fearless spirits. Well, in a part of the country called East Anglia, there lived an old king called Offa.
Alright, well, this one's for
He
you.
was a Christian and
Jen, this one's
descended
for Will.
from a line
Jen, this
of
one's-
brave and
You
noble
get this one.
kings.
Alright, well,
Called
look.
Offings.
Alright, amen.
Poor old Offa was very sad because he felt he was getting old, and he thought that when he died, the royal line of Offings would end, for he had no son to succeed him. As a matter of fact,
You're not driving today.
but many
What's he
years
doing,
before
sir? Well,
God
it's Sunday. I don't
had
work on
promised him to
Sundays.
give up all thoughts
What up,
of
my
worldly
guy?
glory and become a
Sounds
holy
working out. Thank you,
hermit,
Billy.
giving up his life to prayer.
Idiom ticket.
When God calls a man to serve him and him alone,
Are you into
he does not
politics?
let the world
Well, who
suffer
isn't?
by his loss. God had a plan of his own for replacing Offa's hermit son by one of the most glorious kings that ever reigned in England. And it is the wonderful story of how he was found and of his thrilling adventures as the young king of East Anglia that I'm going to tell you tonight. Well, something. Perhaps it was a whisper from the
Really, I
Holy
thought so.
Spirit.
All right, I gotta go to the gym.
Old King Offa
Junior
felt that if he
Mariano
prayed
Bees.
very hard, he might in some wonderful way obtain an heir to his throne. In those days,
You
when
read?
people
Well,
wanted to pray
sometimes I
very
read.
hard and show God they really wanted a thing and really believed he would give it them, they used to do what they called going on a pilgrimage. It was like doing instead of only saying a great prayer. For the whole long, dangerous journey was one act of faith and devotion or of thanksgiving. So old Offa set out on a pilgrimage to the very best place you could pilgrimage to, the land where our blessed Lord lived and died, where there are still the very same rocky paths his blessed feet touched, the same mountains and lakes his eyes rested on, the very hill where his precious blood poured down from the cross, dyeing the grass and the little white daisies red. Somehow the king felt that if he could go and pray where our Lord had prayed, he would get some wonderful answer. So he started off, crossed the blue sea, and landed on the opposite coast. Now, God is so ready to grant the prayers of people who have so much love and faith that he sometimes answers almost before they have asked. That's what happened with the old king. His way lay through Saxony, the kingdom of his cousin Achmund. One day he rode up with his men-at-arms to the court and decided to spend a few days there. Achmund, of course, welcomed his cousin and received him joyfully to the palace. Well, as King Offa sat resting on one of the low couches covered with the skins of wild beasts that Achmed had killed in the chase, there was a light footfall outside the chamber. The heavy curtain was drawn back from the doorway, and there stood before him a tall, slim boy of 13, with fair hair, truthful blue eyes, and a face tanned with the sun and wind of his open-air life. Something seemed to jump up in the old king's sad heart. Oh, if only that noble boy were his son, his heir. He was a true Uffing. What a king he would make for East Anglia. In the next few days, Offa and the king's son Edmund became great friends. Edmund took upon himself the job of looking after his old cousin and seeing that he had all he needed and enjoyed his visit at the court. And Offa watched Edmund with a feeling of love and interest such as he would have had for his own son. He saw that the boy was brave and clever, a good shot with his bow, able to throw a spear straight and ride a horse. He saw that he was loved by all and always ready to do good turns and put the wishes of others before his own. But he saw something that pleased him more, that Edmund was a true, loyal Christian. In all the excitement of the chase and the gaiety of the court, his first thought was of God, to serve him and please him, to keep from all sin for his sake. The more Uffa saw of Edmund, the more he felt sure that God had led him to this court that he might find his heir. Still, though it seemed as if his request was already granted, he did not give up his pilgrimage, but decided to press on, if only as an act of thanksgiving to God. Before starting once more on his way, the king called Edmund aside. Taking a gold ring from his finger, he put it on Edmund's hand and told him that if it were God's will, this might someday mean great things for him. Then he said goodbye and rode away towards the east. Young Edmund must often have wondered what it was that God held in store for him, and as he looked at the gold ring on his finger, I feel sure he used to promise God that whatever it was, he would do his best to fulfill his holy will. Well, old Offa reached Palestine all right. His heart thrilled with joy and love as he saw the very village where Jesus was born, and where the shepherds came that early Christmas morning to adore the little newborn king. He remembered the 3 kings of the East who came plodding along on their camels, bearing gifts for Mary's little son. Then he went on to Mount Calvary, and the tears ran down his old face as he saw the hill where our blessed Lord suffered such agony with such glorious courage for our sakes. He prayed and gave thanks, and then, with a confident heart, left all the future in God's hands and started homewards. But he had not got very far before he fell ill, and soon his men saw that he was dying. Calling them about him, he told them that it was God's will that the young Edmund, Achmed's son, should be their king. Taking from his finger the signet ring that had been placed upon it by the bishop at his coronation, he commanded that when he was dead, it should be carried as quickly as possible to the boy. Then, heaving a last sigh of peace and gratitude, he closed his eyes on the world, and his faithful soul went to God. The coming of Saint Edmund. Now we will go back to England. The people have heard of the death of their king, and they are not at all sure that they want a strange young prince from Saxony to come and rule over them. They have collected in a great crowd on the shore, for the galleys from across the sea have come in sight, bearing down before the wind. The ships draw every moment nearer, and the people wait. As long as most of them can remember, they have been ruled over by King Offa. And for many generations, their kings have been Uffings, tall, fair, blue-eyed men with noble, fearless hearts. What will this strange boy be like? And on the ship, young Edmund pushed his way forward to the prow. He could see the green, tree-covered cliffs of his new kingdom and the crowd of people on the shore. His heart beat fast, and he fingered the ring old Offa had put on his hand. Oh, if only these people knew that he came to them ready to do his best, to be to them a good king, and to do his best for them for the love of God. Splash, splash, the big anchors go overboard and the chains rattle as they run out over the bows. Soon Edmund and his men are in small boats being rowed swiftly to the shore. Edmund's boat is the foremost, and he himself stands up on the prow, ready to leap ashore. As the men of England look at him, they see that he is no stranger, but one of themselves, a true Uffing, and then and there a sense of loyalty springs up in their rough hearts. The nose of the boat grates on the shore. With a leap, Edmund has cleared the water and is standing on the land of which he is to be king. His first act is to fall on his knees and ask God's blessing on himself and his people. His short prayer ended, he gets up and turns to greet his new friends. But to his surprise, they are all falling on their knees, murmuring to one another, "A miracle! A miracle!" For a spring of clear water has bubbled up where Edmund's knees touch the ground, a sign from heaven that he is the true king, a symbol of the power of the Holy Ghost that will well up like a spring in his heart. The crowning of St. Edmund. After a time of study and preparation under a holy man called Bishop Humbert, who became a true father to the boy and his lifelong friend, the time of St. Edmund's coronation drew near. It took place on Christmas Day, and the old books tell us of the gorgeous procession and the wonderful service. St. Edmund had to make a solemn promise of loyalty to God and his people, and after being anointed with holy oil, he was clothed in certain royal garments by the bishop, while a thane stepped forward and put sandals on his feet. A purple cloak was put upon his shoulders, and in his hand a scepter of mercy and an iron rod of justice. After that, a naked sword was presented to him, and a helmet put on his head. Then, laying aside all these, St. Edmund stepped forward, and standing before the altar, declared solemnly that by the grace of God he would fulfill all the duties of a good king. The bishop placed the crown upon his head, saying, "Live the king forever!" And all the people cried, "Amen! Amen! Amen!" After that, there was a solemn service of praise and thanksgiving to God, and the new king received Holy Communion. You can imagine how happy it made the holy young king that this should be the very first act of his reign, and what confidence it gave him that Christ would stay with him through all the difficult years to come. War. For a long time, there was peace in St. Edmund's kingdom, though the people in other parts of the country were suffering terribly from their enemies, the Danes, who came over in wild hordes from the north in their low, black-sailed boats, and, landing on the coast, went through the country burning and plundering and killing. St. Edmund knew that they would sooner or later invade his kingdom too, so he set to work to prepare for them. His chief way of doing this was to win the loyalty of all his subjects, so that if there was war, he knew they would all rally round him. He made wise laws, and he was so fair to all, and so ready to listen to poor and oppressed and help them, that soon everyone in the kingdom loved the young king and would do anything for him. They could see that God was with him, and they could not help feeling that in serving the humblest of his subjects, he felt that it was Christ himself that he served. St. Edmund had, of course, prepared his army and had thrown up defenses to try and keep the enemy out as long as possible. You can still see one of his great earthworks running from Newmarket to the Fen country. For hundreds of years, it was called Edmund's Dyke. He placed scouts and outposts all round his borders and prepared in every way he could. At last the day came when the country people came running into the towns in terror. They had seen along the borders huge, fierce men with flashing eyes and long red hair and beards. Their leather tunics were stained dark with blood. Huge round shields were slung across their backs. They were armed with spears, bows, clubs, and knives, and they shouted to one another in a strange language. St. Edmund's scouts came running in to say that the Danes were collecting in great crowds on the frontiers. Soon they began creeping in at every point, burning houses and churches and killing people, especially the Christians. Though it was an almost hopeless job, St. Edmund led his brave army forward, and whenever it was possible, he engaged the enemy in battles and drove them out. The Danes had never before been so powerfully resisted, and thousands of them were killed. There's not time now to tell you all of the thrilling adventures St. Edmund had at this time, and of his wonderful escapes from the Danes. Anyhow, the Danes were so much weakened that they asked for peace, and after spending the winter in a great camp at Thetford, they sailed away, full of rage and hatred and desire for revenge. A cowardly plot. For a time there was peace, and then a sad thing happened. One stormy day, when the waves dashed and foamed up the shingly beach, and the sea and sky were a leaden gray, the fisherfolk who lived down by the shore saw a small boat with tattered sails and broken mast being driven before the wind. There seemed to be a man in it, but he was evidently weak and exhausted, and was doing nothing to help himself. Presently, the boat was thrown up on the shore, and the fishermen ran down and collected in a little crowd round it. Looking down at the helpless man still clinging to a spar and drenched with foam and seawater, they soon saw he was not one of their people. A Dane, they murmured with sullen hate. Then one who had served in St. Edmund's army suddenly gave a wild exclamation. "By heaven," he said, "it's Lothparch." Lothparch was the leader of the Danish army who had done such awful harm to East Anglia only a few years before. "Kill him," growled one man. "Throw him back on the mercy of the sea," hissed another. But the man who fought under St. Edmund would have nothing of the kind. The king never allowed a helpless man, even a cruel enemy, to be killed, so Lothparch was carried up to the royal palace. To the surprise of the fierce Angles, St. Edmund not only made the stranger welcome, but showed him every kindness. "Love your enemies," said our Lord, and sure enough, St. Edmund seemed truly to be obeying that command. Everything the king did seemed right to his loyal subjects, but there was one man, Bern, the king's huntsman, whose jealousy was so bitter at St. Edmund's showing favor to a Dane that he waited till he had an opportunity, and then he murdered Lothparch. The king was very angry, of course, but he said that though Bern deserved to die for the crime, he would give him a faint chance of escape. He should be put in an open boat and pushed out to sea and left to the mercy of the waves. After tossing for many days, Bern was washed up on a strange coast. During those lonely days of tossing on the waves, instead of repenting of his crime, Bern's wicked heart had been full of hatred for the king. So, when he heard that the land he had come to was Lothparch's own kingdom, and that his two sons, Ingar and Hubba, were reigning in his place, a horrible idea came into his mind. Asking to be taken before the princes, he made up and told them an awful lie, saying that when their father, Lothparch, had been washed up helpless on the coast of England, Edmund the king had caused him to be cruelly put to death. Of course, this enraged Ingar and Hubba, and they at once collected a huge and fierce army and set out once more for East Anglia. A fight to the death. Landing in the north and marching from York southward, the Danes plundered every city they passed through. They burned the monastery that had been built at Croyland, St. Guthlac's Isle. and also those at Peterborough, Ramsey, Solom, and Ely. Meeting St. Edmund's army, they defeated it completely, killed the brave general who commanded it, and took Thetford by storm. Then they sent St. Edmund a message to say he must give up half his kingdom and pay heavy taxes, or they would do the most terrible frightfulness throughout the land. But St. Edmund and his men decided to make one great effort to keep their land in liberty and true to the Christian faith. At the head of this gallant army, St. Edmund marched on Ingar's army, and a ghastly battle began. Arrows flew thick, swords clashed on shields, great spears tore men open and left them to bleed to death. All day the battle raged, but at night the Danes fell back exhausted, and St. Edmund held the field victorious. But as he stood in the moonlight and looked upon the scene, his heart sank. Before him stretched the great battlefield, its trampled grass all soaked in blood, and around him, silent forever, lay his great army, an army of dead men. With a heavy heart, he led back his little handful of tired and wounded soldiers to the camp. The next day came terrible news. Hubba, with 10,000 men, had marched up and joined his brother. The martyr. It was hopeless to try and resist any more. The king knew it, and his people knew it, and they shuddered to think of their fate. Then a great idea came to the king. It was he himself the Danes hated so. If only they had him in their power, perhaps they would leave his beloved country in peace. The more he thought of this, the more certain he felt that, by giving himself up, he could buy the peace and happiness and safety of his people. Christ, his captain, had done this. He had not feared to face the most cruel death to save mankind, and St. Edmund's heart suddenly leapt with the thought that he would follow Christ and do the same. At first, his old friend the bishop, St. Humbert, tried to hold him back, but after a while he saw that St. Edmund was quite resolved. He spoke of it with such courage and joy that the aged bishop knew the Holy Spirit must be in his heart, leading him to this glorious sacrifice of himself, this giving of his very life for his God and his friends, this quest for the martyr's crown. And so he gave him his blessing and bade him do as his brave heart prompted him. So calling together his people, St. Edmund told them what he was going to do. You can imagine what they felt, how they begged him with tears not to do it, but nothing would make him change his mind. He knew it was God's will. Bravely, he gave his last order to his men. It was that all the gates of the fortress should be thrown open, all the defenses left unguarded, nothing done to stop the Danes entering it. Then he made his way to the chapel. Unbuckling his faithful sword, he laid it on the steps of the altar and knelt down, with no protection save God's mercy. The little chapel was very dim and full of a holy feeling. All was still. It seemed to the young king as if he were far, far away from the rest of the world, from all the horror of bloodshed and crashing battle axes that had filled the last few weeks like some horrible dream. He let his mind just rest on the thought of God and his love, and a wonderful peace came over him. Near him knelt the old bishop, and his heart was near to breaking, for he loved St. Edmund very much. The tears ran down his furrowed cheeks and fell silently on the steps of the altar. But he spoke no word. Silently the moments passed, and then, suddenly, a sound broke the stillness that sent a cold shiver through St. Humbert. Wild shouts, coarse laughter, the clash and clatter of armed men rushing in wild triumph through the fortress. It was the king they were seeking. Where was he? They cared for nothing but to find him and wreak their revenge. The shouts came nearer, the tramp of feet, the clang and scrape of spears against the wall. nearer, nearer, until the chapel door burst open and a crowd of cruel faces peered in. Then a wild oath rang through the quiet of the chapel. They had found the king. Rushing in, they seized him and dragged him out, faithful unto death. In a field beyond the town, the Danes tied St. Edmund to a tree. They were determined to have a full revenge. With long whips, they began to scourge his naked body. Each lash was like the touch of a red-hot iron and left a long, bleeding wound in the bare flesh. But St. Edmund only rejoiced that, at last, he could share truly what Christ had suffered from the Roman soldiers. No cry escaped him, except now and then the name of Jesus. Then, throwing down their whips, the Danes took up their bows. The arrows fell thickly around St. Edmund, piercing him in every part, until, as the old book says, he was as covered with arrows as a porcupine with quills. Ingar, the Danish prince, looked on with a horrible smile of cruel enjoyment. Hearing the holy name break like a sob from the mouth of the martyr, he began to taunt him, telling him to give up his faith in Christ, since it had only brought him to this. But St. Edmund was faithful unto death. Soon, soon, he would receive the crown of life, the welcome of the King of Kings. Seeing that nothing could make St. Edmund cry for mercy or give up his faith in God, Ingar drew his long sword and, with a hoarse laugh of triumph, cut the martyr's head from his body. Free and glorious, the soul of King Edmund rose from his blood-stained body into the sunlight of heaven. St. Edmund had not sacrificed himself in vain. The Danes, so greatly weakened by the bloody battles they had fought, gave up the idea of ruling East Anglia and sailed away to their country, leaving St. Edmund's people in peace and free to practice the Christian faith. End of Section 4.
Section 5 of Stories of the Saints by Candlelight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories of the Saints by Candlelight by Vera Charlesworth Barclay. Section 5. The Fifth Day, Sunday. The Story of St. Francis. 1. Everyone dressed quickly and quietly, found his prayer book somewhere in the far depths of his kit bag, and ran down to sit on the seawall and wait for Akela and the last cub or two, the ones whose boots had got lost or who were so fussy about parting their hair, etc., that dressing took rather a long time. Very reverently they went into the church, and very quietly came out again and up to the field. Breakfast, a run round the field to let off steam, and then down to the shore for a bathe. In the afternoon, every cub got hold of a piece of paper and a pencil and sat, lay, knelt, or squatted in some corner, his tongue well out and his brow furrowed with thought to write home. Some wrote very private letters all on their own and didn't give the show away even to ask how to spell the hardest words like library, which might just as well be libari, or library, or libery. Of course, library in some form or other came into all their letters because they all wanted to tell about the adventure of going to Quar Abbey. Some cubs, sacrificing the privateness of their letters, decided that if Akela or Godmother did the writing, while they did the saying what, it would be much quicker and much more could be told to Mother and all at home. So they brought their papers and pencils and asked Akela to do it in proper quick writing. They told everything, even what they had had for dinner each day, and one said his bed at camp was much comfortabler than his bed at home. After tea there was a little cricket practice and some tree climbing, and then supper and of course night prayers. And then, feeling as if they had lived in camp all their lives instead of only 5 days, the cubs walked contentedly down the hill to bed. Patsy, as usual, was having a free ride on Akela's back, and he was certainly quite a lot heavier than the first day. Before long, everyone was established in the coach house and the candle lighted. Tonight, said Akela, I'm going to tell you about a very cubby saint. I know he would have loved cubs because he loved small boys and wild animals. In fact, a certain wolf was a great friend of his, and he thought it worthwhile once to preach a beautiful sermon to a flock of birds. He was always laughing or singing or doing something cubby, and he had ideas he used to teach his followers very much like our cub law and motto. His name was St. Francis of Assisi. Now listen, for I specially want you to make friends with St. Francis, because I love him very much. The story of St. Francis. 1. There was once a boy called Francis who lived in a curious old town in the mountains of Italy. The town was called Assisi. It was all funny little up and down streets and flights of long crooked stone steps, and there was a wall all around to keep enemies out, and big gates in the wall that were closed at night. The purple hills and mountains spread away as far as you could see beneath the blue, blue sky, and all around the city there were vineyards and lovely little rocky paths winding about among the silvery olive trees. Francis was the son of a rich merchant called Peter Bernardone. He was a regular cubby boy, always laughing and singing, ready for mischief, but still more ready to do anyone a good turn. He was Peter Bernadone's only son, and he had a jolly good time of it because his father had made up his mind that young Francis should make a success of his life and end by being a great man in the town. He used to smile to himself and rub his hands together as he saw what a clever, handsome boy Francis was growing up into, and how everybody loved him, and how he was always the ringleader in all the fun. As Francis grew to be a young man, his father would encourage him to give lots of feasts to his friends, not minding how much they cost, and it pleased him to see that it was always Francis who was the life of these feasts, making jokes, leading cheerful sing-songs, enjoying himself to no end, and making everyone else enjoy themselves. But while Peter Bernardone chuckled to see the young Francis so gay and popular, Francis' mother, Pica, used to notice little things that made her happy too, only in a different way. She noticed that Francis never really gave in to himself like his wild friends, never overate himself in a greedy way or drank enough wine to make him drunk, never thought it funny to tell nasty stories or swear, and if God's name was mentioned, it seemed to make him serious for a moment. One day, she said, he will become a son of God. But her friends thought it a silly remark to make, for Francis seemed to be living just to please himself and have a jolly time. But mothers are generally right in what they prophesy about their sons, and Pica's remark was really a very true one. This story is all about how Francis gave up being a rich merchant's son and became a poor man who found all his joy and his riches in calling God his Father. The change did not come easily, and a great many wonderful adventures befell him, which I am going to tell you now. It all began with a war between Assisi and another city. Of course, Francis and his pals joined in the fray and thought it great sport till they got captured and carried off prisoners. It was not sport at all being shut up in stuffy old houses with only a little food and nothing to do. Francis used to cheer them up with troubadour songs and stories. But although he always seemed so cheerful, it was doing great harm to his health, and when after a year the prisoners were freed and returned to Assisi, Francis became very ill indeed. So ill was he that he came near dying, and this experience of nearly passing out into the next life made him begin to think seriously. When he was well enough to go out, walking slowly with a stick because of his weakness, he felt that life could never be quite the same. He must do something, take a man's place in the world. Well, the chance soon came, for all the young Christian men were called out to fight in a crusade. A certain nobleman of Assisi started getting up a party, and Francis decided to join him. He soon had all his kit, armor, a bright sword, a good horse, and all complete. And with a gay heart full of a thirst for adventure and a determination to do great things, he waited impatiently for the start. He had been rather puzzled as to what to do with himself, and now he felt he had hit on the right plan. So it was a bit of a surprise when, his very first night away, something happened which unsettled his mind altogether and made him feel it was not God's will that he should go to the Crusades. The night before the party set out, Francis had a very curious dream about a beautiful palace all hung round with knightly arms, which a mysterious voice told him was for him and his followers. This made him so happy that the next day, when someone asked him what good fortune he had had, he replied that now he knew for certain he was to be a great prince and leader of men. But the next night, as he lay in the hostelry on the first halt along the road, something still more strange happened. He was not asleep, and yet through the still darkness he heard the mysterious voice of his dream, and it said, "Francis, whom is it better to serve, the Lord or the servant?" "Surely it is better to serve the Lord," replied Francis softly into the dark. And the voice answered, "Why then dost thou make a lord of the servant?" Then it all seemed to flash on Francis, and he felt sure this was a voice from heaven. And he replied very humbly, "Lord, what dost thou wish me to do?" And the voice said, "Return to the land of thy birth, and there it will be told thee what thou shalt do, for it may behoove thee to give another meaning to thy dream." He felt so positive that the voice was from heaven, that he felt he simply could not disobey it. So although it cost him a lot to do it, he turned his horse's head northwards and rode home. There was nothing to do now but wait for God to show him his will. He tried to settle down again to his old life of feasting and gaiety, but somehow he couldn't throw himself into it. There was something he was feeling after, but he didn't know what. One day something happened which was the beginning of great things. Francis had been out for a ride beyond the city. As he turned his horse's head homewards and rode slowly back towards the golden sunset, he suddenly saw a little way ahead something that made him almost turn aside onto another path. It was a poor leper, his filthy rags only half covering his wretched body with its horrible running sores. His face was swollen and disfigured, and his eyes full of the frightened misery of a hunted animal. Now seeing lepers always made Francis feel quite sick. He hated horrible sights. But somehow tonight a new feeling woke up in him. A sudden feeling of brotherhood with this poor man, almost of love for him. It was such terribly bad luck that he had caught leprosy and become a ghastly sight, so that he could not earn any money nor come near the town. Francis felt in his wallet for a piece of silver to give him, and then he thought how sad it must be to have money flung at you by strangers who passed by with head turned away because they loathed the very sight of you. How the lepers must long for just a friendly look, a smile. A great idea suddenly leapt in Francis's mind, and it took all his courage not to give in to himself. As he came up with the leper, he jumped off his horse, took a silver piece from his pocket, and held it out to the man. The leper, full of surprise, held out his poor swollen stump of a hand with several fingers already rotted away to take the coin. But meeting the man's eyes and seeing in them the look of hunger for friendship, Francis took the poor hand in his as he would the hand of his friend, pressed the coin into it, and then stooping, pressed his lips upon it in a kiss. Then with his heart full of joy, he remounted his horse and rode home. With that kiss, a wonderful new idea had sprung up in Francis's heart, a sense of love for the poor, of longing not only to help them, but to share their very lives, to be one of them. At first he tried to satisfy his longing to help them by making great feasts and serving his poor guests with his own hands. One day he went on a pilgrimage to Rome, and as he saw the crowd of beggars clustering round a certain shrine and hoped that the pilgrims would give them money, he longed to become just one of them. So taking one of them aside, he exchanged his fine clothes with the beggar for his dirty rags, and spent the whole day with his poor brothers in the dust and the scorching sun, enjoying the sense of being a mere outcast to whom rich men threw halfpence. Still, when he returned to his home, he was as puzzled as ever as to what he should do. He took to spending long hours at prayer in a certain cave, begging God to make known his will, and at last God answered his prayer, and I will tell you how. Francis had been for a long walk outside the city, and as he returned along the stony little mountain paths, the evening sunlight dazzling his eyes and the olive trees whispering to each other in the soft evening air, he noticed a tumble-down little wayside church. Something made him stop and turn in. It was very dim and cool and quiet. There was no one there except God. A lamp burned with a feeble flicker in the sanctuary. Francis knelt down and began to pray. Then out of the stillness a strange, wonderful voice spoke his name. Francis. He knew directly whose voice it was, our blessed Lord's. Yes, Lord, he answered, his heart beating rather fast, though he felt very happy. Francis, go and repair my church, which thou seest fallen, said the voice. Then all was still. The tones of that voice seemed to vibrate through and through Francis. He was filled with a great desire to obey, to do anything, anything our Lord wanted. Repair my church, he had said. He must mean this poor little tumble-down house of his that was certainly on the point of falling. So Francis jumped up from his knees and went out into the sunlight very happy. He found the old priest who lived in a poor little house nearby, and telling him the wonderful thing that had happened, gave him all the money he had, and promised to return soon with enough to rebuild the church. Then he hurried home. His father was away on a journey, so Francis went down to the warehouse and picked out the most costly bale of rich stuff he could find. Then he took a good horse, and putting the bale of stuff on his back, set out for the town of Buligno. Here he sold both the stuff and the horse, and returned with a good sum of money. Full of joy, he hurried along the little mountain path to the old priest's house, and held out the heavy purse of gold to him. But the priest was afraid to accept it, for he was not at all sure that Francis's father would be pleased about it. Francis was disappointed. He had got the money for the church, and certainly wasn't going to carry it home again, so he threw it into the deep recess of one of the windows of the little church, and left it there. Then he told the priest he meant to stay, for here our Lord had spoken to him, and he must stay to see the building of the church. The old priest was very kind and let Francis share his little house and his poor fare, and Francis began to feel like a kind of hermit, living a life of prayer. Meanwhile, Peter Bernardon returned from his journey. When he heard what Francis had done and his new mad idea of living like a hermit on the mountainside, he was furiously angry. Taking a stick in his hand, he set out, saying he would teach the young fool a good lesson and bring him home. But one of the servants ran ahead by a shortcut and warned Francis. Francis had no wish to meet his angry father armed with a stout stick, so he fled and hid himself in a cave, and Peter Bernardon had to go home again, even angrier than he set out. For about 10 days Francis stayed in hiding, the servant bringing him food. He spent this time in prayer. This made him braver, and he began to think that he had been a funk to run away and hide and not face the music, so he decided to make up for it by being braver. His time of hiding in the dark, dirty cave with little food had made him look thin, untidy, and a bit of a scarecrow. The people of Assisi had heard what he had done, and they decided he must have gone mad. So when he appeared in the city, the boys began throwing stones and rubbish at him and calling after him. Francis bore it all patiently and felt rather a hero. But presently Peter Bernardon discovered that his son was being insulted in the streets. It filled him with rage, and he rushed out, dragged Francis indoors, and gave him a good flogging, and shut him up in a little cell. Here he had to stay for some time until his father went out on another journey, and his mother let him out. Of course he went straight back to the little church on the hillside, and here, when his father came back, he found him. Peter Bernardon stormed at him and demanded the money back, but Francis would not give it, saying that he had given it to God. So Peter Bernardon went to the bishop about it. The matter came up at the bishop's court, and the bishop had to tell Francis to give back the money. Bernardon was so angry with his son that he then and there disinherited him and said he would not own him as his son any more. So Francis took off his very clothes and gave them back to his father, saying, "Now will I say no more Peter Bernardon is my father, but only our Father who art in heaven." So taking the bundle of clothes, old Bernardon stole out of the court. Someone fetched Francis a rough habit such as was worn by the farmhands. On this Francis chalked a big cross, and putting it on, stepped out joyfully, feeling that at last he was free to serve God in whatever way he wanted him to, and to share the life of the poor. He felt somehow that he must get right away alone, so he started walking up over the mountains, not caring where he went. Soon he was right up among the pines, and as night fell he found it was pretty cold, for the winter snow still lay in the deep shade of the trees. But he was so happy that he did not care for anything, and as he went he sang aloud for joy. Then suddenly out of the dark wood a band of robbers pounced on him. "Who are you?" they cried. "I am the herald of the great king," answered Francis. So they stripped him of his habit and threw him in a ditch full of snow. Luckily, the next day he found a friend in a town the other side of the mountains who gave him a pilgrim's cloak, a pair of shoes, and a staff. Then, after a bit more wandering, St. Francis returned to the little church and settled down with the old priest, meaning now in earnest to build up the church. Since he had no money to buy what was needed, the only thing was to beg, so he went out in the streets begging for stones to build up the little church. The poor people were very kind and gave him stones, and some of them came and helped. And soon they and Francis together had begun rebuilding the walls. Every day Francis went begging, and sometimes it was very hard not to give in to himself and go sulking down a side street when he saw a group of his old friends ahead. But he went bravely on and faced their stares and laughter. One day it struck Francis that he ought not be eating the old priest's scanty store of food, which he noticed his kind old friend used to cook and try to prepare as nicely as possible for him. This was not what a true lover of poverty should do. "Rise up, thou lazy one," he said to himself, "and go begging from door to door the leavings of the table." So taking a big dish, he went round the houses of the townspeople asking for scraps. They gave him broken bits of messy old food, and he returned with his dish full. But when he sat down to supper, he didn't feel at all like eating from that pile of scraps. The very thought made him feel quite sick. But he was learning to conquer himself, and by the time the meal was done, he felt he had really accomplished something, and was at last really a poor man and ready to live on what God's mercy would give him from day to day. All this time he had been praying a great deal and learning to know God very much better. More and more he felt that God meant to use him for something special. What, he did not know. At last the little gray church was all built up new and strong, and Francis felt the job our Lord had given him was done. But as God had not shown him anything else to do, he set out and found another tumble-down little church to build up, and started on that. When that too was finished, he started on a third one. The third one had been restored, and a service was being held in it for the first time since its restoration, and Francis was assisting at this service when something happened which sent him on a new adventure, and which proved to be the beginning of the great adventure which filled all the rest of his life. "That's a good stop," said Akela. "If we started on St. Francis's next adventure, we could not finish it before you all fell asleep. So we will keep it for tomorrow night. Tomorrow you will hear how the boy Francis turns into the man St. Francis, and what a wonderful life of service and suffering for God he begins to have, and how he ends in becoming a great saint and one of the greatest leaders of men." End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Stories of the Saints by Candlelight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories of the Saints by Candlelight by Vera Charlesworth Barclay. The Sixth Day, The Story of St. Francis, Part 2. The Sixth Day. The splashing sound of cubs making good use of soap and water, snatches of cheerful song, the lamentation of someone who had lost the relation of his left sand shoe, the sound of a sixer trying to make a sleepy head turn out, all of these sounds filled the sunny morning. Presently there fell on the ears of Akela, who was still in her den, the sound of an argument. "I say it's dirt," cried one. "He's a dirty neck who doesn't know how to wash himself." "'Tain't," squealed a small cub. "It's the sun what's made my neck brown." "Garn, it's not using soap what's made your neck that color, dirty little splosh. Someone got a wet flannel in the eye that time." "Now then, what's up?" cries the sixer, coming up to the group. Quite a little crowd collects. "He says my neck's dirty," wails the small cub. "And really it's the sun." Someone has the bright idea. "Let's ask Miss." So Akela comes out and scrubs the neck in question with soap and flannel. It turns out to be nearly all sunburn, with just a little dirt. The sun is shining, and the sky is full of flocks of sheep, those tiny, steady white clouds that stretch in close rows across the sky in fine weather. The dew on the grass is nearly dry already when the cubs get to the field. Prayers, calls Aquila, and the cubs come up quietly and form a kneeling circle. I haven't told you what the morning prayers of the cubs were, so I'll tell you now. A prayer that we may pray well. Open thou, O Lord, my mouth to bless thy holy name. Cleanse also my heart from wandering thoughts, so that I may worthily, devoutly, and attentively recite these prayers and deserve to be heard in the sight of thy divine majesty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Our Father, incline unto mine aid, O God. O Lord, make haste to help me. Glory be to the Father, etc. Hymn. The star of morn to night succeeds. We therefore meekly pray. May God in all our words and deeds keep us from harm this day. May he in love restrain us still from tones of strife and words of ill. And may earth's beauties that we see remind us always, Lord, of thee. Amen. Confession. I confess to Almighty God that I have sinned against him in thought, word, and deed. May Almighty God have mercy upon us and forgive us our sins and bring us to life everlasting. Let us pray. A prayer this day may be pleasing to God. O Lord God Almighty, who hast brought us to the beginning of this day, defend us in the same by thy power, that we may not fall this day into any sin, but that all our thoughts, words, and works may be directed to the fulfillment of thy will. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, thy Son. Amen. Our Father, a prayer that we may be forgiven any wandering thoughts we have had while reciting these prayers. Breakfast over and orderly jobs finished, the pack went down to the shore and had a splendid bath. Several of the cubs had really begun to swim, while Bill, Dick, and Mac, who could swim already, were getting good practice. Mac meant to get his swimmer's badge as soon as he got back to London, so he practiced floating and ducks diving and the other things you have to do. After dinner and the rest, Father took some cricket practice because tomorrow there was to be a match. No one must talk to me, said Aquila, settling down in a sunny corner with some papers. I'm doing something very important. Cubs always want to know everything, so of course they said, what's the important thing? Reading proof, said Aquila. What's proof? Said the cubs. This is proof, said Aquila, holding out a long, narrow strip of printed paper. It's the way they print stories at first, and it has mistakes in it. I have to read it through and correct the mistakes. Now, if you don't shut up and go away, the next installment in the Wolf Cub will have mistakes in it, see? Is it the next bit of the mysterious tramp? Cried the cubs. Yes, that did it. The cubs sat down each side of Aquila and read over her shoulder, and one jumped up and down in front saying, Miss, is it good? Every now and then Aquila made strange little squiggles in the margin, secret signs only the printer man could understand. Coo! What silly mistakes he makes, said one of the cubs in derision. I would have done that in dictation, even when I was in Standard I. I think he makes very few mistakes, said Aquila. Other printer men make lots more. You see, this one is printing the Wolf Cub, so he has to do his best. The cricket people had been doing their best at cricket to such good purpose that they had succeeded in splitting one of the bats. So after tea, Aquila and some of them went down to the man who sells bats and golf balls down by the tennis courts. The road where his shop is runs between the seashore and the big stretch of grassy land called the Dover. That, said Aquila, is the very place where Billy got carried up by the big kite. It was a favorite story of the cubs, so they were pleased to see the place. Is that the fierce bull? Said one. No, said Aquila, that's a sleepy old cow. The man said he would mend the bat in time for tomorrow's match. The Story of St. Francis, Part 2. The little church St. Francis had last restored was very wee, but it had a very long name. It was called Portiuncolo, which meant the little portion. It was built all among the trees and the long grass, and mossy fern-covered rocks, and the birds sang around it. St. Francis loved this spot very much. It was like home to him, and he spent a lot of time there. Besides, it was not far from the leper settlement, and he had now taken on himself the rather horrible job of serving these poor lepers, a job that was very pleasing to our Lord, especially as he saw St. Francis did it all for the love of him, and served each wretched man as if he was Jesus Christ. Then, too, the Portiuncolo was not very far from the town where Francis begged his food. Well, early one morning, while the sun shone outside the dewy world and the birds sang their morning hymns of praise, a priest said Mass in the little chapel, and St. Francis knelt praying with all his heart. Presently, the priest read out the gospel, and as usual, St. Francis listened with great attention, and suddenly, as he listened, he felt that those words of our Lord, which the priest was reading out, were a message from heaven for him, the very orders he had been waiting for. These were the words: "Going forth, preach, saying the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Possess not gold, nor silver, nor money in your houses, nor scrip for your journey, nor 2 coats, nor shoes, nor a staff, for the workman is worthy of his meat. And into whosoever city or town you shall enter, inquire who in it is worthy, and there abide till you go hence. And when you come into a house, salute it, saying, Peace be to this house. Behold, I send you as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents, but simple as doves. But when they shall deliver you up, take no thought how or what to speak, for it shall be given you in that hour what to speak." Matthew chapter 10, verse 7 through 19. Here were clear orders. Something in St. Francis answered to that call, and his something was the Holy Spirit of God speaking in his heart, as he always does in those who really wait and listen and mean to obey should God speak. When the Mass was finished, St. Francis got the priest to read the words over to him again, and then, feeling quite sure he had discovered God's holy will, he began to obey it at once. He took off his shoes, he laid aside his second garment, making himself a rough brown habit. He put down his staff, and he exchanged his belt for a bit of rope. Then, feeling full of joy, he set out along the stony road on his bare feet towards the town, not to beg this time, but to give the greeting of peace, and to tell the people to make up their quarrels and forgive each other and turn with all their hearts to the Lord Christ. The people of the town did not laugh now and jeer. They saw that St. Francis was speaking to them from the bottom of his pure heart, and a heart on fire with the love of God, and that the grace of Jesus Christ, his Master, was upon him. And before long, 2 men of Assisi had joined him as the first of the great company who were to follow him. For you remember how he was to be a leader, and that palace of his dream had been promised to him and his followers. This is the story of St. Francis's first recruit. His name was Bernard de Quintaval, and he was a rich merchant, serious and God-fearing, and not a bit like the gay, eager St. Francis. But seeing how unselfish and hard-working a life St. Francis led, and that God's Holy Spirit was with him, he began to visit the young preacher and to receive him in his house. St. Francis willingly gave his friendship to such a good man. Bernard used to like St. Francis to sleep on a bed in his own room. Often at night he would lie awake thinking, and he would notice that after a short sleep, St. Francis got out of his bed and knelt down and spent the rest of the night praying to God. The only words Bernard could hear were just my God and my all. My God and my all, which St. Francis repeated over and over again as if his soul was really seeing God, and his heart was so full of love for him that he could say nothing else. And Bernard understood the secret of St. Francis's holiness and purity, for to one who prays like that, God pours out very much grace, so that he can begin to be all that he knows he ought to be, if he is really to please the Lord Christ, his Master. So one day, Bernard told St. Francis that he wanted to give back to God all his riches and become his poor brother. So St. Francis said what they ought to do would be go to the church and read in the gospel where the words of Jesus Christ would show them what to do. Before going to church, however, they called for another friend of theirs, a learned man called Peter Cathany, who also wanted to serve God perfectly and had been trying humbly to learn how from St. Francis. But St. Francis, though holy, and Bernard, though rich, and Peter, though clever at his books, did not any of them know their way about the big Bible that was kept open in the church for all to read. For there were no printed books in those days, and the Bible was very costly, so that few people had a copy of their own. So St. Francis prayed that he might come on the right place, and then he opened the book. This is what he read out. If thou wouldest be perfect, go, sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come follow me. Matthew chapter 19, verse 21. That seemed just right, but perhaps our Lord still had another message. So he shut the big book, and he opened it again, just anywhere, and it said, Take nothing for your journey, neither staff, nor script, nor bread, nor money, neither have 2 coats. Luke chapter 9, verse 3. Splendid! Just one more, please, Lord, he said in his heart as he opened the book for the 3rd time. And our Lord told him something very wonderful and hard to follow, which was really the explanation of all the others. If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. Matthew chapter 16, verse 24. So the 3 friends left the church very happy, and Bernard sold all of his rich stuffs and his house and his land, and Peter sold all his precious books, and they carried all the gold to the square in front of the old church of St. George, and St. Francis sat on the steps with his lap full of money and gave away great glittering handfuls to all the poor people who crowded around. When none was left, the 3 poor brothers, smiling with delight, and being really poor and true followers of Christ, went off to the dear little chapel in the woods and began the life of the friars. Not long after, the 3rd recruit turned up, and I must tell you about him. He was a simple working man called Giles. When he heard about St. Francis and his 2 friars, and of this new way of learning to serve God perfectly, he laid down his tools and left the vineyards and tramped into the town. He went to an early mass at St. George's Church, hoping to find St. Francis there, as it was St. George's Day. But not doing so, he set out for the Portiuncula. He didn't know where that was, so when he came to the crossroads, he stopped and began to ask God somehow to show him the way. And just then, St. Francis came out of the wood. Giles was delighted that God had answered his prayer so quickly, and kneeling down at St. Francis's feet, Brother Francis, he said, I want to be with you for the love of God. St. Francis saw at once this was a true brother, so he said, Knowest thou how great a favor the Lord has given thee? If my brother, the emperor, came to Assisi and wished to choose one of the citizens to be his knight or chamberlain, many are they who would come forward to claim the honor. Then shalt thou esteem it to be chosen by the Lord from out of so many, and to be called to his court. Then St. Francis took him back and showed him to Bernard and Peter, and said, See what a good brother the Lord hath sent us. Soon after this, the 4 friars set out, St. Francis and Brother Giles going together, and Bernard and Peter to tramp the roads from place to place, and preach to the little knots of country or town people who collected round them in the marketplaces. So strange did they look, and so full of joy and love did they seem to be, that the people wondered at them very much. And though some believed them to be servants of God, others thought them mad. When they returned to the Portiuncula, 3 more men joined them. It was then that the townspeople began to get angry. They say that St. Francis was turning rich men into beggars. Even the bishop spoke seriously to him. Now, if St. Francis had not been so pure that what he was doing was God's plan and not his own, he might have got discouraged and given up trying to carry it out. But relying on God's grace, he listened humbly while people spoke angrily, or scoffed, or argued, or pleaded, and then he bravely carried on. For the first few months, the brothers lived in their little hut at the Portiuncula, and prepared themselves by prayer and the study of the perfect way of life and the correction of their faults for the great work God held for them. Part of the day was spent serving the lepers and doing simple work in the fields. 1 more journey they went, and then 4 more brethren having joined them, and St. Francis having had a wonderful vision which showed him that hundreds would soon be flocking to join his order from France and Germany and England and all the countries. He set out for Rome to get the Pope's approval of his work. At first, the Pope would not listen to this poor, unknown beggar man, full of eager new ideas, but in the end he received him kindly. After hearing all he had to tell, said, "My son, go and pray to Jesus Christ that he may show us his will. And when we know his will more certainly, we shall the more safely sanction your pious purpose." So then the brethren all prayed hard. When St. Francis went again, the Pope was even more kind, for he recognized St. Francis as the man he had seen in a dream. In his dream, he saw a church nearly falling and being held up by a small man in a poor habit, and he knew it meant the Church of Christ was in trouble, and that this man was going to make it strong again through all the earth. So the Pope gave the friars his blessing, saying, "Go forth in the Lord, brothers." And he gave them leave to preach penance and told them to come back to him later and he would do even more for them. So the friars went back to Assisi full of joy. For a time they lived in a kind of wayside shelter called Rivo Torto. But later on, the monks on whose land was the Portiuncula gave the little chapel and the bit of land to St. Francis, or rather rented it to him, the payment being 1 basket of fish per year caught in the river, for St. Francis did not wish the friars to own anything. Some more men joined the brothers, and now they lived as a happy family in their little huts, built of branches around their beloved chapel. St. Francis was the loving father of this family, always kind, patient, cheery, ready to comfort the sad or nurse the sick, or explain things to those who felt worried and did not understand how to get rid of their faults and serve Christ in perfect purity of heart. You cubs would have loved St. Francis, for he was just like a boy himself. I wish I had time to tell you all the lovely little stories about him and the friars at this time while his family was still small, but we must keep them for another time and go on now to the time when the order had grown so large that the friars could no longer all live at the Portiuncula and began to have their poor simple houses all over the place, while hundreds of brothers set forth, tramping the world over, preaching the gospel of Christ, not only to the poor, but to the heathen in the barbarous countries. Some of the brothers were cruelly martyred, and all had to suffer a lot of hardships, for often people would drive them away, so that they had to go hungry and cold with nowhere to lay their heads for the night. We cannot follow all the brothers and hear all their adventures, So I'll just tell you one or two which show what kind of men St. Francis and his friars were. Here is one which shows you their obedience and humility. I dare say it will make you laugh. The friars had by now become quite noted for their preaching, and would often go up to the pulpits of the churches where large crowds gathered to hear them, the bishop even inviting St. Francis to preach in the cathedral. Now, among the brethren, there was one called Rufino, who was very shy and nervous, and felt he simply couldn't preach and face a great crowd of people, all staring at him and waiting for his words. Now St. Francis hated that any of his friars should give in to themselves about anything. He also loved them to obey quickly and do everything they were told at once, without a murmur. So one day he told Brother Rufino to go to a big church in the city and preach. But Brother Rufino, instead of obeying at once, begged St. Francis not to command him this, as he had not the gift of preaching. St. Francis was not pleased at this, and he said that as Brother Rufino had not obeyed him quickly, he must now take off his habit and go to the city and preach, clad only in his breeches, and otherwise naked. So Brother Rufino stripped and went off humble and obedient. But of course, when he went into the church and up into the pulpit dressed like that, the men and the children of Assisi began to laugh and say the friars had gone mad. Meanwhile, St. Francis presently began to be sorry he sent off poor Brother Rufino, clad only in his breeches, especially considering he had once been one of the noblest men in Assisi. He began to call himself names for having been so hard on him, and saying he would do it himself, what he had told his poor brother to do. He stripped himself of his habit and also set out half naked for the town. When he got to the church, of course everyone laughed all the more to see another friar in his breeches. Poor Brother Rufino was in the pulpit struggling bravely to preach in simple words. Then St. Francis mounted the pulpit and, standing by Brother Rufino, preached a most wonderful sermon, so that all the people of Assisi were touched to the heart, and many wept to think of their sins and of the passion of the Christ. Then St. Francis gave Brother Rufino his habit and put on his own, for Brother Leo had brought them to the church, and they returned home rejoicing. Once when St. Francis was walking along the road, he saw a great crowd of birds in a field, and saying that he must go and preach to his little sisters the birds. He went among them and preached a wonderful sermon to them, telling them how they ought to praise God for all he had given them. And the birds didn't fly away, but all crowded around to listen. At the end, St. Francis gave them his blessing and told them to fly away, and they rose up in the air and flew away in the form of a great cross to the north, south, east, and west. St. Francis loved all animals, even earthworms, which he would pick up tenderly from the path and put into safety. And he would never allow people to cut trees quite down, but he made them leave the roots so that they may grow up all green and beautiful once more. Little children he loved too. Someday I'll tell you the story of the little boy who joined his order and became a little friar, and had the great joy of seeing St. Francis at prayer one night out on the mountainside with a wonderful gold light round him, and heavenly visions comforting him. But the little boy had to promise St. Francis he would never tell anyone what he had seen as long as St. Francis was living. I must leave, too, the story of how St. Francis tamed a huge, fierce wolf, and how he went right to the Saracen camp during a crusade and preached to the Sultan of Turkey, and told him to be a Christian, and how he called a great gathering of the friars at the Porciuncola, to which 5,000 brothers came, and how the people of the cities around came with carts full of food and fed the friars for more than a week's time freely. All these stories and many more I must leave, and go on now and tell you of the wonderful, beautiful, and holy end of St. Francis's life, and of the mysterious thing that happened to him. I want you to remember that this mysterious thing is perfectly true and really did happen to St. Francis, and is a sign of how very closely his soul had become united to Jesus Christ and his passion on the cross. For he had never forgotten the heavenly message he had found in the book of the Gospels. He that will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. St. Francis's order was now established, and his friars were renewing the life of the church by their wonderful preaching, their holy example, and their pure lives. St. Francis himself, though not really old at all, was almost worn out. His life of hardships, his great worries for his enormous family gave him much trouble as well as joy. His burning zeal and passionate love of God and his fellow man, all of this had nearly used up all his strength, and now he was in constant pain and very nearly blind. He was always patient and happy, even merry as of old. But at last came a day when he felt he must go away and be alone a little with God. So taking a few chosen brothers with him, he retired to the top of a beautiful mountain called Mount Alverna, which belonged to a nobleman who was a friend of St. Francis. On this mountain, with only the sky and the rocks and the trees for company, with lovely peaks of other mountains stretching away as far as the eye could see, the 6 friars made themselves a little camp of huts. But St. Francis had his hut right away from the other friars, and across a little rocky ravine which was crossed by a plank. Here he could feel quite alone with God. Looking up, there was just blue sky and the steady clouds, and looking down, there was a steep rock falling away below him to great depth, with little ferns and flowers clinging to it. In this rocky solitude lived a falcon who became a very dear friend of St. Francis, and for whom he had great love. It knew the time he liked to rise and pray in the night, and it would come and flap against his hut and wake him at the right time, and then stay near him while he prayed. The friars were not allowed to come near the spot. Only Brother Leo came with a little bread and water each day, and to join at midnight with St. Francis in the divine office. At times, St. Francis was very happy, and the joy that fills the blessed in heaven seemed to glow in his heart, so that he understood the secrets of God, and wonderful visions he had too. But sometimes he was filled with sorrow and pain and temptation, for the devil would torment him and try in every way he could to separate the heart of St. Francis from God. One day, after he had a very wonderful vision, he went with Brother Leo to the little chapel the friars had made, and casting himself on the ground before the altar, he prayed to God to make known to him the mystery which he would teach him, for he felt there was some mysterious reason why God had made him come up to this mountain and dwell apart. Then he told Leo to open the book of the Gospels 3 times and see what it said, and each place Leo opened on was about Christ's passion. Then St. Francis felt quite sure that it was God's will that somehow he should share his Lord's pain and reach the kingdom of God through suffering, and he longed very much for this. And so to have in his heart the love which made Christ go willingly to suffer for men, It was a few days after this that the strange and wonderful thing happened. St. Francis was kneeling, absorbed in prayer, when suddenly a wonderful form came towards him and stood on a stone a little above him. Bright and shiny was the form, with the most beautiful, beautiful face, and his arms were stretched out upon a cross, and his feet were joined together, and he had 2 great wings with which he flew, and 2 stretched up above his head, and 2 covered his body. And as St. Francis gazed upon this crucified seraph with a beautiful face full of pain, and a great throb of intense agony shot through his soul and his body, so that he had never felt such pain or sorrow before. And then the seraph spoke to him as to a friend, and revealed many mysteries. When he had gone, St. Francis rose from his knees and wondered what it could mean, and then he saw what it meant. For his own hands and feet had come the marks of the crucified Christ. His hands and feet were pierced right through with red wounds, and in the palms of his hands and on the instep of his feet were the round black heads of the nails, and their points came out the other side, bent back. And in his side was a big wound as if made by a spear, and the pain of all of them was very great. And St. Francis understood that he had been allowed by God to share in our Lord's passion. At first he said nothing to the friars, but after a while he told them. But he did not show them the wounds, but he kept his hands hidden in his big sleeves. Only to Leo did he show them, so that he might wash and bandage them because of the pain and the bleeding. Then, leaving the friars on the holy mountain, St. Francis went down with Leo, but he rode on a donkey because of the nails in his feet. He scarcely noticed the places he passed through or the people he saw, though he did several wonderful miracles, and at last he came to the home of his beloved Portiuncula. St. Francis's body was almost worn out and greatly weakened too by the bleeding from his wounds, but his soul seemed full of new life and joy and energy. So riding upon the donkey, he set out for the last journey through the country he had loved so much, and along familiar roads he had so often tramped. I cannot now tell you of all that happened on this journey and all the miracles that St. Francis performed, but it was a wonderful last journey, and already the people had begun to speak of him as the saint. But towards the end of his journey, St. Francis became so ill that he had to be carried in a litter. And so it was, at last, he came back to the little Portiuncula chapel to die. As you can imagine, he was not only brave in the face of death, but gay and cheerful. Many friars had gathered round their beloved father, and he spoke comforting words to them and blessed them. But he gave a very special blessing to Bernard, who had been the first man to come and join him in those early days when he was still alone, and he made the brothers sing joyful and loud the song he had himself made up on his last journey, called The Canticle of Brother Sun, a beautiful song all about Brother Sun and Sister Moon and the stars and flowers and birds and grass and Brother Wind, and how they must all praise God who made them. And when he knew he must very soon die, he cried, "Welcome, Sister Death," and he made them lay him on the ground without even his habit, and spread sackcloth over him and sprinkle ashes upon him, and read to him the story of our blessed Lord's passion and death from the Gospel of John. All was still, and outside in the twilight the larks had gathered and were soaring up into the evening sky, singing with all their hearts, as if rejoicing that in a few minutes the soul of their brother Francis would be free to soar up with them, and away beyond even the reach of their swift wings to the beautiful garden of God. And in the house was all of a sudden marvelously still, and the brothers, bending down over the form on the floor, saw through their tears that their friend and father had gone. Only for themselves they wept, for they knew that St. Francis beautiful and young and strong and gay once more, was already with his friend and master, the Lord Christ, who with a smile and outstretched hand would welcome him to his glorious reward. And the divine hand outstretched, and the hand of St. Francis would bear the same print of nails, and St. Francis would understand the great and wonderful thing that God had granted him. End of section 6. Read by Sandy Williams, Goodwater, Alabama, October 23rd, 2021.
Section 7 of Stories of the Saints by Candlelight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories of the Saints by Candlelight by Vera Charlesworth Barclay. The seventh day. When Aquila woke up, she could hear the roar of the sea dashing up on the rocks. There was a regular gale blowing, and every now and then the wind brought a lash of rain out of the gray sky. So she decided to let the cubs sleep as late as possible. It was 8:30 before the first one woke up. Arriving at the field, they found that father and mother and the two orderlies had succeeded in getting the fire to burn, though the rain was coming down pretty fast now, and hot porridge and tea were all ready. Prayers and breakfast both had to be in the store tent. A bit of a squash, but everyone was as cheery as usual. After breakfast, it cleared up, luckily, for a party of choir boys from Portsmouth were coming over for the day. They arrived about 1 o'clock, and were quite ready for dinner, after the tossing they had had on the boat. Dinner consisted of large beef and ham sandwiches, and spuds, and jam roly-poly. There was a real hurricane blowing. The beef and ham and bread got blown off the plates as the orderlies handed it round. When everyone had eaten as much as they could hold, the cubs collected in the lee of the tent for their rest, and the choir boys, not being cubs, thought it a suitable moment to go in the swings and hammocks. After that, there was a cricket match, and then the cubs and some of the choir boys bathed. A big London scout who had met the cubs in the street and claimed brotherhood also spent the day in camp. No one knew his name, and he was just called Kangaroo because that was his patrol. When the choir boys had gone, Kangaroo and the cubs had a good rag. That night in the coach house, the big doors had to be shut, or the candle would never have kept alight. You could hear the wind whipping up the white horses all over the great black sea, and laughing to see the way they jumped over the rocks. But it was nice and cozy in the coach house. The cubs had got out some extra blankets and sat wrapped up in them like so many Indian chiefs. "You promised to tell us St. Anthony tonight," said Sam. "Yes," said Aquila. "I know you will like the story of his life. Well, he was one of St. Francis's friars, the most famous one of all. But when you have heard his story, you will see that with the saints, it was possible for a man to be a wonder worker, as St. Anthony was called, and yet think nothing of himself at all, and expect no one else to pay him honor and respect. So much did St. Anthony hate swank and love humility, that he let no one know what wonderful powers he had, until one day God made an adventure happen, which showed everybody what he really was." tell us," said the cubs. So Aquila squatted down in the middle of the listening cubs and began. The story of St. Anthony. To understand the story of St. Anthony, you must picture yourselves in the beautiful sunny land of Portugal. Oranges and purple grapes and all kinds of lovely fruits ripen in the old gardens. Galleys full of rich merchandise come sailing across the blue sea and touch at the port of Lisbon. All along the banks of the river Tagus are the big houses of the nobility. It is in one of these houses that there lives a boy called Fernando. Fernando is one of those boys who will always have a good time. He is very clever and quick, handsome, and full of life. He gets on wonderfully well at school, and he has a fine time in the holidays, for his people lead a gay life. Feasts, sports, the chase, grand parties of every sort,
Fernando has the chance of seeing a good deal of life, for he is the kind of boy that grown-ups are always ready to take out. He gets a lot of admiration, and he enjoys everything to the full. But do you know, when he is alone, there is a certain idea that often comes to him, and he sits on his windowsill and gazes away across the purple hills, and thinks and thinks and thinks. The idea is this, that after all, this pleasure and gaiety is not worth much. It's all rather selfish and greedy and stupid. There must be something more worthwhile in life. For one thing, there's God. How little we know of God, and yet there is a lot to be learned and understood about him, if only there was time and quiet and books, and not all of the bustle of parties and grand people. Surely God wants men to get to know him, and not so busy pleasing themselves that they quite forget all about him. Then again, how rotten it would be to die and feel you had done nothing in life but please yourself. After all, there's no end of things to be done to make the world a better, holier, wiser place. Fancy going out of the world knowing you were leaving it no better than when you came, or perhaps a little worse. Surely a man must feel rather nervous about dying and about the judgment day, when he knows he hasn't ever done anything useful or kind. Why should God give such men the reward of heaven? Rewards are for people who have worked hard, and so is rest. And then again, when God came to earth and lived among men, he didn't just spend his time seeking for pleasures. In fact, he seemed never to think of himself at all, but always of other people. That thought held the boy Fernando more than all the others, the thought of Christ. Who could have made himself a king if he had liked, spending his days for others, preaching and doing miracles, and the whole long night out under the stars, under the whispering olive trees, talking to God? These thoughts used to come to Fernando when he was quite a little chap, and he had a kind of idea that when he was a man, he would give himself to God. But when he began to grow up a bit, and got about 13 or 14, he found that if he didn't look out, he would get so keen on the life of pleasure that he would become like the gay young men about him, and quite forget all about God. He began to see that if he meant to stick to his good ideas, he must do something about it before it was too late. So, after a very hard struggle, he promised God the whole of himself, with all his love and all the keen, strong desire within him to do great things. He knew it would mean giving up all the pleasures that filled his life and all the riches and glory that would someday be his. But somehow, nothing mattered so long as he obeyed this sense that God was calling. Of course, his people told him he was a young fool and did all they could to stop him. But he stuck to his idea, and at the age of 15, he was admitted to a monastery of canons just outside the city and exchanged his rich clothes for the white habit. It was a beautiful monastery, full of holy men and hundreds of wonderful books, and in the quiet and peace, young Fernando was very happy. He felt he had really got near to God. He worked so hard at his studies that by the time he had become a young man, he was admired by all the canons, who thought him very clever and gifted, and told each other that someday he would be a famous scholar and do great things. Fernando himself felt that God had given him the gift of preaching, and that if he went out and preached, he would be able to attract great crowds to listen and win souls for God. So he worked and worked to learn all he could, so as to be ready to stand up and defend the Christian faith against heretics. Fernando had gone to another great monastery at Coimbra, and had been there 8 years when something happened, which was the beginning of a great change in his life, the beginning of a great adventure. One day, 5 dusty wayfarers tramped into the town and stopped at the little house of the Franciscans, not far from the monastery of the White Canons. The 5 strangers were really 5 heroes, for they were 5 of St. Francis's friars, bound on a quest so thrilling and so dangerous that they felt quite sure they would never come back. They were going to Morocco in Africa to preach to the heathen, and with shining eyes they spoke of dying there for the love of Christ and winning the martyr's crown. Full of joy they went on their way, but without knowing it they had set on fire the heart of the young canon Fernando. In the quiet of his peaceful monastery, he could think of nothing but Africa, the heathen, the chance of sharing Christ's suffering and dying for his sake. It was really the Holy Spirit who was stirring up those thoughts in Fernando's heart. Well, some months later, news came that the 5 brave friars had been put to a most horrible death by the Saracens. They were first scourged till the whiplashes had almost cut their bodies to pieces. Boiling oil and vinegar was then poured over them, and they were rolled on the ground over fragments of broken glass and pottery. They were then promised their lives if they would give up Christ, but as of course they wouldn't, they were beheaded. These were the first martyrs of St. Francis's order. Can you imagine what Fernando felt when one day a solemn procession stopped outside the church of his own monastery, and the coffins containing the bodies of the martyrs were laid within it for a while on their way to Spain? Fernando now felt more sure than ever that God was calling him to be a poor friar, and to set out barefoot for some hot, dusty land away beyond the seas, where cruel hands would torture him to death. Once again he offered himself to God, but this time it took an even harder struggle than it had before, for he loved his quiet life of prayer and study in the beautiful monastery even more than he had loved the gay life of his boyhood. Still, he did not give in to himself. Next time the poor friars came, in their old patched habits, to beg at the rich monastery, can you imagine their surprise when one of the most learned and famous young canons came out to them in his stately white habit, his beautiful face lighted up with a great resolve, and asked them if they would give him a brown habit, make him a friar, and send him to the Saracen country to win a martyr's crown. Of course they were delighted and promised to bring him a habit the very next day. Fernando had a hard job to persuade the canons to let him go, but at last they did, and once more he turned his back on a happy home and set out on an unknown adventure. As he left the monastery, one of the canons, a great friend of his, called after him, "Go, go, you will doubtless become a saint." And Fernando called back to him, "When you hear that I am a saint, give glory to God," for he knew very well that it is only God who can make a man into a saint, and that the man's own efforts can never do it. It must have been a great change for Fernando to find himself in the poor little huts belonging to the friars, and obliged to go barefoot, dressed in a rough habit and cord, with only scraps of food to eat, begged from the houses of the rich. These friars were only poor, ignorant men, very holy, but with no learning or refinement. They did not know Fernando was a very clever man, a scholar. Of course, he did not tell them, but humbly took his place as the newest and least important of the brothers, never letting them see that he missed the wonderful library, or the beautiful music of the monastery, or the quiet cell where he had been able to pray and work in peace. So as to start life quite fresh, he even gave up his noble name, Fernando, and took the name of Antony. So now we will begin to call him Saint Antony. Of course, the one thing he kept thinking about was the quest of the martyr's crown, and at last he got his superiors to send him, with one companion, to the Saracen country. But now came the greatest disappointment of his life, for no sooner had he got there than he fell ill. All the winter he lay between life and death with a terrible fever, so ill that he could do nothing. He knew that he was now so weak that he would never be able to go and preach to the Saracens and be martyred. He would have to go home again, a failure. This was much harder to him than any danger or suffering, and the way he bore it, cheerfully and patiently for the love of Christ, made him much more pleasing to God than anything else. For God loves humble people who are willing to do his will instead of choosing for themselves. Seeing that God wanted his life rather than his death, St. Anthony decided to go back to his own country and become as strong and well as possible. So he set sail. But when God sees that a man has altogether given up his own will, he takes full control of his journey through life and makes things happen to show the man what to do. In this case, God made St. Anthony's ship get driven ashore on the island of Sicily. Here there happened to be a small house belonging to the Franciscans. It was while St. Anthony was resting there that he heard that there was going to be a great chapter or general meeting of the friars at Assisi, and that St. Francis would be there. So he asked leave to go and then set forth. This was to be the beginning of a new adventure. When he got to Assisi, he found 2,000 friars collected there for the chapter. The country people were providing all their food free. You can imagine what St. Anthony felt when he saw St. Francis. But when St. Francis called for volunteers to go on a dangerous mission to the fierce Germans, it must have cost him an awful lot to keep quiet. But he had learned his lesson. God did not want of him a glorious death, only a patient life. When the chapter came to an end, all the friars dispersed, some going gladly off on their dangerous quests, others collecting in little bands under their ministers, as the head ones were called, and starting to tramp back to their friaries. But St. Anthony stood all alone. He had no brave quest to follow. No minister looked for him to go home with a party of cheerful friars. No one cared what became of the young Portuguese stranger. So St. Anthony asked one of the ministers to take him and form him in the practice of religious discipline. The minister little knew the wonderful gifts of this pale young stranger with the beautiful sad face, and sent him to a humble friary on the top of a steep rocky mountain. There were only a few simple friars there. One of them had hewed out a little cave in the rock. This he gave to St. Anthony, who made it his cell. There he spent most of his day in prayer, but one job he specially made his own. What do you think it was? Why, washing up the plates and greasy dishes. He didn't tell the friars anything about himself, and of course they never guessed that their new brother, who always chose the meanest jobs, was a nobleman's son and a famous scholar of one of the greatest monasteries in Portugal. For a whole year, St. Anthony lived like this. Do you think he wished himself back in the beautiful monastery in Portugal with his books and his clever, interesting friends? No, for he loved what was God's will for him above all things. People should not pine for the past, nor be impatient for the future. They should live heart and soul in the present, because the present is always what has just been provided by God, and so it is the best possible thing. But God meant his faithful servant to be made known, and I will tell you now the wonderful way in which he made it happen. In the town not far from St. Anthony's little friary, there was one day a meeting of Franciscan and Dominican friars for an important ceremony. After the service, the superior asked the Dominicans, who were clever men and good preachers, to preach a sermon. But they all said they were not prepared, and so did the Franciscans. So the superior turned to St. Anthony, who had come as a companion of his minister, and ordered him to preach. St. Anthony tried to get out of it, but finding he must obey, he walked slowly up into the pulpit. The friars did not expect much of a sermon. This was only poor Brother Anthony, whose chief job was washing dishes. St. Anthony, ready to do his best for God, did not think of himself a bit. He just turned over in his mind what would be the best thing to preach on, so as to help his brothers and bring honor and glory to his God. By the time he was in the pulpit, the Holy Spirit had put a text into his mind. He gave it out in his clear, ringing voice. For us, Christ became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross. Then he began to preach. The friars sat up and stared. The young, unknown friar was pouring forth a wonderful flood of eloquence full of the deepest thought, and showing such learning as none of them possessed. Only a scholar could preach like that, and only a scholar who was full of the fire of the Holy Ghost could move the hearts of his hearers as this man did. The friars and their superiors sat spellbound. They quite forgot the preacher and were carried away by his words into a greater love of God. When at last he ceased and walked quietly down from the pulpit, his eyes on the ground, deep humility in his heart, his hearers turned to each other in wonder and delight, and all said they had never heard such a preacher in their lives. Of course, the superiors hurried off and told St. Francis all about it, and you can imagine how delighted St. Francis was to hear he had such a wonderful man among his friars. It ended in St. Francis sending St. Anthony to do what many years ago he had longed to do, that is, preach to the heretics who were teaching wrong things about the Christian faith. Still as humble as ever, St. Anthony set out to tramp along the roads to the places at which he was to preach. Through Italy he went, and then France, and then Spain, and back to Italy. And on these journeys, the most wonderful things happened. Not only did God give him the power of preaching such marvelous sermons that the people crowded in thousands to hear him, but he gave him the power to do miracles, like he once gave to his apostles. As to the heretics, they simply couldn't stand up against St. Anthony, and thousands of them either had to stop their false teaching and keep quiet, or else were converted and came over to St. Anthony's side. Because of this, he got the name Hammer of Heretics. But it wasn't only to the heretics he preached. The ordinary people used to come in such crowds that there simply wasn't room in the churches for them, and St. Anthony had to preach out in the fields and plains. Rich and poor used to come, clergy and ignorant peasants. The shopkeepers used to shut up their shops. The people were so much moved by his sermons that enemies forgave each other, men paid their debts, or creditors forgave their debtors. Wicked people gave up their sinful life and started trying to do their best to become pleasing to God. One day, a band of 12 brigands who lived in the forest and robbed passers-by heard about the famous preacher. So they disguised themselves and went to see if what was said of him was true. When he began to preach, he completely won their hearts, and they repented of their sinful life. After the sermon, they spoke to St. Anthony and confessed what wicked men they had been. He told them they must never go back to their robber life, and he said that those who gave it up would go someday to heaven, but that if any went back to it, they would have miserable ends. And sure enough, some who went back soon died horrible deaths. St. Anthony told them to try and do something to make up for having been so wicked. One of them, he said, was to go 12 times in pilgrimage to the tomb of St. Peter and St. Paul at Rome. Years and years after, when this robber was an old man, he met a friar on the road, and he told him how, when he was young, he had heard St. Anthony preach, and how he had told them to go to Rome 12 times. And now I am on my way back from Rome for the 12th time, he said. That shows you what power St. Anthony had. There's no time now to tell you of all the miracles he did, but they were so wonderful that he came to be called the Wonder Worker, and it showed everyone that God was with him. And you think all this honor and glory and big crowds running after him and great men praising him made St. Anthony proud or even the least bit pleased with himself? No, he stayed just as humble and retiring as he was in the days when he used to wash dishes in the mountain friary. But St. Anthony's hard life was beginning to tell on his health. For a long time, he had secretly suffered from a very painful disease. It was now about 9 years since the day he preached his first sermon and was sent forth by St. Francis on his great mission. As the summer drew on, St. Anthony ceased to preach, so as not to hinder the people's work in the vineyards. Also, he knew the end of his life was near. He longed for a little peace and solitude and silence. He longed to be alone with God to prepare for his great journey into the next world. There was a nobleman called Count Tiso who had a beautiful estate not far from Padua, a city St. Anthony loved very much. Here, St. Anthony went for a time of rest. There was no rocky hillside to make a cave which he might use as his cell, so he got Count Tiso to make him a cell in the great branches of a walnut tree. These branches spread out not far above the ground, and between them Count Tiso wove reeds and willow twigs, and made a lovely little house for St. Anthony. The thick leafy branches above sheltered him from the hot sun. A few rough steps led up to it, and here St. Anthony could spend his days in complete solitude. But one evening, when he had come down to have his evening meal with his companions in the little friary nearby, he was taken very ill, and his pain was so great that he could no longer sit upright. He knew he was soon to die, and he longed to die at his beloved city, Padua. He was really much too ill to be moved, but when his companions saw how much he wanted this, they fetched a rough ox cart and laid St. Anthony in it. I told you how St. Anthony had longed to share Christ's sufferings and die a martyr's death. Well, now was his chance. He was in such frightful pain that any tiny movement hurt him, and now he had to go mile after mile in a rough cart with no springs, jolting over the stony roads, the broiling Italian sun beating down upon him, the thick white dust choking his parched throat, the flies tormenting him. You can't imagine the agony he must have suffered, and yet he never grumbled. He was glad of this chance of suffering. He felt he was really taking up his cross and following his beloved master along the painful way to Calvary. When the cart had nearly reached Padua, a friar had been sent to inquire after St. Anthony met the little procession. He saw at once that St. Anthony would not live to reach the city, so he made the friars lift him from the cart and carry him to a little house of the friars nearby. It had been St. Anthony's last great wish to die at Padua, but even this he gave up patiently and gladly and without a murmur. In the little cell he lay, his pain getting worse and worse, and his weakness greater and greater. The friars gave him the last rites of religion. Then, raising his eyes, the old book says, he looked fixedly on high. As he continued to gaze steadfastly towards heaven, the friars asked him what he saw. He answered, I see my Lord. Not long after, like one falling quietly asleep, he breathed out his last breath. His loving, holy soul quitted the body and, conducted by the good Jesus, entered into the joy of his Lord. The little cell where St. Anthony died still stands, and people can go in and look on the very walls his eyes looked on, the very floor on which his body lay. It is such a holy spot that a church has been built over it, and the little square cell stands inside the church. That is the story of one of the holiest and humblest men who ever lived. Very quietly, the cubs lay down on their palliases and fell asleep thinking of their new friend, St. Anthony. End of section 7.
Chapter 8, Stories of the Saints by Candlelight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Pearson Perry. Stories of the Saints by Candlelight by Vera C. Barclay. Chapter 8, The 8th Day, The Story of St. Patrick. A pouring day. Luckily, the cubs remained in the sunny land of dreams till 8. Meals had to be in the bell tent. This was great fun. There was just room for a council circle, only you had to be careful not to put your feet in other people's porridge, or let your head rub against the tent. If you did, a stream of water soon began to run down your neck, and Akela said it served you right. Every now and then the rain nearly stopped, and everybody dashed out for a few minutes. But no sooner were you out, the weather fairy seemed to say, "Yeah, sold again," and down came another sheet of rain that sent everyone scuttling for shelter.
The Cubs decided that it would be a good day to have a concert, and that there might be a rehearsal in the morning and the grand performance later on. So they sat round and made a lovely row, and some people sang some very pretty solos, but I will tell you about them when I tell you about the grand performance. It cleared up for a little while before dinner, and the Cubs went out for a search for dry wood. Some of them went down to the shore, and there they found some boys with donkeys and ponies for hire. So they had some lovely rides up and down the sand, and no one fell off. Just as they got home, the rain started again in torrents. In the tent, they found two visitors, old friends who had once known them in London. This made them think how lucky it was they had had a rehearsal, for now they would be able to give the visitors a concert, and then they would not be disappointed because of the rain. So after dinner, the concert began. First, the whole pack shouted the camp chorus, the same one which I told you they sang in the train. Then they sang John Peel. Then Bunny sang a solo called Hush Thee, My Baby. This was followed by a very pretty duet by Patsy and Mac, 'Tis the Last Rose of Summer. Mac sang the alto very well. Then the whole pack sang a song called Robin Hood, which Akella had once made up for them. After that, Bunny recited Brutus's speech from Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar. He made you feel he really was Brutus, and everyone clapped him. Then four Cubs sang Annie Laurie in parts. Then they all made Spongy sing a song. Spongy was very shy and said he couldn't, but in the end he sang a very short song in a very deep voice called Oh, 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 It's a Loverly War. Of course, everyone cheered themselves hoarse. Then the pack sang The Golden Vanity, right through all its many verses. This was followed by a solo from Mac, a sad little Irish song, and another duet by Mac and Patsy, When Irish Eyes Are Smiling, followed by Oh, Wert Thou in the Called Blast, sung in parts by Jack, Patsy, and Mac. Then everyone sang choruses. The visitors enjoyed it very much. By the end of the program, it was quite impossible for the Cubs to sit still for another moment. You can't get much exercise in a wet bell tent, so Akella had a bright idea. If you were in the sea, the rain couldn't wet you. What about a bath? Everyone cheered and got into their coats and macks and ran down to the stable where they changed into their bathing things. The sea felt awfully warm, and everyone shrieked and splashed and made such a row that the visitors, all shut up stuffy and cross in their lodgings, looked out of their windows and wondered who could be so cheerful on such a day. Coming back to tea, the Cubs were delighted to find their scoutmaster sitting on the floor of the bell tent, a large bun in one hand and a mug of tea in the other. He had tramped all the way over from Quar to see how far the whole camp had been drowned. In case there were any survivors, he brought 2 enormous bags of sweets. That night, all the Cubs prayed very hard for a real proper hot day for their last in camp. It certainly did not look possible, but Spongy put the matter in a nutshell when he stood in his long nightshirt, one eye shut as usual, and remarked, I think it'll sunshine tomorrow, 'cause I prayed very hard it will. The Cubs had turned in early to get out of the wet world into their dry, cozy beds. There was plenty of time for a good long story, and they settled down with wriggles of satisfaction and waited for Akella to begin. The Story of St. Patrick. Nearly 400 years after our Lord had gone up to heaven and left his disciples and their followers to carry on, a boy was born who was destined to be one of God's greatest saints and to bring thousands and thousands of pagans into the Christian faith. This boy was St. Patrick, called the Apostle of Ireland, because he turned the whole of Ireland Christian. For many hundreds of years after St. Patrick had died, Ireland was like a fruitful garden in which sprang up hundreds of saints and holy and learned men who helped to spread the knowledge and love of Christ all over the world. So St. Patrick was truly an apostle, and like St. John and St. Andrew and the others,
one of the foundation stones of Christ's great church. But though he ended in being so very important and doing things that made a great difference to the whole world, he began as an ordinary boy, and rather a naughty one, as he tells us himself. We know a great deal about St. Patrick, and we know it is quite true, because when he was over 100 years old, he wrote it all down himself. He called the book his Confession, and though he told us such a lot about himself, beginning with the adventures of his boyhood, there is one thing he did not put down in the book. Can you guess what? Well, he did not put down how good he was. For, you see, the saints never thought themselves good, because instead of comparing themselves with people less good than themselves, as we are all so fond of doing, they kept on comparing themselves with our blessed Lord, and of course that made them seem very, very far from perfect. When St. Patrick was a boy, he did not love God or believe all his Christian teachers told him, nor was he obedient or ready to do his best. One day, some fierce pirates raided the land where he lived with his father and mother and carried him off captive with lots of other boys. Sailing across the sea to Ireland, the pirates sold the boys as slaves. St. Patrick was bought by a great chief called Milko and sent out on the hillsides to watch the sheep. Do you think he was lonely and afraid? No, for when torn away from his home, from the friends who loved him, he had discovered that there is one friend that you can't be dragged away from, and who can be with you even in the midst of the tossing green sea on a pirate ship. For though Patrick had forgotten God, God had not forgotten Patrick. Lord, he says, showed me my unbelief and had pity on my youth and ignorance. So when he trudged out onto the mountainside, he was not sad and alone, but glad in the knowledge that his unseen friend was with him. Christ with me, Christ before me, Christ behind me, Christ in me, Christ above me, Christ beneath me, Christ in the chariot, Christ in the fort, Christ in the ship. That is a prayer St. Patrick made up himself. There, on the rough mountainside, the boy St. Patrick spent all his lonely days talking to God, so that, he says, more and more the love of God and his faith and fear grew in me, and my spirit was stirred. He tells us that he would recite 100 prayers in one day and nearly as many in the night. He had to sleep out with the sheep in some rough cave or hut. Before the dawn, he says, I was called to pray by the snow, the ice, and the rain. But he did not mind this outward cold because of the burning heart within him. St. Patrick had learnt his lesson, the lesson of where to find the only comfort and friendship and help worth having. God wanted him now for the great work he was to do. One night, a mysterious voice told him that if he went to a certain place, he would find a ship ready to take him home. The place was about 200 miles away, and St. Patrick had never been there. However, trusting in God's help, he started off. At last, after a long tramp, he reached the town, and sure enough, there was a ship at the quay about to set sail. Patrick asked to be taken on board, but when the sailors heard he had no money, they refused him a passage. St. Patrick went sadly away, but as he went, he prayed. Before long, he heard someone coming after him. Turning round, he found it was one of the sailors, who said, after all, they would take him. I can't tell you now of the adventures St. Patrick had on his way home, but after being shipwrecked and nearly starved, and each time wonderfully saved by God, he reached his father's house. But though he was home again with those he loved, he did not forget the friend who had been his all in those cold, hard days in Ireland. He thought of him all day and of how best to please him. He had already begun studying for a life in God's service when he had a wonderful vision of the people of Ireland calling him to come to their help, and he knew it was a sign from God that this was the work he was to do. You can imagine how impatient he must have been to get a ship and go sailing back to Ireland to tell the people about the true God and how Christ had died on the cross for them and all the rest. But for such a difficult and dangerous job, he needed a lot of training, not only in learning, but in the strength and holiness and obedience to God, which should make him able to face the task before him. How long do you think God kept him at his training? 38 years. At the end of this time, a holy man who was his friend and guide was sent to preach in Britain. St. Patrick went with him. This was the first step, and it ended in his being made a bishop and sent at last to the life work he had so long waited for, the conversion of Ireland. When St. Patrick's ship came to shore, the wild men of Leinster would not let him land. So, trusting as usual to God, he sailed out again to sea and landed a little further to the south. There seemed to be nobody about to stop him, and, tired out, I suppose with a day of exploring in the strange land, St. Patrick lay down and fell asleep. A little Irish boy chanced to come along and, seeing a stranger asleep, crept up on tiptoe to look at him. What a lovely, kind face he had! The boy thought to himself that he had never before seen anybody who looked so nice. Longed to do him some good turn. Couldn't think of anything to do for someone who was asleep, but at last he got an idea. Picking all the best flowers he could find, he put them round St. Patrick for a surprise for him. When St. Patrick woke up, you can imagine how pleased he was with the flowers, and still more pleased to see a little Irish boy smiling at him shyly from among the bushes. Before long, St. Patrick and the boy had become great friends, and the boy simply wouldn't go away, but stuck to St. Patrick. Then God made known a secret of the future to St. Patrick, and he said, "Someday he will be the heir to my kingdom." And sure enough, the boy, whose name was Benignus, succeeded St. Patrick as Bishop of Armagh. Don't you wish you were that boy, always to stay with St. Patrick? After this, the most wonderful adventures began to befall St. Patrick. But even more wonderful than the adventures were the miracles by which he managed to escape out of them. Not only alive, but victorious. Getting into his ship again, St. Patrick landed farther north. Once more the fierce Irish set on him and his little band, and their chief, Daiku, raised his sword to bring it crashing down on St. Patrick's head. But somehow, his arm stayed stiff in midair, and he could not strike the blow. Daiku was an honest man, and soon understood that such a miracle must be a sign from the true God. If once you believe in God, well, the only possible thing is to serve him. So Daiku became a Christian and humbly learned from St. Patrick how he should serve God. Then St. Patrick went to the house of the very chief who had kept him as a slave and converted his children to the true faith. But it was at Easter that something very thrilling happened and was the beginning of St. Patrick's real triumphs. The chief king of Erin, as Ireland was called, was just going to hold his solemn festival at Tara. All the Irish princes and all the priests of the pagan religion had collected together. One of their ceremonies was the lighting of fire at dawn, with magic rites and ceremonies. It happened to be Holy Saturday, and on that day the Christians used to light a beacon. St. Patrick lit his holy fire as usual. The king saw it blazing on a hilltop and was very angry. One of his priests, or druids as they were called, said, "If that fire is not put out before morning, it will never be put out." And he meant the Christian faith. So the king sent for St. Patrick. Surrounded by his druids and bards and all the Irish princes, the king sat fierce and proud and awaited the strangers. It was Easter morning, so, as St. Patrick and his little band advanced, they chanted the Easter litanies. So noble and holy did St. Patrick look that one of the bards rose as he drew near. This little act of politeness on the part of the bard brought him special grace from heaven, and he accepted the Christian faith. Standing quietly in the midst of the circle of priests and princes, St. Patrick looked around him. He met countless pairs of fierce eyes fixed upon him as the princes sat in silence with the rims of their shields against their chins, and as he looked at them, he longed to win them all for God, and he prayed for grace and power to do what was needed. Then he told them why he had come to Ireland. The king left his druids to reply. They did so by doing all sorts of horrible magic. And certainly, they made things happen, much as people called spiritists do nowadays, but it was not by God's power, so it must have been the devil who helped them. Whatever the druids did, St. Patrick undid and then did something more wonderful. The druids were furious, and no one knows what might have happened had not St. Patrick caused an earthquake to happen by God's power. So terrified were the Irish that they went half mad and began killing each other, and St. Patrick and his men escaped. But the next day, St. Patrick boldly came back, though he knew the king meant to kill him. He was given a cup of poisoned wine to drink. Well, what of that? Did not our Lord say to his disciples, when he sent them out to convert the world, "If you drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt you"? St. Patrick made the sign of the cross over the cup and drank it, and nothing happened. Then the Druids arranged a horrible test. They laid 2 great fires, one of dry faggots and the other of wet green wood. On the dry wood they laid the boy Benignus, dressed in a Druid's white robe. On the green they put a Druid, clad in St. Patrick's cloak. Then they said they would set fire to both piles. St. Patrick accepted the challenge. If you had been the boy, would you have got the wind up, do you think? Or would you have trusted St. Patrick? Well, they set fire to the 2 piles of wood. Strange to say, the green wood blazed up with many sizzlings and cracklings and much smoke, but the dry wood simply wouldn't light. There was, however, a sudden flame, and the Druid's robe on the boy flared up and was soon burnt to ashes, leaving Benignus quite all right, and, I expect, very pleased with himself. Meanwhile, horrible noises had been coming from the other pile, and when the smoke and flames died down, there were only charred cinders where there had once been a Druid. But St. Patrick's cloak had not been burnt at all. The king still would not believe. St. Patrick had to make another earthquake happen, which swallowed up so many of the king's subjects that he gave in and said that St. Patrick might preach, though he himself never accepted the faith. So in the green plains of Tara, St. Patrick preached a wonderful sermon to the Irish, who by this time had come crowding round to see the stranger who could beat the Druids at their own game. During the sermon, St. Patrick stooped down and picked up a leaf of shamrock, and, holding it up, showed the people how the little green leaf was 3 and yet 1. He said that would help them to understand how the Blessed Trinity is 3, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, and yet is really only one God. That is why the Irish wear shamrock on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th. Many more miracles did St. Patrick, which I can't tell you about now, and he went from place to place, winning thousands of men for Christ and giving spiritual life to their souls by baptizing them. One Shrove Tuesday, St. Patrick went up onto the top of a lonely, rugged mountain above the sea, and there he stayed without any food all through Lent till Easter, and all the time he prayed and prayed and prayed for the men of Ireland and their fate on the Judgment Day. At the end of his long and painful time of prayer, God sent an angel to tell him his request was granted. So, with his heart full of joy, St. Patrick knelt and blessed Ireland, and as he gave his blessing, hundreds of poisonous snakes came out of their holes and went slithering away into the sea, where they were all drowned. That is why you see pictures of St. Patrick with snakes. And now, every year, thousands of Irish people go on pilgrimage up that mountain. Before I end, I must just tell you one little story about a young Irish prince who didn't give in to himself. This prince and his followers, after hearing St. Patrick preach, decided to become followers of Christ and be baptized. St. Patrick, being a bishop, carried a thing called a crozier, a kind of long staff like a shepherd's crook, because bishop means shepherd. St. Patrick's crozier had a rather sharp point at the end, and during the ceremony of baptism, somehow, by accident, he pierced the prince's bare foot with it, but did not notice what he had done. The prince said nothing, and did not wince or seem surprised. Afterwards, when St. Patrick found out what he had done, and asked the prince why he had said nothing, the prince replied, "I thought it was the rule of faith." A bit of poetry has been written about it, which puts it rather nicely. The prince says in it, "I thought, thus called to follow him whose feet were pierced with nails, haply the blissful rite, some little pain included." Everywhere St. Patrick went, he was loved, and soon the fame of him had spread throughout the whole country. The superstitious religion of the Druids altogether died down, and Ireland became a Christian country. St. Patrick made a set of wise laws, and by these the Irish were governed for 1,000 years. At last came the time when his great work was finished. The little boy Benignus had grown up and taken over St. Patrick's work. St. Patrick had written his confession, and now, at 120, he was quite ready for the rest and the reward of heaven. He was very happy. His great work had been accomplished. God had been very good to him, and so, satisfied, he lay down to die, knowing that all the men of Ireland were praying for their beloved father. So, on March 17th, in the year 493, St. Patrick passed from this world into the glory of heaven. End of chapter 8.
Section 9 of Stories of the Saints by Candlelight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories of the Saints by Candlelight by Vera Charlesworth Barclay. The 9th day, the story of St. George. As the cubs, one by one, opened their eyes on the last day at camp, the first thing they saw was that their prayers of last night had been fully, wonderfully answered. The sun shone with that clear, golden radiance of the early morning sun. The sky was a misty blue with just a few small flocks of sheep. The wind had dropped, and the world, washed clean by the rain, was going to enjoy itself today. Quickly, the cubs washed themselves and scrambled into their old clothes, and were away up to the field in record time. The smell of wood smoke, the cry of the seagulls, the bigness of God's beautiful world. Only one more day of it all. Porridge out in the sunshine, and lots of bread and jam. Then, down to the shore. On the way shorewards, the cubs met a kind lady who lived in the little house at the end of the seawall. She had often seen them run past, and now she stopped and asked Aquila what they were. When she heard it was their last day, she said they might have her boat for the whole morning. So the cubs and Aquila all got into their bathing things, and the boat was rowed round from where it was anchored to the bit of shore where they always played. When everyone had been out and had learnt to row, first with one oar and then with two, and when the tide had gone down, down, down as far as it could go, Aquila anchored the boat in shallow water and took away all the oars but one. Then the cubs had a gorgeous time rowing by themselves as far as the long rope would allow. I don't know what that boat turned into. Pirate vessels, the Golden Hind, and everything else you can imagine, while the gallant crew had many an adventure. Meanwhile, another kind lady had appeared on the scene. She lived in a nice house with a very sloping lawn in front, and her garden steps came right down onto the bit of sand where the cubs always played. She came down and offered a prize for the best little house or model village or garden the cubs could make. 4 couples set to work, and by dinner time, there were some splendid models ready. Then, Big Andy and Little Andy, clad only in their bathing drawers, walked demurely up to the front door of the house and asked the lady to come and see. She came out carrying 2 lovely spades, 2 splendid shrimping nets, and 2 very nice rubber balls. She decided the Andys had got first prize. They had made a model of Cora Abbey. Sam and Dick were second, with a church, while Bert and Bunny came in a good third, with a very nice house standing in a large and luxurious garden. After giving the prizes, this fairy godmother invited the whole pack to tea in her garden at 4 o'clock, after the afternoon bathe. So, after dinner, they went to the stable and made themselves a little bit respectable, and then down to the shore and bathed, and afterwards went up the smooth, steep lawn to the fairy godmother's house. Soon a maid brought out tea, and it was some tea. Cake of all sorts, and real bread and butter, not Marge, and little jam sandwiches. But, as one cub remarked, it didn't fill you up like camp tea. After tea, during which the cubs were wonderfully quiet and well-behaved, they entertained their hostess with various kinds of somersaults and cartwheels, and then went through a large part of the famous concert for her benefit. Before going, they gave her a grand howl, and then all shook hands with her.
Come on.
After that, they played on
Did you let the dogs outside?
and then ended up with the last bathe, about 7. Back to supper. Camp prayers for the last time in the soft evening light. Good night to father and mother and godmother, and then to the stable for the last story. But as they squatted around waiting for the story, someone made a remark that was the beginning of quite a long powwow. Miss, he said, shall we be cubs in heaven? And will you be our cub master? Everyone had questions to ask about heaven, more than Aquila knew how to answer. And then they grew serious as someone mentioned 2 cubs that had died a year before. Do you think Frank and Bob have found each other in heaven? Yes, said Aquila.
What's in this box,
I'm sure they have. And I expect they've found those 2 cubs from 2 other Westminster packs who died of flu last winter. And that is why this book is dedicated to Frank and Bob, for they were 2 of the most faithful cubs who ever lived. They died brave and unselfish. Bob, after a long and very painful illness, in which he never gave in to himself, but was always thinking of other people and his little ones. At last, as he lay delirious, he used to think he was in camp again, and say, "Oh, Mother, look at the green fields. Aren't they lovely?" And as Aquila knelt by his bed, holding his poor little hot hand, she felt sure that soon he would be playing in the green fields of heaven, the best camp of all, where the Good Shepherd was already waiting to carry him in his strong, kind arms. And now someone else had a splendid idea. Perhaps they've talked to the saints. We shall know a lot of saints when we go to heaven, said another cub. I shall look out for Saint Anthony first. And so they decided to try and get to know as many of the saints as possible before they died, and to try and copy them so that someday they would find lots of friends in heaven who would not be ashamed to receive the salutes of their little brothers and to return them with kind smiles of welcome. Then the cubs settled down, for a last story. The story of St. George. And now, said the Cubs, a last story. Go on, miss. Make it an extra good one, exciting, full of adventures, and the best of all, because it's the last night. Very well, said Aquila. I'll tell you the story of the patron saint of all Cubs and Scouts, and of England. Who's that? St. George, cried the Cubs in chorus, and although many of them knew the story very well, they snuggled down in their blankets and prepared to enjoy themselves. Well, said Aquila, I'm going to tell you the story of the saint who was more thought about and honored in the old days than perhaps any other saint that ever lived. He was, from the very earliest times, in fact, from directly after his death, called the Great Martyr. He became the patron of many countries and orders of knighthood, but especially in England was he loved, and his feast was kept as a great holiday equal to Christmas. Already, before William the Conqueror came to England, our forefathers had begun to build churches in honor of St. George. But it was King Richard Coeur de Lion who specially spread devotion to St. George in England because he took him as his own patron and used his name as his battle cry. For God and St. George, he would shout as he swung his mighty battle axe in the air and charged at the head of his knights toward the Saracen lines. St. George several times appeared on a white horse and led the Crusaders to victory when it seemed as if the enemy were going to put them to flight and come off victorious. Many people think of St. George as a knight on a prancing horse who killed a dragon and rescued a maiden in distress. But this is only a kind of a parable or picture of the real St. George and what he did. The dragon is a picture of the wicked, heathen religion that tried to kill the beautiful young church that our Lord God had made. St. George fought this dragon and gave his life in the battle, but he rescued the maiden who represents the church. For his death seems to have rallied the Christians and filled them with new courage to fight bravely and stick to it until, at last, the heathen dragon was overcome and the Church of Christ was able to fill all the world with joy and truth and light. Well, now I will tell you what the old books say about St. George, but we have not many details about his life as we have about St. Francis's. St. George lived a bit more than 300 years after Christ. He was the son of a Roman soldier, a Christian, stationed in Palestine, which was a Roman colony.
The world isn't a globe, and it's also not flat. It's actually a dun with a dun in there.
Alright, are you gonna...
Well, we're gonna feed the dog.
Not giving in to himself, like a good cub, and he thought a great deal of his honor, like a good scout.
This is a good incentive to have the dogs upstairs. Did you ever think of that? See, I know how to compromise. I invented compromise, actually.
Because he was any better himself than anybody else. He could ride well, shoot an arrow straight, and use a spear or a broadsword as well as anyone.
These dogs are so cozy.
Babe, you have no idea how hungry I was.
Babe, I don't think you have any idea how hungry the dogs are.
Never giving in to himself, which made him rise from promotion to promotion when he joined the Roman army. He was still very young when he was made what we would now call a colonel and given a great deal of responsibility. In fact,
Responsibility.
the emperor thought no end of him, and people whispered that someday he would be head of the army and one of the most important men in the Roman Empire. This was rather wonderful because the emperor, Diocletian, was a heathen and hated Christians. And, as I told you, St. George was a very good Christian. In those days, the Christian church was no longer hiding in the catacombs, but had come out into the open, and nearly half Diocletian's empire was Christian. But something, probably pride, made Diocletian hate the Christians, and he decided to do all he could to destroy the Church of Christ and force people back into the old religion and worship a
There you go,
God that was really not very different from Caesar, the emperor himself. So he first tried burning down the churches, and then imprisoning the priests and bishops.
Oh, is that cream
One
cheese?
day, he suddenly got mad
How come
and
you
gave
gotta lick
an
this
order
spoon?
that if the people would not worship the
I'm the one
Roman
cooking.
gods and offer incense to them and swear that they no longer believed in Christ, the soldiers would kill them.
Okay,
like
so we can
beasts
use that
and
reusable
leave
for
them in the
popcorn?
streets as a
Yeah, we
ghastly
can reuse
warning
the
to
bowl,
any
but
other
it's gotta be
fools
clean
who
before we
refuse
reuse it.
Why does it have to be clean when the last thing it had in it was popcorn?
Sword in hand,
Well,
and
because
every man,
what,
woman, and child
oils go
who
bad
refused to
after a
give
couple
up
hours?
Christ was killed or wounded and
Well,
left to bleed
I
to
don't
death.
see any oil
Now,
per se.
no one thought that Diocletian would ever go so far as this.
Well, how do we clean
And
it?
when the horrible news was brought to
Right.
St. George, he was filled with
More of a
rage.
shock than it was
The
anything
emperor
else.
was, of course, his master. But
You're not
there
even
and
using an
then
electric
he
stove.
vowed that he would not stay in the service of a vile murderer, a coward who could stain his sword with the blood of women and little children. And he prepared at once to go to the emperor and say straight out that it was burning his
Yes, these
heart.
dogs are so
Now,
cozy.
his friends knew that
Yes, these
nothing
dogs
would
are
warn
so
him
cozy.
because he
Yes, these dogs are
and
so
yet, he was
cozy.
proud and obstinate, and nothing would make him stop persecuting the Christians. If St. George spoke as he said
Probably
he
need
would,
to set up
it
the
would
pocket
certainly
cans.
mean no chance of promotion,
Yeah,
no becoming head of the
Not
army.
terrible.
Perhaps even it would mean imprisonment.
Yes, these
possibly
dogs
death.
are so
So they simply
cozy.
begged St. George not to
Yes,
go.
these dogs are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
Which I'm actually, I think that that's a little funny.
Enemy of Christ.
Because somebody asked me if I wanted to use some pots and pans for Christmas, or for, as a ratification present. And I said, oh, no, we've actually got like a really good set right now, like it's, like, I don't think
Yeah, I like this thing too.
Instead of speaking with reverence and respect,
Glad I finally know we have these in your secret control.
that it would be better if he paid honor to the God from whom he had received his scepter, instead of murdering the faithful servants of that God.
Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
well,
But he tried to laugh it
Isn't it
off
cozy that I
because
shared a
he
carrot
was
with the
really
dogs?
fond of St. George.
Just like Clark
Then he
Gable.
tried reasoning with the young soldier and explaining that he had to keep the Christians in good discipline in case they might revolt or get proud and rebellious. But St. George would listen to no reasons or excuses, and, unbuckling his sword, he laid it down, resigning his commission in the army of a man who could act so dishonorably. He got very angry indeed.
alright,
He gave
out.
orders that St.
Dick,
George
out.
should be
They're just being
put
good
in a
dogs.
dungeon and loaded with
Let 'em
chains
play.
until his pride should be broken, and he should be
I just read about doing
humble
something like
himself before the emperor. So
Yeah, but it
he
feels
was
kind of
that he
weird to like make it to the
made
halfway
up
point and then
his
give
mind
up.
that now he was even for St. George
Like,
to
after this,
give
it's
up
all a
the
downward
Christian
slide.
religion himself, and that no
halfway
man should be spared to make him
technically.
do this.
How long are you doing this?
Alone,
I was gonna try to last until Alex today, because I thought that that'd be like an extra treat for you.
chains and wondered what was going to
I'm
happen
actually not
next.
so sure about that anymore.
Very horrible down there, and
Do it sooner or
ached in
later or-
every limb, and he was very hungry. But somehow he felt kind of glad inside because he knew he was suffering all this for Christ's sake.
You know, babe, if you put these like this,
When his
then you don't have to
jailer
rewash
offered
them,
him his
and they
ration
have
of
sediment
hard
in them
bread,
at that.
he told him that he had heard of the execution
That's
of
gotta go back through the dishwasher,
and
as well as
that if
anything else
St.
that
George
water
did
pulling
not give a satisfactory answer, he would be put to torture. The jailer said it would, he thought, be a very painful kind of torture, and St. George had better
Wait, what?
Extra clean.
When he sat in the darkness with his heart beating
Whoa, what does that mean? Don't, careful with that soap spray. We got a lot of stuff that does not need soap on it.
Stick it. Then he remembered that our Lord had suffered awful tortures and had foretold that
You know, we don't want just willy-nilly anything getting soap sprayed, you know?
So he asked our
That's why I
Lord
didn't
to
use the
give
spray.
him grace to be able to stick anything the emperor should do. And
That's why I used
then
the
he
pump
felt
bottle for
quite
just the one
happy
thing that I
again.
thought I needed.
Well, the hours dragged by.
See, now we can't even have the dogs clean that up.
Heard the
We need some
tramp
good soap in
of the
it.
stone stairs. Then there was a creak as the great
Sorry, dogs.
key was turned in the lock, and
She just doesn't want you to
the door
have any fun. I
there
don't think
stood
so.
the executioner
Willow?
and two soldiers.
Who was supposed to feed you this morning?
The executioner, who had
Oh, was
learned
this the
St.
person who
George
was
a
off
colonel
later?
in the army, spoke respectfully. He gave St. George a message from the
Why does it
saying
look
that if he
Ugh.
would come back and offer incense to the gods and apologize for his proud words, he would
Yeah,
get
it's
his
just
wish.
garbage. I
And
can assure
he
you,
gave
it's
back
just
his wish.
garbage.
St.
I mean,
George
glue might be edible, I
and
don't know.
said he certainly wouldn't. Then the executioner said that in that case, the emperor had demanded that he should be tortured till he agreed to do all he was told. The soldiers loosened his chains, and he was led out and up the stairs. The blazing, blinding sun dazzled his eyes after the dimness of the darkness. The pavement of the
So when I'm having something that's like extra cozy, you want exactly what I'm having? I'm gonna make you one too, so then I don't have to share.
Or a little more. Wait, what are you making?
No, I'm making a milkshake. You want exactly the kind of milkshake that I'm making them, or you want your
I want
own?
mine to be 10% better.
I'm not. I think so.
It was carried on a
I'll take the
stretcher
exact same thing.
back to the dungeon, and the executioner felt quite sure that when he was ready enough to answer, he would
Like you want no alterations? Because in speak now or forever hold peace.
Alright, what are you doing with it?
St. George was
Make it a chocolate
and walks with his hand seemed to burn all
chocolate
over.
chip
The
and
darkness made
cacao
his eyes
and
ache, and he lay hour after hour,
chocolate syrup.
wondering
I
how
don't want that
soon he
0
would
sugar
die.
chocolate syrup.
He had got to the point where he thought he simply couldn't bear
That's just not an
another
ice
moment.
cream thing. That's like a coffee thing, you know what I
First in
mean?
the darkness, and it said,
So you'd be a little relieved if it was gone
I
already?
am with thee.
What do you mean, gone?
His heart
You got rid of it?
No, you used it up. Because you weren't using it, so I didn't think you liked it.
Possibly mistaken, and
Yeah,
suddenly
see,
all the pain
you know what I mean? The difference between using it for ice cream versus using it for coffee.
he had had it, and he didn't feel
You know what I'm
lonely
saying?
anymore.
You think it's pointless to use it for ice cream?
Lay in the darkness,
It's just,
talked to our Lord. No
the Jenny doesn't really say qua with me, you know what I mean?
forgot his pain. Well, when a Roman officer came to receive his message to the emperor, St. George was able to laugh, rather weakly this time, and say he had no message for the emperor, except that he had better stop murdering Christians and beg God's mercy before it was
Wash
too
your
late.
garlic another round.
The officer thought St. George was a fool, a very brave man, and he went back to the
Jenny say qua
a few days later, the executioner arrived once more, and again led St. George across the sunny
Dude,
road.
they're being so patient.
St. George remembered the
They're being
verses
so
that said,
good.
I am with
Well, yeah, they're starving. They don't really have
he was
another option.
not afraid. This time, he rolled
I gave
a
him
heavy stone over his body, so that his
and
bones
the
were
chicken
crushed
feed,
and bruised. Then
and a carrot,
he went back to the dungeon.
and some
When the officer came for his answer, he could hardly believe that St. George
So,
dared still
we like
to
this
refuse.
one, or we don't? Yeah, we
He
do.
told the emperor what St. George had said. The emperor was surprised and sorry, for he saw that St. George must be a very
I always see this mug in the same spot.
also saw
It's always,
that
it's always there.
no one waiting any longer or trying to force him.
Well,
He said
Vince,
the executioner
when was the last time that you hand washed a dish?
this time, the
Okay.
executioner told St. George
Because
that
you like to post all these, follow Greg while he's doing the dishes, but you know the dishes don't actually end up getting done because there's still dishes in the sink.
kind of thrill through St.
Babe.
George. A thrill of horror at the thought
Doing
of
the
death.
dishes includes unloading the dishwasher if necessary,
What do
reloading
you
the
think I'm
dishwasher.
doing right now? We're still on the video, and I'm finishing it up.
Once again,
Okay, so finishing it up means that you're gonna hand wash the dishes?
And he would join also to think
Babe.
he could really be a martyr. So he whispered faintly.
I just don't think you'll like how I.
That nothing in all the world would make him give up Christ. So the soldiers took off his chains.
I just don't want us to die.
Dragged him up on his feet, and
I just want
swaying steps into the sun. Fear not, he said. the
Okay,
words
I was
over
gonna make 2
himself.
milkshakes. I think I'm only gonna make one because it's too hard to scoop all the ice cream out.
I gotta watch this.
And soon,
That actually wasn't what I was going for. I was trying to get you to scoop out the ice cream for me.
Oh, yeah, good. Hey, can I throw this away? I have no idea what the hell it is, but I think you put it in the dishwasher.
It's a fun story. I actually didn't put that in the dishwasher because we were getting rid of it anyway, so you put that in the
I put this in the dishwasher.
And I know exactly what it is.
What is it?
It's the base to the automatic.
You're sure I put this in the dishwasher?
100%.
The soul.
How 100% are you sure?
Alright, 130%!
Are you sure you're sure?
Yes, babe, because it only had soap in it before, so I would have just rinsed it out and thrown it in there.
Beautiful too. And before long, a great
Smelled like it got a bunch of food debris in it.
On every hand, people talked of the great martyr, and the Christians rejoiced at his courage and cheered each other on to resist bravely. Many of the heathen, seeing that St. George could suffer tortures and die for the faith, began to believe
Here's
in
the
the
problem
Christ he loved
that month.
and were baptized.
If I
Diocletian
were
himself
accidentally
began to
break
fear
it while
of
you're
him,
washing
and
it,
the butchery
never
stopped.
be able to shake the suspicion that I did it on.
So it was
That is
the
correct.
maiden in distress, the persecuted Church of
I don't
Christ,
think you actually do it
was
on purpose, though.
brave.
But if it broke,
I would think that you would be like, maybe not as careful with it as you could be.
like, I wouldn't treat it with the same regard as I would like Willa or Jet or Simba or you
Damn, you
or
really treat them
infant
so
child.
bad? You're just gonna let them eat all that shit, babe?
All the what? Shipping.
All the shit that you let the dogs eat? Like, you really wouldn't treat them up well at all? Like, because what I'm imagining now is you just, like, smashing it on the floor.
Babe, I'll have you know, if I see the dogs eating something bad, I do stop them.
Quite fine. Some of the cubs went off to bathe after breakfast,
but
others to do final
that
shopping
is
and buying of presents.
the great
for home.
struggle in
While
life
some
is
stayed in the
liberty
field
versus
to help with
security.
the packing. The tent was struck and rolled up. Swings and
So,
hats
yes.
and
Well, out.
Paliasas emptied and
Good
down the
girl.
tables. And by 12 o'clock, all was finished, and the time came to change out of
finally
the comfy old
How do I get
clothes
it in?
into full uniform. How tight and hot boots and stockings seemed. After dinner, the cubs gathered round into the council circle. Everyone was feeling rather quiet. Aquila had a short powwow, and then the cubs squatted and let off a mighty grand howl as a thank you to everyone concerned for the glorious time they had had, and as a sign that they were going back to London, meaning to be there.
When am I gonna get these hot dogs
Then they
things?
fell in.
Hot dog things.
Beef plant casing, organic turkey sausage.
Marched away.
Babe, those came from your
There was
dad's house.
plenty of time before the boat was due to sail from Ryde, so after marching smartly through the village,
Okay,
they
well-
got out and strolled along the wall or the seashore. On reaching Ryde, they fell in again and halted near the fountain, two at a time, falling out for drinks. At Smith's bookstall, Aquila bought a supply of comics to read in the train. On board the ship, an adventure happened. Big Andy, of course, dropped his cap overboard. The sea was rather rough, and it seemed as if the cap must be lost. 2 stars.
Yes, these dogs are so cozy. 1,
With the
2,
ship's
3,
bow
4.
already stick.
1,
But
2, 3,
luckily,
4. I did give them their pet treats.
and brought a long piece of string with an open safety pin on the end, in hopes of catching a fish on the crossing. With this, the
Yes, these dogs are so cozy.
and the first
Yes,
class
these
passengers
dogs
on
are
the
so
upper deck
cozy.
hooked on
Babe,
with
why is this
eager
in the sink?
interest.
Did you chew this?
Sheila thought there was no hope of ever seeing the cap again on Andy's head.
Say yes or
She
no
knew little
permanently.
that true pious cubs were busy.
Okay, when you say that, it makes you sound sneaky. You just mean you don't remember.
Triumphantly pulled up.
Or you mean
It's actually so funny that you say that that's being sneaky. Because you remember the whole story about Simba getting sick earlier?
There was a terrible crush on the
That is literally exactly what that sounded like.
Or the
Get sick
gave
per
them
se.
2 first-class
Threw up.
apartments and locked them in. And
If
so,
somebody called you and said, hey, I got sick at work today, what would you assume happened?
Well, I wouldn't assume they took a bunch of junk food really fast so it upset their stomach and they threw up.
End of. End of. Stories of the Saints by Candlelight.
You know, so it's
by
the world.
Vera Charlesworth Bartlett.
You know what I mean? Alright. Did I do that right?
Maybe we could do like double lemon ice cream and pasta.
So,
I was only gonna make it once, so
so you make it, so you
that's gonna make like that
For more information or to
much, like
volunteer,
barely any.
Okay,
please
so
visit LibriVox.
another scoop of ice cream you need 12. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe 2 more scoops of ice cream.
Backwoods by C.H. Forbes.
What? You do that? Have you always done that?
We shall be able to follow the story of Daniel
Yep.
with a better understanding.
That
Yet,
is literally in the recipe.
we take a brief survey of the country in which his entire life was passed, and the people among whom he lived. The American backwoods and the American backwoodsmen. At the outbreak of the Revolution, the American colonies extended no farther west than the Allegheny Mountains and consisted of a narrow strip of territory lying between that rocky wall and the Atlantic seaboard. By far, the greater portion of the population dwelt along the coast in urban centers, or in comparatively closely settled districts which had been cleared and cultivated. In this belt were found the large plantations and wealthy slave owners. Beyond it, the land was covered with virgin
So anyways,
forests,
when during last night, I just basically ran around in a panic
except
the
along the
entire
trails and infested by wild beasts and savages. In the portion of this
I'm sure the
region
kid
that
had
lay
it.
nearest to civilization, a rude backwoods community here and there.
It was like the neighbor
They
kid.
lay in a clearing of a few hundred acres, and usually at the junction of several frequented trails. It consisted of a cluster of log cabins, a general store, perhaps a smithy, a school, a tavern, and a courthouse. The inhabitants seldom numbered more than 300 or 400. It may not be strictly proper to speak of a people to whose midst the schoolmaster and the judge penetrate, as beyond the bounds of civilization. And of course, the expression is used in a comparative sense. The backwoods dominee.
No peppermint, no peppermint, no mint, no mint, no mint, no mint, no mint, no. We're not doing mint. No, 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 no. Okay, so you make sure not to put any mint in mine, right?
No,
The
it's not.
fact is that these people.
You said you wanted exactly what I was getting.
No.
No. Different in origin, in religion.
You said, babe, I want exactly what you had, but 10% better.
Okay, that's
Such
vanilla.
as made them peculiarly fitted to act as
Let's
the
try to
pioneers
get
of the nation. They were rude, unlettered, and impatient of restraint. In the upbuilding of the infant nation, these pathfinders form the muscle and
I don't know why people like mint in their ice cream.
community supplied brain.
That's wrong.
Although
No, it's wrong.
essentially Americans,
It's an insult to taste.
they had hardly any
Less than 24 hours before the golden age of America begins, says Carl T.
backwoods towns were
Hey, nice voice, says Master Oak.
deeper in the forest.
Criminally Autistic says the world isn't a globe and it's also not flat. It's actually a dome within a dome with other domes.
They lived face to face and in
Alright, a lot of domes.
and acted as the buffalo.
These dogs are so cozy. Yes, these dogs are so cozy. Can you use the heavy cream?
From the time that they
Yeah, it's
turned
fine.
their backs on the mother country, our people faced steadily toward the west, and maintained a forward march in that direction until they reached the distant shores of the continent.
You're sure you like mint in your ice cream? You don't have to do that to like prove some kind of weird psychotic thing.
They pushed through the ranks of the colonists, assuming the vanguard continued at the head of the advance. Taking possession of Kentucky and Tennessee, then settling Mississippi and Missouri, and ultimately
I just got the raspberry extract the other day, and I'm trying to remember where I put it.
You put a bunch of ones over here.
Oh yeah, I put it over there then.
Two children of Boone were among the first
Yeah, pass me the chocolate chips.
beyond the father
This
of
is,
water.
I think,
The
maple.
grandson was the first.
Do you want to pass me the chocolate chips?
Another Colorado.
I don't know what chocolate chips even are.
Person
There's caramel.
guide the expedition of General Fremont.
Raspberry should be over there. Back.
You got butter extract? Caramel extract? Yeah, here's raspberry. You don't need to put raspberry in mine.
The debt of the nation to these people is a heavy one.
You have chocolate chips in yours?
Compared to the outposts of the Atlantic Army, border settlers during the centuries, stretching along the enemy's face, and the backwoods towns the pickets. As an army sleeps in security behind its outposts, so was the main body of the colonists, screened from the Indians by the backwoods settlers, and able to build up towns and cultivate its plantations in safety. And as, when an army pursues the march, the outpost of the night before forms the advance guard, so these border sentinels were ever in the front of our territorial progress.
You said no raspberry in yours.
In 1783, the western boundary of the United States had been carried forward to the Mississippi River. The large area between it and the Alleghenies had been won for us by the dauntless
And then can you bring me over the cocoa product? No, you said no chocolate chips in yours.
They performed a valuable service to the colonies in their fight for freedom. The settlement of Kentucky made possible the capture of the British.
Are you just trying to redistribute the wealth out since you miscalculated whose was whose?
I don't know, for some reason I thought I was a jar milkshake guy and you were a milkshake gal. But I know traditionally yours are the jars and mine are the So I see what, I follow your logic, but I just think milkshakes are where you turn things on their head. You know what I'm saying? Well, the rules are a little different for milkshakes. So we're really gonna crack open the heavy cream?
In fact, the majority of them grew to love.
We'll probably use a combo of heavy cream and almond milk and milk.
Many, like Boone, became so enamored of the life, despite its dangers and hardships, that they shunned the approach of civilization.
Use this
They
oil
moved
for
farther
anything?
into the forest whenever the
No,
region
maybe
they
that was
opened
your
up
oil.
began to be at all thickly
To
populated.
use or not use.
The backwoods was once hunter, fighter, and farmer. He could not look for aid or protection from the government. He had to depend upon his own resources.
Are you sure you're sure you're sure?
The acquisition of new territory.
Okay.
This was particularly the case with the pioneer settlers of Kentucky, for the movement took place when all the men who were available were needed to strengthen the continental forces. In the backwoods, with the Indian allies of the British had difficulty in getting sufficient powder and lead to carry on the conflict. Every man and youth was a homemade soldier. Most of the women could handle a rifle. And the annals of the frontier teemed with stories of brave mothers and daughters.
Whoa!
Successfully defended their
Do you want some raspberry preserves?
Savages. In the frequent sieges of the forts, the women loaded the weapons, molded them, and sometimes sent to a porthole. It is significant who was old enough to carry firearms was spoken of as a gun.
Sometimes you gotta like.
The people of the backwoods were Scotch or Irish descent, with a strong sprinkling of English and German.
Oh no, that's why.
But in the second
It's
generation,
gone.
differences of nationality were
It's gone.
barely detectable.
It burnt
Their
out.
characters and even their physical
that's the
traits
plastic
were
part?
greatly
Yeah.
affected by the peculiar conditions of their lives,
Well, that's
which
basically
created a type the members of which were all much
No, I
alike,
mean, like,
whilst they differed widely
No.
from colonists in general.
You can't
Their
replace that
isolation
plastic
developed some of the
Wait, that literally cost us like $4.
independence and self-reliance.
This
And
thing
at the
costs
same
$4?
time,
Yeah.
Could you replace it for
Order
$4?
No.
and practice
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
How much is the
replacement cost?
code of
Well, your
morality
grandma already
and
gave us
justice.
one.
They were hard,
Maybe she gave us one.
self-controlled, but neither ungenerous nor cruel.
Why did she give us one of these?
She didn't think we had one. And then you asked, hey, can I get, or do you have an immersion blender? And I said, no, we don't actually. Or, yeah, we could actually use a new one. Or something came to that.
This sometimes took the form of deplorable cruelty, but as a rule, the backwoodsmen were neither inhuman nor bloodthirsty.
Pretty sure I know right where it's at.
They fought in defense of their homes and property. When they carried conflict into the Indian country, it was usually in retaliation for an attack, and with a view to checking further hostilities. The settler was always glad to live in peace, if he might. As to the respective rights of the white man and their red foes, a great deal has been said on both sides. And perhaps it would be impossible to exactly weigh the equities in the case. It was, however, inevitable that a growing and energetic race should have contested the possession of the soil with a mere handful of savages that did not occupy it, but merely roamed over it, hunting and camping here and there, and keeping up a perpetual warfare among themselves. They set up claims, it is true, to the exclusive possession of certain large areas, but even among themselves, such claims were only sustained by superior strength, and one tribe frequently ousted another from its accustomed territory. The most ardent defenders of the Indians must find it difficult to establish a case of trespass against the settlers of Kentucky. The territory that is now comprised within that state was ceded by the Indians in more than one treaty, and purchased for a definite sum. Moreover, it had not been the home or country of any particular tribe, but was held as a hunting ground, common to all, and in which none were allowed to settle. It contained no permanent Indian villages, nor was an acre of its soil cultivated until the white man cleared the land. The pioneers of the wilderness made their settlements in groups of 5 or 6 families. The first thing they did was to erect their cabins and form a fort. This was usually accomplished by raising the former in a row and making their backs one side of a palisaded enclosure with blockhouses at the corners. This was the refuge of all during an attack by the Indians. Each family lived in a cabin upon its farm. The clearings were generally 400 acres in extent and lay at some distance from each other in the heart of the forest. The trees having been felled, the settler left the stumps standing, rolled the trunks to one side, and burned the branches on the spot.
Where are the wide straws over here?
I didn't get rid of them.
Some and a few sheep, but only in sufficient numbers to supply local needs.
You gotta admit, it's pretty cozy that I already had another one on it.
Of the frontier farmer. His wife was fresh flour and hominy, and a bag of the parched grains served him for food on his hunting expeditions. The backwoods cabin was commonly a one-room structure of unhewn logs, sheathed with plain moss. After a while, when the owner became fairly settled and had his fields in good order, this would give place to a larger building, containing perhaps as many as 3 rooms and an attic reached by a ladder. A huge stone fireplace.
So I knew that this one was likely to crap out on us at pretty much any given point in time.
The logs were hewn, at least on one side.
So when she asked if we had one,
Flatboards. There was little furniture.
I was like, oh, actually that's a really good gift.
The table was a board.
Then when that one goes bad, I just throw it out. Alright, throw it out. Grab out the new one.
Covered with skins. The dishes and platters were often of wood, and the spoons and forks of steel. The hunting knife serving admirably to cut meat. Very largely upon its head, the furniture
I had it good to mine.
No.
Was a distinctive one. He wore a hunting shirt of buckskin or homespun, ornamented with a fringe of the same material, or perhaps with porcupine quills. It was a loose hoop descending nearly to the knees and fastened round the
They can have a little yogurt, right?
He also carried spare flints.
Yeah, they can have yogurt.
On his head, he wore a fur cap or a soft felt hat, and his feet were covered with moccasins, after the fashion of the Indians. From people were supposed
I'm worried about you like
Sit. For which the settlers had to depend upon
Down. Down. Sit. Down. 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 Yeah, there we go. Down. Get sit. Yep. Good job, look. Sit. Down. Down. Sit. Down. Down. Sit. Alright, sit. Down. Down. Look. Jet, you both gotta be doing it. Alright, Jet, sit. Down. Sit. Down. Down. Alright, Jet, sit. Now down. 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 He was down earlier. Down. Down. Get down.
couldn't switch commands.
Alright, sit.
6.
High five. Okay, good job. Good job. Good job. Alright, he does do high five really well. Okay.
The Boone's sometimes partook of the character of exploration. They went far beyond the frontier in various directions, and on 2 or 3 occasions crossed the mountains into Kentucky. The beauty and richness of the country, and the abundance of game filled him with an irresistible desire to make his home. In the fall of 1773, Boone sold his farm on the Yadkin and set out at the head of a company consisting of his own family and several others that he had induced to accompany them to make new homes in the lovely valleys of Kentucky. It is at this point that we pick up the story. End of chapter.
Chapter 2 of Daniel Boone, Backwoods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are public domain. For volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony Millett. Daniel Boone, Backwoods. C.H. Forbes Lindsay. Chapter 2. Hardy Goodfellow. Isn't it about time to make camp captain? Pretty good that. But I don't exactly fancy taking that trade. I reckon we'll push on a bit and see if we can find a likelier location.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night.
Charles Brown survey.
Take these broken wings.
And he felt faint for lack of good reason. For the frontiers were made plenteously, but once in 24 hours. And at that, those
24 hours to go.
First author
Because I want to be sedated.
his companion. And Jonathan, thanks. You don't smoke, Captain? Said the other in stone I've never learned, and I don't see that it would have done me any particular good if I had. It seems to take pretty hard hold. I've seen hunters well nigh crazy when their tobacco run out, and I shouldn't like to be that way myself. Then it's apt to be trouble in other ways. But you could send your pipe half a mile away, and the Indians in my direction. I don't think there are any Indians hereabouts, do you? Asked the surveyor with some show of apprehension. I wouldn't like to say one way or the other. There might be 100 in there. He jerked his head in the direction of the dentist.
Yeah, we're going to.
And we not know it until they showed themselves. You see, the Redskins like a copperhead. We don't know where he is till he strikes. The men who thus conversed were following a forest trail, or trace, as it was called at the time, in the Powers Valley, which lay near the point where the states of Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee meet. On either side stretched forests so dense that the sun penetrated the canopy of leaves. Even at midday,
It upsets me every time that the pan doesn't get scraped out, so this time I thought before I go downstairs, we'll just make sure that the pan gets scraped out.
to see farther than a few yards in the growing dusk. The undergrowth was so thick as to be impenetrable at most points without the aid of an axe. Only a practiced woodsman dare enter that tangle of shrubs and vines. Had Mr. School, the surveyor, ventured 100 yards from the trail, he would only have found it began by accident, and would in all probability have died of hunger, unless indeed his sufferings had been cut short by wild beasts or Indians. It was precisely in this manner that Stewart, Boone's companion, in his first expedition to Kentucky, lost his life. He wandered from their camp, and failing to find his way back, probably died of starvation after his ammunition became exhausted. Years afterward, his skeleton was found in a hollow sycamore and identified by the powder horn, which bore his initials. Of the two men we have under notice, one would have attracted immediate attention in any company or under any conditions. He was verging upon his 40th year, and in the prime of his life. 5 feet 10 inches in height, his erect carriage gave him an appearance of great stature, his body encased in the deerskin dress of a backwoodsman. He was splendidly formed, the extraordinarily broad and deep chest giving evidence of great strength. A sculptor might have taken the head, with its noble brow and fine features, for a model. The long hair was plaited and rolled into a knot. The clear, keen blue eye had a mild expression, but force was written in the large aquiline nose and the square chin, while the thin, compressed lips denoted resolution. It was a face on which courage and composure were strongly stamped. As he swung along with easy stride, his rifle over his shoulder, the movement of the sinewy limbs betrayed strength and agility. It did not appear to the surveyor that his companion was particularly mindful of his surroundings, but as a matter of fact, nothing escaped the ever-watchful eyes of Daniel Boone. To him, a twig, a leaf, a stone, the bark of a tree, or the slightest impression on the earth told a story that none but a master of woodcraft might read. Throughout the day, his piercing glance had fallen on this side and on that, taking in every detail as he stepped past along the trail. This caution was habitual with the backwoodsman, but on the present occasion, Boone's vigilance was, if possible, keener than usual, because he was responsible for the safety of a large company which included many women and children. Behind the leader came a train of settlers bound for the promised land beyond the mountains. The band, which had left their homes at Boone's persuasion, numbered about 40 men and the women and children of 5 families, including his own. The majority were old neighbors from the Yadkin Valley who had been fired by their glowing accounts of Boone and the other hunters who had penetrated to the wonderful country that was the favorite hunting ground of the Indians. The settlers had crossed the Blue Ridge and some lesser ranges and were approaching the Cumberland Gap, which was the gateway to the region they sought. The hardships of a backwoods migration were nothing to them, but they were a little apprehensive about pushing so far into the interior and going hundreds of miles from the nearest settlement. Such a thing had never been done and probably would not have been attempted except under the guidance of Boone, who was already an acknowledged leader on the frontier and one in whom all placed the utmost reliance. It was now the 6th of October, and the party had left the Yadkin district on the 25th of the preceding month. Their progress was necessarily slow, owing to the nature of the country they had to traverse and the character of the cavalcade. The narrow and rough trail forbade their using wagons, as did the later pioneers in crossing the prairie regions. A string of pack horses, tied head to tail, carried their bedding, clothing, and other belongings. Aside from corn, maple sugar, and salt, they did not need to burden the animals with provisions, for the men could always be depended upon to supply the evening camp kitchen with an abundance of meat. Wild turkeys were numerous, and at this time of the year, fat and lazy. Pigeons, quail, and other game birds abounded in the forest, and an occasional deer or bear was to be had. Here and there in the line, a woman rode, holding a child before her, but for the most part, the backwoods women tramped along with the men. Some mothers placed their infants in baskets, Indian fashion, and hung them to the sides of their ponies. Others carried them slung to their backs, or straddled across their hips. Early in life, the little ones became accustomed to tramping, and a boy or girl of 10 years, born in the wilderness, made small matter of a 10 or 12 miles journey on foot. At night, they encamped near some spring or creek. Meat was broiled over the flames of the fire, and bread baked in the ashes. Each family or group of men made its fire in front of the shelter for the night, so that they might lie with their feet to it. A low structure, open in the front and sloping towards the back, was readily raised by means of poles covered with skins. A comfortable bed was made of dry leaves or grass, with a blanket or pelt for covering. With such accommodations, these hardy, simple people deemed themselves well provided for, and without doubt they enjoyed better health than would have been their lot under the softer conditions of city life. Boone and Mr. Sproul, whom it is needless to describe, for he does not figure any further in our story, were pacing the path in silence when several shots fired in rapid succession rang out. The surveyor dropped his pipe and stood paralyzed with alarm. At the first sound, the hunter had wheeled about, and before the last report, which his trained ear told him was a half a mile at least in the rear, had died away, he was speeding past the string of pack animals with his rifle in readiness. In passing, he called on 5 men to follow him and ordered the remainder to guard the women and children. It was evident that the attack, for the character of the firing clearly indicated an attack, had been upon the parties set to guard and drive the cattle, which often lagged a long way behind. Boone remembered, with a sudden pang, that his young son was one of the cattle escort that day, and the thought spurred him onward. Presently, a savage whoop of triumph broke upon his ears, and the next instant he was upon the scene. The animals had plunged into the thicket and scattered. 6 figures lay upon the earth, still in death. 5 Indians, each exultantly brandishing a bleeding scalp, were in the act of diving into the neighboring undergrowth. A 6th bent over one of the prostrate forms, with his fingers entwined in the hair and knife raised to make a circular sweep in the crown of the head. Boone's rifle went up and hardly touched his shoulder before it spoke. The Indian dropped, shot through the brain. The father had the poor consolation of having saved his boy's body from mutilation. That, to a backwoodsman, was a source of satisfaction, but it did not go far towards mitigating Boone's present grief. He stood for some minutes, leaning upon his rifle, and looked down at the face of his dead boy. The convulsive twitching of his features told of inward commotion, but there was urgent duty at hand, and Boone sternly put his grief behind him and turned to it. When he lifted his head, his companions saw that the features, though drawn, were calm and the eyes keen and alert as ever. Reloading his rifle, Boone stepped into the forest at the point where the Indians had disappeared. In 10 minutes' time, he rejoined the anxiously awaiting men. "Only 7, he said. "No likelihood of another attack. McCurdy, you go and fetch back 5 men, and don't tell them what's happened yet." With the reinforcement, the party set to work digging a broad and shallow grave, in which they laid their dead without further preparation or ceremony. It was but an incident of the backwoods life, and the men who performed the service today might be in need of it tomorrow. Having marked the grave with stones and blazed some neighboring trees, they rejoined the main body, which resumed the march, leaving the cattle to be sought for the next day. A little farther on, the party came upon a favorable spot and went into camp for the night. As soon as Boone had made the shelter for his family and built a fire, he devoted himself to comforting his stricken wife. But even this task could not be pursued uninterruptedly. The camp needed guarding with special vigilance. It is true that Boone believed the attack of the afternoon to have been made by a small party of wandering Indians who killed the settlers for the mere sake of securing their scalps. On the other hand, they might have been a scouting party sent out by a large band. Although Boone was fearless as any man that ever lived, he was never imprudent, much less reckless. In the course of their conversation, Mr. Sproul had said something about trusting in Providence. The hunter had replied that he didn't believe in trusting to Providence until you have done all you can for yourself. After that, Providence is much more likely to lend a willing hand. As soon, therefore, as the other settlers had composed themselves to rest, Boone went out and seated himself upon a fallen tree, prepared to spend the night in watchfulness. His ears were alive to the slightest sound, and he could instantly detect the origin of each. Now and again, the stillness of the forest would be broken by the howl of a wolf or the hoot of an owl. At such times, the hunter would raise his head and listen intently, for the Indians imitated the cries of birds and animals in signaling to one another. Boone was himself a very good hand at that form of reproduction, and was seldom deceived by the performance of another. Boone's vigil had extended to the gray dawn, when his attention was attracted by a dim figure moving on the farther side of the camp. He thought that it was probably one of the settlers suffering from indigestion, or perhaps walking in his sleep. However, prudence demanded that he should stalk the figure, and he accordingly slipped noiselessly round the back of the shelters in his moccasined feet. The maneuver brought him suddenly within sight of the person at a few feet distance. The light was just strong enough to enable him to discern the form of a youth who was struggling to suppress the sobs that convulsed his frame at intervals. Boone took the boy by the arm and gently led him to the fallen tree by his own campfire. "Sit down," he said. "Now what's the trouble, young man?" He spoke in a low, soft voice that told the lad he had fallen in with a friend. "Take your time," continued the hunter soothingly. "I know it hurts, whatever it is, and you're taking it like a man anyhow." He placed his arm across the boy's shoulders, and the youngster felt the touch strengthen and calm him, as had not all the comforting words of the sympathetic settlers' wives. After a while he controlled himself sufficiently to speak. "My father was killed yesterday," said the lad at last, and I didn't see him." Too bad, said Boone, drawing the boy closer to his side. "I wouldn't worry about not seeing him, though. I saw him.